Só você que é um net, sabe o que é multitelar. Ter de tudo no seu tablet, TV e celular. Conteúdo pra caramba, o Now tá em todo lugar. Ter ultra velocidade, a banda larga é pra voar. Quem é net faz bonito, tá com tudo pra brilhar. Dá um show em toda a tela, isso é multitelar, multitele. É multitele.
Oh my goodness. Steve Action Jackson and myself, Manny V, here are bringing you the live feed from Itacoatiara, Niterói, just outside of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. Steve Action Jackson, what happened overnight? It was totally flat yesterday, and now it is pumping. It is going off. I'm pretty pumped that I had 3 breakfast sandwiches today. Not good for my weight and probably not good for my figure. I'm gonna see my lady in a couple weeks, but holy mackerel, we have the energy. The ocean has the energy. What do we got out there?
Pompo is pumping, and you know what? So far, the riders are going off. As we got things set up for our secondary tower so we could run things down at the right-handers of Pompo, we had outstanding performances from Dave Hubbard and Eder Luciano in the first couple of heats. You'll be able to catch those on the highlights later on today, this evening. But right now we're about to get into Heat 3, and the lineup, Manny, is looking ridiculous.
Yes, and a quick shout out to the Hawaiians that are waking up at 2 a.m. in the morning to watch the live feed. Trevor Cam, you should be here. So everybody in Hawaii, good morning, good early morning, and everybody watching right now, this is it. Round number 2 is out in the water. Heat number 1 has already gone down, and the results were.
In round 1, Heat 1 action, we saw Dave Hubbard take the win. He moves on to round 3, while Miguel Rodriguez finishing second and Nelson Flores finishing third. We'll battle it out in man-on-man elimination heats in round 2. Then in Heat 2, we saw Eder Luciano taking out João Zeke and Sasha Demjanic. And meanwhile, we have live action out in the water. This is Tanner McDaniel up and riding.
Oh, the young Hawaiian, nice backflip right there. We're going to see some incredible wave action. Maneuvers are going to be, I wanted to say lip action, so a lot of lip maneuvers are going to be had. If you get the right wave, it's going to have a nice clean peak, and the amount of energy behind that wave is going to fling you right into these oncoming ramps. It's going to be an air show today, most definitely.
So just to get you caught up with what we have out in the water right now in red, Tanner McDaniel going up against Nicolas Chiara from Argentina in yellow, and Kenny Johnson from Chile in the blue jersey assignment. These guys are going to battle it out. As you can see, what Manny was alluding to, we went from sheet glass, Lake Atlantic conditions.
It was crazy.
To pumping swell, and it's still on the rise. Later this afternoon, contest organizer Giuliano Lara was saying it could be anywhere from 6 foot on up to 10 foot. So not only are we going to be watching the riders, but we're going to be keeping a close eye on this swell as well as it continues to fill in here on this Tuesday.
That's right. So we're going to see increasing waves throughout the day, which is amazing, especially when we keep hearing and keep seeing the top riders in the world get out here and compete. This is the first left that I'm going to see. So up and riding, we have Tanner McDaniel, I believe, on the left, and not much there in and out. Am I right?
Nicolas Chiara on that one.
Nicolas Chiara from Argentina and Kenny Johnson from Chile are all out there right now. These are 3-man heats, round number 1. If you're just tuning in, here he is, Kenny Johnson. Nice clean ARS. Kind of not projected, but you know what? We got 25-minute heats out in the water, and they just want to make sure they get 2 solid runs to make sure they're getting scored. Let's start from the top. The criteria, what do we got in round number 1?
All right, well, with this format we're running, the stadium format, round 1 is 3-man priority heats, non-elimination. The winner of the heat will advance on to round 3, gets to skip a round, while the second and third place finishers, they will battle it out in man-on-man elimination competition in round 2.
So there you have it. That is what's happening right now. So you're going to see all these riders in the water once again, whether it's going to be in the elimination round number 2 or you're going to see them again in round number 3. And, of course, we saw Dave Hubbard and Eder Luciano win those first 2 heats, and they're going to go straight into round number 3. I think this is what the epic format we got going on.
I tell you what, with the level of talent we have with the riders, the swell potential we have here at Itacoatiara on a yearly basis, and with the new stadium format, we're all in for a wild ride as these guys are all going to be battling tooth and nail to try and get that winning spot and skip a round. But even the guys that battle it out in round 2, you guys are going to see these guys go head-to-head full on.
Look at this, another replay of what went down. This is Tanner McDaniel's first wave, came in at 4.75. As you can see, he waited and waited until he had a nice opportunity to go for a big backflip on the inside and pull it off. Incredible wave action. Maneuvers are going to be, I wanted to say lip action, so a lot of lip maneuvers. So Tanner McDaniel so far with the highest score of the heat with a 4.75 on that wave. So the judges being a little conservative right now because they know possible 10-point rides can be had in these conditions.
Yes, you have to keep in mind the judges reset their scale at the beginning of each heat. So even if a first wave is huge, they don't want to overscore because they want to leave room for a future scoring potential. There you can see throwing out the invert, Nicholas Chiara trying to maximize his scoring potential.
That's pretty interesting. He's the only one I've seen so far throughout the morning going on the left-hand waves, and they do have a little bit of power as well. I mean, he's looking for that ramp that's bouncing off of that rock. This is Itacoatiara Beach, but where they're located is Pompo. Pompo is the southwest side of the beach. Then you have the middle, and then you have the other side, which are named
Castão,
and then the middle part.
The middle is Meio, or as translated means middle.
Yeah.
And then Castão up at the other end, known more for its reeling left-handers. So multiple peaks here. You also have to keep in mind just around that rock formation is a spot they call Shock, which is a slab that Dudu Pedra is known to frequent.
Yeah, and if that
First
wave
is
consistent,
huge. They don't want to overscore.
Kenny Johnson, oh my, with a nice big ARS on that wave. That was Kenny Johnson's last wave. You can see his mates on the beach giving him a fist pump for an incredible, perfectly executed ARS. So there is Kenny Johnson with a 7.0 on that perfectly executed maneuver. We're going to see a lot of that bigger and bigger moves as the swell comes in.
Well, as I mentioned in the first couple of heats this morning, which we did not air, but we will have highlights of later on today, Dave Hubbard with an air reverse, Eder Luciano with an 8.25 on an invert. Those will definitely be worth keeping an eye out for in the highlights package for at the end of today. So while we wait for the next waves to be written there, you can see on screen, rider in blue, that is Kenny Johnson making his way back out after that last wave, scoring a 7.0. Meanwhile, Tanner McDaniel cruising the lineup, kind of lurking about, waiting for his next opportunity to strike. He had a strong opening wave, now looking to back it up. Again, 25-minute heats for these riders to get work done. And you know what? They're going to need every single bit of those 25 minutes to get the job done out here, as all of these guys, you know, really trying to dial in and hit that big scoring maneuver and impress the judges.
Looks like we had yellow down the beach taking off on a smaller one. I don't know if the camera guys are following because they didn't drop in on it, but yes, once again, welcome. This is the 2017 Itacoatiara PRO. The first stop, the third stop, the first Grand Slam event on the 2017 APB World Tour. And you know what? I may be losing a little bit of track. You know, I can't even put words together. I'm starting to sweat here. How do we turn this AC on? Oh, you're going to do it yourself. All right, Jackson. Thank you, brother. But no, you didn't have to do that. We can get somebody to do it for us. We're, on? Is that what it is? Perfect. So the on button, that's how you turn it on. So Steve Action Jackson and myself, Manny V, bringing you the live feed here once again from the beautiful beaches of Brazil, just outside of Rio de Janeiro. The state of Niterói is the home for Itacoatiara, the Itacoatiara PRO. The first Grand Slam event here on the APB Bodyboarding World Tour. So a lot of the top riders are in the house. And there are a couple riders that were not able to make it. Pierre-Louis Costes and Jeff Hubbard, both for the same reason. But Pierre and his beautiful wife, Ruth, just had their baby son about a week and a half ago. So that is why Pierre-Louis Costes is not here. And Jeff Hubbard is also expecting a baby as well. So both of those riders, full-on world title contenders, decided, or actually, you know what, family comes first, so they are staying home to make sure they can be with their brand new babies.
Most definitely. And just to round out the trifecta, for those of you who didn't know, two-time world champion Amaury Laverne and his wife are expecting their second child in July. So we've already been told that he will be staying home for the birth of his second child. And unfortunately, we won't see Amaury competing in the Chile events coming up immediately following the Itacoatiara Pro.
And we had this discussion last night, and the way the tour is situated and is laid out, riders can miss an event. Look at this. Down the beach, we have Kenny Johnson trying to get a better of his two scores. 7.0 and a 3.25 is what he has. So we are situated in the graphics right now. That's why you're not seeing them for the scores. As soon as everything is laid out and ready to go, we'll get those up and on the monitor for you. But for now, we're going to give you the update out in the water. 15 minutes, 20 seconds remaining. Heat number 3. Where are we looking?
Right now, Kenny Johnson leads the way with a 7.0 and a 3.25. Tanner McDaniel in second with a 4.75. And still looking for a backup score. Nicholas Chiara, meanwhile, a 4.0 and a 0.75. So all three of these competitors have room to work with. Kenny Johnson still looking for a backup score. Tanner looking to build on his two scores, but needs a second wave to get started. And Nicholas Chiara with a couple of waves under his belt, a medium score, and a basic attempt that did not come to fruition. And here he is taking a look at this right-hander. Nicholas Chiara not able to scratch into this smaller inside wave. Now he's going to have to duck under incoming sets. So that's the current situation out in the water. Kenny Johnson in first. Tanner McDaniel is currently in second. And here he is up and riding. Nice clean phase, looking to set this one up as it gets a little small on the inside. Hits the air reverse off of that oncoming section, completes the maneuver, and what a nice looking wave for Tanner McDaniel. He needed a secondary score, and you know what, Manny? I think he just dialed it in.
That was incredible, and that's what we're going to be seeing. If you're able to grab two solid waves, a 7-point and a 6-point, you're going to be amazing. As far as your scores are going to be amazing, and that's going to help you progress into the next heats. And if you want first place, you're going to go straight into round number 3. So down the beach, I believe that is Nicholas Chiara sticking to the left-hand waves. Very interesting.
Yeah, we've seen him take a look at a couple of right-handers, but his strategy so far this heat, he's going after the lefts down there. He's going head-on into where the waves are peaking up, and that side wave is bouncing off of the rock formation at Pompo. So a little bit of a difference in strategy for the Argentinian.
Well, that's good. I mean, he doesn't have to worry about anybody hassling him because everybody else is looking at the rights, and the rights are a little better, maybe a little longer, and maybe have a little bit more of a ramp at the end. But so, I mean, that's a bonus for him. He doesn't have to contend with anybody else when he's going left.
So, again, all these guys pretty much on the hunt for a backup score with maybe the exception of Tanner McDaniel. Will wait for that score to come in for his air reverse. Very clean, smooth, fluid. But he'll now be looking to replace a 4.0 as a backup score. His first wave will now become his second score, and he'll be looking to replace that, build upon his scores throughout the remainder of this heat as he tries to take away
first.
that top spot
McDaniel
and
is
skip
currently in
round
second.
2. Here's a look at
And
the
here
replay,
he is up
Manny.
and riding.
All right, so this is Tanner's
Nice
last
clean
wave, and you
phase,
can see
looking to set this one up as
not
it
much of a
small on the inside.
big size wave, but an air
Hits the
reverse.
air reverse off
Pulled off
That
perfectly
oncoming
at the end of
section
that bowl.
completes the maneuver, and
I
what a nice
it
looking
wasn't
wave.
a super big wave,
As
but it
far
was a good
as your
scoring
scores are
wave
going to be
nonetheless.
amazing,
Here's
and that's
Nicholas
going to help
Giada.
you
Yeah,
progress
here you can see
into the
Nicholas
next
taking
heats.
the
And if you
left-hander,
want first
eyes
place,
up
you're
the
gonna go-
section and throws out the roll.
So down the beach, I believe that is Nicholas Giada
Pulls it
sticking
off
to the
all way.
left
This
hand
is the second
waves.
time he's
Very
rode it up
interesting.
all the way onto the sand. And because this is a shore break type of wave, it means that it's breaking pretty close to shore. And you're able to ride that wave all the way through because the paddle allows. It won't take, oh my, look at this ramp. It is Tanner. Nice big air reverse down the beach. Can he pull it off? Can he get in front of that whitewash? And he does. That is an incredible maneuver right there. Got pretty high on top of that wave. Tanner McDaniel pulling that spin, reverse air flawlessly. That was incredible. When I saw that ramp, I was just,
You were eyeing that up from
oh
the get-go.
my, that was insane.
And Manny salivating over here watching these wedges roll in. One of the things with us being in the commentary booth, watching guys rip it up out in the water, we want to be out there just as much.
Oh my gosh, you have no idea. I actually brought my number 6 board, my fins, and I actually got a session in, even though it was 1 to 2 foot. But now, oh, you brought yours. It's already in the commentator's booth. So maybe if they close up shop, if we end this broadcast early, we'll probably go out and get a couple along with the 800 people that are ready to do the same. So look at that, just sucking up the rock right there. That's how much energy just came in overnight. I'm still tripping out. Nicholas Giada, taking a look at that one. And so thanks for hooking up the AC. That was very cool of you. Now, if we can only find mosquito repellent, because I'm getting chowed down. My ankles are just a little bloodbath going on right now. We are in the tropics. This is Rio de Janeiro.
Well, technically, you are a gringo, and there's a joke that goes around about how gringo blood tastes better because it's sweeter.
Well, my Mexican blood has a little bit of spice and sweetness. You can just call me the chicken mole blood for the mosquitoes. They're probably chowing down.
And when was the
Oh
last
my
time
God.
anybody ever called you a gringo?
Well,
Because the
about 2
paddle
weeks ago when I
allows.
was in
Won't
Baja.
take-
Check
oh
this out.
my,
Here's
look at this
another
ramp.
replay. Tanner
It is
McDaniel eyeing up this perfect
Nice
ramp.
big air
and a
reverse down the
beautiful air
beach.
reverse.
Can he
Tanner
pull it off?
McDaniel.
Can he get in
And
front
it's
of that
cool when
whitewash?
the conditions
And he
are right,
does.
when the
That
waves are
is-
big,
and
the
it-
top guys make it look like a playground out there. They're just having fun.
They make it look so easy out there. Clean lines, fluid maneuvers, and it makes all the rest of us want to go out there and try the same stuff.
Yeah, but the reality of it, we get out there and we're-
Not so pretty.
no, but Tanner McDaniel, his 2 scores, again, the judges being a little conservative, a 5.85 and a 5.75 for his top 2 waves, but they do like those big open face maneuvers where you land perfectly, land back on the wave, and you are able to ride through, just like Kenny Johnson, that 7.00 on that big ARS, but he needs to build that 3.25 as his second highest scoring wave. Nicholas Giada, he's playing conservative by going on these smaller inside left-hand waves, and he needs to improve. Again, non-elimination round, though, round number 1 of the main event.
Yeah, so basically, for all of you who are curious about the stadium format, everybody you see here in round 1, you will see again in either round 2, man-on-man elimination heats, or in round 3. Again, the winner goes straight to round 3. Second and third, they battle it out man-on-man in the next round, which we may very well see later on today. We'll probably go through the first half of round 2 of the main event before we call it a day here. So lots of action on tap here today. Manny Vargas, myself, Dave Hubbard will be bringing you all of the live action out in the water. And our colleague, Palace Amount, will be bringing you beach interviews.
Oh.
And look at this.
Oh, the first barrel. Is he going to come out of this? Tanner McDaniel pulling into a nice shack. But unfortunately, the barrel just runs away from him. Tanner McDaniel paddling back out, ducking under this big mountain of whitewash coming over him. So Tanner McDaniel trying to clock some tube time here in the early morning of Itacoatiara. We're coming up at 10 a.m. It is 9:51 a.m. here just outside of Rio de Janeiro. And yeah, unfortunately, he wasn't able to get out of that, but it was cool to see that possible barrel rides are being thrown down right here in Itacoatiara.
Well, if Itacoatiara holds true to its nature As this swell builds and we get further into the day, we could see it clean up, and we'll start seeing more deep barrel rides from our field of competition. And there's more than a few barrel
will be
trolls
bringing you
in
beach
our
interviews.
midst. There you can see Tanner McDaniel pulls in, but then it just kind of pinches on him. That second section was not able to thread the needle on that one, but still, Tanner McDaniel going deep, and he's just one of many proverbial tube trolls that we have here at the Itacoatiara Pro.
Oh my gosh. Oh, all right. So I need water. We're going to need water in this commentating booth for today because we are going to see some incredible action. Whoa, man, Jackson, you're on it. I think we're going to need some massages today.
Don't go that far, brother.
Oh, dang it.
I don't have those connects.
But no, we're going to see some incredible, insane action throughout the entire day as the swell continues to build. And the swell is going to actually stick around for the next day or two where we're going to be knocking out the main event. And as well, we're going to be waiting for the best day to throw down the finals of the juniors and the females. Here we go.
Tanner McDaniel on a smaller insider. Didn't like the way it was lining up. Kicks out. He'll head back out to the lineup. He's going to have to duck one of these, though, Manny. Look at this. Sets rolling in. And here we go. Nicholas Chiara up and riding on a right-hander. Eyeing up the section. Throws the roll. Hits it through the lip. And unfortunately unable to ride out through the white water. The turbulence shook him from his board. Now he's going to take one on the head to add insult to injury. But Nicholas going for it on that one. Changing up tactics a little. Like you had mentioned, he's been eyeing up those left-handers. Now giving it a go on the right-handers to see what he can put together there. A nice roll. Unfortunately, just could not hold on for the landing. And now here we go. Kenny Johnson sitting on that 7.0, looking to back it up with something a little more solid. Throws out the reverse off the top. So he will make his way back out to the lineup. And for those of you watching that see the view on camera, all of that whitewater turbulence on the inside, that rip there can actually take you out to the lineup pretty quickly. That's usually the best tactic, is to paddle out by the rocks, jump into the current, let it pull you out, and then just paddle across. You'll see a lot of guys utilize that today in getting back out to the lineup as quickly as possible during their heats. So also another reason possibly why Nicholas Chiara opting for the left. Catch a left, finish the wave, right into the current, back out to the lineup. It's almost like a conveyor belt. Meanwhile, there you can see Kenny Johnson ducking under, making his way back out. Again, Tanner McDaniel currently leads the way. Kenny Johnson in second, looking to replace his 3.25 as a backup score. We'll wait for scores to filter down from the judges' tower. And here we go, Nicholas Chiara up and riding. And he will kick out of that one, so a quick turnaround on that one for the Argentinian as he makes his way back to the lineup. And again, for those of you tuning in today, we have shifted competition down the beach to Pompo. And as such, we have actually gone to our secondary judges' tower about a quarter mile down the road from where our main tower is. So this morning, our production crew, everybody involved was loading cars and transporting equipment down there. Our production team was running extra internet cable in order to get everything set up for today. So a little bit of a production this morning, a mad scramble to get set up at the secondary tower since we moved down to Pompo. But you know what, with the waves we have and some of the rides we're seeing so far, well worth the effort for everybody involved. So again, there you can see on camera Nicholas Chiara taking a look at another left-hander on the inside, ups to pull back on that. He'll wait for something a little more substantial to roll through, as all three of our competitors on screen are waiting for their next wave riding opportunity. Time running down the heat. Get your score updates in just a moment, as I believe Tanner still looking pretty good with the lead, just waiting for that last score from Kenny Johnson to see if he was able to reclaim the top spot. Meanwhile, trying to work his way out of third, Nicholas Chiara throws the flip on the inside on this foamy right-hander. So Nicholas continues to work on building his scores and finishing strong here in this heat. And here we have another set coming in. It looks like Tanner McDaniel paddling for position. Actually, he's just going to paddle over the top, and Kenny Johnson will duck under this one. So, interesting thing with Pompo, you can be in position, or what you think is in position, and then a cleanup set will pop up out on the inside, and it's almost like paddling in dead water trying to get to that cleanup set. And it's not too uncommon to see even the best of riders take one on the head out there and get caught on the inside. This morning, Manny Vargas and I were watching from the main judges tower, and we were watching, 6, 7 guys at a time just get cleaned up on the inside. And like we've talked about the first couple of days here in the commentary booth, that inside is shallow, it's churning water, it's one big dead zone. You can get pinned to the bottom. It's work on the inside there.
You know what's not work is for you to go check out our APB Facebook page and tell us where you at. Let us know where you're tuning in from. And Hilda Houston is tuned in right now, and she is tuning in from Cape Town. I want to say that's Sarah and Jared Houston's.
Yes, that is the mother of 2015 world champion Jared Houston checking in from Cape Town, South Africa.
Not only is a world champion, but also has won this event how many times?
He was the champion of this event in 2014 as well. And since Hilder's checking in, a big shout out to Angus as well, Jared's father. He's usually tuned in and following along. I'm sure he's right there with her.
Check this out. So, yes, sorry, I was looking at the scores, but Tanner McDaniel taking a look at this one. Looks like a little section dropping in front of him. And can he get around and hit the lip? Yes, he does. Nice, clean roll right there. I was expecting something a little bit bigger from that first section, but it kind of did not break, and he timed it perfectly. So that's the reason why he's out there and we're not. All right, so we did get word. We have a couple of people tuning in, and they're saying something about the replays. We are on top of it, and we can't thank you enough for not only watching, but giving us a heads up on what you see and hear from all over the world. Again, Facebook, if you want to come in here in the commentator's booth and give us a shout out, or give whoever you want to shout out, tell us where you're tuning in from. Up and riding.
Kenny Johnson pulls in under the lip and just gets crunched on that one. And unfortunately, the Chilean diving for lobsters on that one, Manny.
Oh, my. I would take a lobster, extra butter, please. Thank you.
But fortunately, in all seriousness, Kenny Johnson pops back up, already on his way back out to the lineup. And you know what? It looks like we're probably getting down to the last couple minutes of the heat. As you can see, riders for the next heat taking their place out in the lineup and waiting patiently, doing their best to stay out of the way at the moment.
I believe the heat has ended, and we're waiting for the final scores. Yes, it looks like so far, waiting for the judges to validate and finish that heat, but it looks pretty solid right now. A very tight match between Tanner McDaniel and Kenny Johnson, only because Kenny Johnson could not come up with a second solid score, and here he is coming in. If he would have backed up that 7.0 ride with something like a 5, that would have been enough to get him in that first place spot, but his 4.10 as his top second scoring wave was putting him in very close contention and just keeps him settled in at possibly second place. We're going to give you the final results. I think we got commercials. All right, so don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to come back with heat number 4, round 1, right after this.
Só você que é um net sabe o que é multitelar. Ter de tudo no seu tablet, TV e celular. Conteúdo pra caramba, o Now tá em todo lugar. Ter ultra velocidade, a banda larga é pra voar. Quem é net faz bonito, tá com tudo pra brilhar. Dá um show em toda a tela, isso é multitelar, multitele. É multitele.
welcome back to the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro. Steve Action Jackson here in the booth with Manny Vargas.
Hey,
And you know what? We're getting right back into the mix with this next heat. And this is going to be a banger, Manny. We've got out in the water Jacob Romero, the Flying Hawaiian, joining the Chilean Charger himself, Matias Diaz, and the Brazilian veteran, Alberto Bruno. These guys are going to mix it up for the next 25 minutes.
Oh, my goodness. This is going to be a fun one to watch. If you're just tuning in, now's about a good time to send a message, tweet, Facebook message, post something. Let everybody know we have started the main event here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Send them. Actually, the best thing you can do is go to our YouTube feed on apbtour.com. Here we go, up and riding. Nice, clean. Oh, extension right there on that roll, but cannot pull it off. Matias Diaz in the yellow jersey did not pull off that maneuver, and you can see his fin has come off. That is one of the things that has been detrimental to a lot of competitors in their earlier rounds, where the fins either come off, they lose them. Like in his situation, it is still dangling from his ankle, so he's going to paddle back out. We're in the safe, little safe zone, and put it back on. And we talked about it before, and I wish I would have brought something here to the booth. Maybe Steve Action Jackson can show you what I think every single one of these riders should be wearing. This is my own personal opinion. But Jackson, do you have a pair of fins with the cinch method of the fins, or do you still use the shoelaces?
As a matter of fact, I've been using the cinches for a couple of years now.
Let's pull out a fin. Let's show everybody what we're talking about, because a lot of riders, the easiest thing you can do is just buy a pair of shoelaces, tie a knot on the fin strap, the ankle strap, and then tie another knot around your ankle. Boom, fin savers, fin tethers. And that's probably what Matias Diaz has, but this is the new age right here. And I don't know if we can get the camera guys in the production room to give us a camera shot to show you what we do have here. This is the cinch system. I don't know if you can show here. We do got a look, and we're always going to go to live action. And it looks like a couple of riders may be looking at this. Jacob, no, turning around. So if we can get a camera shot here, just to show you what we have here. This is the cinch system fin tether. And nobody's going to be taking off on this one. Jacob is taking a look at that. And another look at this one. So I think we do have a split second to show you what the cinch system is. We're going to ask the camera guys to just show you, because this is one of those crucial pieces of equipment that not only the leash, especially if you're in a competition, a leash, watch, of course your bodyboarding fins, but this is one of those things that you want to have in your quiver when you're competing. So the camera guys are going to take a quick little break from giving us a shot here in the commentator's booth. But once we get that, I really want to show you. And very nice of Steve to have one of the sponsors' equipment here. Look at this, J-Rom. Keep your eyes on the water. Oh, quick little cover up, in and out right there. First quick little barrel of the day from Jacob Romero. Every time he takes off on a wave, especially at a wedging, ramping wave, I mean, I hold my breath, because you never know what this guy, up and riding. Look at this. Roberto Bruno, big extended invert right there from the Brazilian. So it's definitely an air show in this heat.
Well, we mentioned the rundown at the beginning of the heat with these three guys. All of them seasoned competitors. Matias Diaz, probably the youngest age-wise, but skill-wise, definitely able to hang with the likes of Jacob Romero and Alberto Bruno. And Alberto Bruno has been around for quite a few years, a staple of Brazilian bodyboarding. It's really good to see him here in the main event, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what he has on offer. I mean, that invert, a perfect sampling, something to whet the appetite with, Manny Vargas.
I know. Look at this, up and riding. Nice, clean cover up. Can he end it with a big lip maneuver? He comes out with a roll, so a nice combination of maneuvers. Barrel riding skills, definitely a plus, and ends it with a nice roll. So that is probably going to be one of the higher scoring waves, even though it wasn't a bigger wave. If he can do that on a set wave, those are your maximum points that you're going to be looking at. Definitely in the high range, but that right there was pretty solid.
So again, keep in mind, this is a non-elimination round one, and these guys are just getting warmed up. Once we get a little deeper into the competition, round 2, round 3, that's where you're going to see elimination heats, and that's where you're really going to see guys ramp it up. This is almost like a practice session for these guys. It's a chance for them to go out, you know, find their groove, get their place in the lineup, and kind of get the engine warmed up and ready to go for the day.
Especially when the swell keeps building. I mean, if you end up in second or third place, you may be competing later on today. And if the swell predictions are right, you're going to be surfing in bigger waves than what you see here. Again, main event round number 1. We're going into main event round number 1 is a non-elimination round. First place goes straight into round 3. Jacob Romero up and riding. Keep your eyes on the water. Big backflip right there. That is what we expect, which is crazy if you think about it. Once you see Jacob on a wave, you expect a giant backflip. You expect a big flip maneuver from him. For me, that'd be a ton of pressure, but for him, it's a walk in the park.
Yes, Jacob Romero earning a reputation over the past several years as an aerialist, and there you see why. A nice aired out backflip, good elevation, got the maneuver landed clean and around without any issues, and Jacob Romero going to town out there on that last wave.
So big shout out to everybody. If you didn't hear, we're going to be posting where you at with the heat we are in on our APB Facebook page. But first, look at this ramp. Oh my!
Matias Diaz with the barrel, backdoors the barrel section, then throws the invert off the closeout section. So again, a smaller wave, but manages the backdoor the barrel, comes out and inverts it. And now look at this. Some really solid-looking waves, you know, spitting barrels we're starting to see. As it gets bigger and cleaner today, I mean, we're in store for a treat, Manny Vargas.
Yeah, I mean, some of the waves that run up the rock you see on the right side of your screen will actually create a wave that reverbs off of that rock and creates a wedge. Look at this. Oh, ho, ho. Pressing the eject button before pulling it, or before pulling into that, and decides to straighten out and cuts out of that, so he will lose priority. We do have a priority system in place, but again, round number 1, main event out in the water. What we're going to see here is first place. If you win your heat, you go straight into round number 3. Second and third, you get another chance. You are not eliminated from the event, and you will face off with the other riders that ended up in second and third place from round number 1, and you will then be competing in an elimination round in round number 2. So you do get a second chance if you do not come into the first place in this round. So we do have something on our APB Facebook page. That's when you're going to be able to come and say hi to the world. We'll post something. We'll actually post where you at with the current heat that is in the water. So today, first where you at of the day. Shout out to Shane Lono, who's tuning in from Kailua, Oahu, saying, what's up, aloha, Manny and Steve. Isn't it like 2:30 or 3 o'clock out there?
It's super dark hours. Oh, look at this.
There's no way he's going to come out of that, but a nice, clean breakfast barrel right there from our rider in yellow, Matias Diaz. So Matias not having the best heat right now as far as getting those bigger, cleaner waves. Jake Romero and Roberto Bruno still looking pretty comfortable. Aiden Wilson tuned in from South Africa, Cape Town. We got Henry Leroux from Parol in South Africa. No beach here, just mind surfing. But hey, thanks for tuning in, Henry. We'll do our best to bring you the best action here in Itacoatiara. Daryl was tuned in from San Diego. What time is it there? I think it's 7 o'clock. Daryl, what's up from the MSU crew? Dwayne Thompson from Afghanistan. Thanks for tuning in, and say hi to everybody that is in Afghanistan. We want you guys all to be safe out there. Dan is in Perth. WA, Tanner has killed it. Grant Spencer tuning in. We got Graham Kinn in Perth. We also have Matt from Sydney and Christopher all as well tuned in. Wow, the Perth crew are watching. I wonder if they're all getting together at a bar or something.
And if I could add one in, I got hit up this morning with a message from a friend of mine, George Powell, videographer from parts in Europe. He's currently watching and following along from Rwanda.
What? Look at this. Nice, clean left-hander. Nice, clean bottom turn. Can't really tell what he did on that wave right there, but I'm going to guess either a roll to play that conservative card and ride it out, but the judges do have a better view. We are still here in the main event area. I mean, the main stage area. And the judges, because the wave is breaking down the beach about a quarter mile down the road, the judges did have a stationary backup judging booth, a container that is perfectly situated for this situation where the swell is coming in perfectly for that break down the beach. So the judges are about a quarter mile away, and we're still here at the main site giving you the live feed. So the judges have the best view, even if the waves are breaking down the beach. Look at this, Jacob Romero.
Jacob Romero pulls in and goes for the air reverse on that one. And it looks like he's actually going to ride out of that.
Oh, my goodness. How did he do that?
So a bit of a foamy monster there. He made the drop, sank his rail, set his line, and then boom.
I mean, his timing was perfect. Look at that ramp right there. Who's that? Roberto Bruno? Roberto Bruno turning around. Look at this wedge. Perfectly formed. He's not afraid to hit the lip. And there he goes. Big invert. The momentum almost threw his legs out. That was just too much to handle for the Brazilian. That was incredible. Roberto Bruno couldn't hold on to that, but still an incredible maneuver off that thick, heavy lip. Oh, my goodness. So we are live here once again for the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro. We are heat number 4 with about 11 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. We are still working on our graphics to make sure those are up and ready, but we will give you the feed and the updated scores as we progress on. This is round number 1, heat number 4, currently out in the water, the situation.
Right now leading the way, Jacob Romero has a 7.0 and a 5.50 on his scorecard. He leads the way over Matias Diaz. Matias with a 6.15 and a 5.50. And currently sitting in third, Roberto Bruno with a 5.75 on his opening wave. A 1.0 as a backup score, so he'll be looking to replace that sooner rather than later as we count down to about 11 minutes remaining in this heat. So again, Jacob Romero, the Hawaiian, leading the way thus far in heat 4.
Yeah, I think those scores from those last 2 wave exchanges have yet to drop. But look at this, down the beach. Oh, my. Strangely enough, Matias Diaz is not really piecing together a performance that he wants, but you know what? It's enough to get him into that second place spot. And the reason being is Roberto Bruno.
Yes, again, Roberto Bruno sitting on a 5.75, but he has a backup score of 1.0. So, you know, he really has one legitimate wave score on his score sheet. Meanwhile, Matias Diaz has a couple of mid-range scores, and that kid's been out there barrel hunting, Manny.
Yeah, right now we do have a priority system out in the water. Jacob Romero, first priority, and Roberto Bruno has second priority. Quickly, a summary of the priority system.
The priority system is set with the first rider to paddle for and catch a wave, and then as each rider catches, it sets the scale. The first rider would be placed at the bottom of the priority pole, and then it cycles through accordingly as each rider catches a wave. That way it cuts down on the amount of hassling and the potential for interferences.
And there are ways that you can lose the priority. If you have first priority and you paddle for a wave and you show intent to go for the wave, but you pull back and do not go on the wave, you do lose your priority. And the person who has that second priority will go straight into that first priority slot, and you would trickle down to, depending on how many people are in the heat, we'll either go, in this situation, down to the bottom of third priority, or if we have a 4-man heat or man-on-man, you will go to the bottom, no matter what. So there are different ways to use these priorities. If you have priority, there's strategies involved as well. And you're going to see a couple paddle battles. Those happen when 2 riders who lose priority or don't have priority and they are on the inside, and the first one to get to the outside, to the area where you can start catching waves, then that person will have the first priority following that. Well, not necessarily the first priority. If somebody's out there and has a first priority, the first people out of those two will either have that second priority. I don't know if you can hear it, but the wind has picked up, just rattling the walls around here. So pretty hectic conditions, as you can see, just very stormy and ugly just on the outside of that rock, but look at how glassy and beautiful these waves are on the inside.
Yes, the local forecast calling for rain today and tomorrow. But the only rain we're worried about is the riders making it rain out in the lineup, as we've got solid swell. It's still on the increase, and it's supposed to stick around for the next several days. So you know what? Let the weather be a little funky and gray. As long as we've got surf powering through out there and riders ripping it up, it's all good, Manny V.
That's right. So 8 minutes remaining in this heat. All right, quick rundown on the scores. Jacob Romero currently leading the heat with a 7.0 and a 5.5. Matias Diaz has a 6.15 and a 5.0. And Roberto Bruno, he needs a 7.7 to be in that first place spot. And again, first place advances on to round number 3. Second and third get another chance and go into round number 2. What's happening with this guy on the inside? He's just getting ragdolled on the whitewash right here. But yeah, I'm still amazed on how incredible this swell just rolled in overnight. I mean, seriously, it was like a bay out there yesterday. I thought the day before was small. I didn't think it was going to get any smaller, but it turned into an absolute just flat, like a lake, just little waves just surging onto the sandy beach. And then I did not want to believe the locals when they said, yeah, it's going to be 6 to 8 foot tomorrow afternoon. As we're looking out into the water where it was absolutely flat. But here it is. Predictions right on target, according to the locals. Kalani Latanzi, who is also the local in our game, You Riding, the Journey bodyboard game. And the cool thing about the Journey bodyboard game, download it for free. You can compete virtually here at this event as well. Here we go, up and riding.
Here we have Alberto Bruno eyeing up the section, throws out the air roll spin, gets it around, comes out clean. A forward spin for good measure and a roll on the inside. And so throwing a big maneuver on the outside and then a quick combination to finish off. Nice wave there for Alberto Bruno.
Watch what he's doing right here. There's still time. There's about 6 minutes remaining in this heat. You've seen him coming up onto the sand. So what he's going to do is actually come in, walk over towards the rock, and there's actually a little rip current or a current that pulls you out, and that is right next to the rock. So he's going to make his way down over to the rock and paddle back out. Here's another look at it. This is what we missed. That was Matias Diaz. Air reverse.
Beach, nice wave there for Matias Diaz.
So, and you can see Matias Diaz already back out in the lineup. Roberto Bruno going over by the rock. And look at this, Matias Diaz taking a look right now. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a replay.
Yeah. Here we have Roberto Bruno on the replay. The air roll spin. Squirts out from underneath the whitewater. And then again throws into a spin roll combo on the inside. So progressive maneuver on the outside. Some old school maneuvering on the inside. As Roberto Bruno continues to work on his scores, trying to dig himself out of that third spot. Again, non-elimination heat out in the water right now, but still it'd be nice to win that heat, skip around, and basically sit back and watch the rest of the field for the afternoon.
All right, Jackson, once we got a little lull in the action right here, highs and lows so far from your experience here at the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro.
Highs and lows? I don't know if there's been too many lows thus far. I mean, we saw some incredible competition in the men's trials, the level of talent. Honestly, in conversations with two-time world champ and two-time Itacoatiara Pro champ, Amaury Laverne, we were amazed at the level of talent we saw in the trials. And the same can be said for the Pro Junior division. We're seeing a little bit of a changing of the guard as competitors like Socrates Santana and Tanner McDaniel graduate to the men's division. But you know what? There are kids picking up the slack, and not only from Brazil, which has been strong here year in and year out, but the Chilean contestants in the Pro Junior as well. Meanwhile, back to live action, Manny.
Oh my, nice clean backflip right there, but it in kind of a very difficult part of the wave where a lot of whitewash was coming up the wave and wasn't able to pull it off. That was our rider in blue, Roberto Bruno. Now he's getting a little nervous out there as time is starting to tick down under the 5-minute mark. And you were talking about the Pro Juniors. Also, the women's division, Ayaka Suzuki from Japan has been impressive from day one, and I can't wait to see her in these conditions.
Yes, I would be remiss if I did not mention the ladies. That's somewhat smaller field this year, but the women that showed up meaning business. Meaning business out in the water. There you can see it, Roberto Bruno throwing out the flip, and unfortunately just got eaten up by that wall of whitewater. And meanwhile, we have a change of situation out in the water. Approaching the 3-minute mark, Matias Diaz with a 6.65 and a 6.15 now jumps ahead of Jacob Romero, and here we have Matias Diaz up and riding.
Oh, it looked like he had everything under control right there, which he did, but then saw the wave just not ready, not forming up to what he like. Oh, look at this. Roberto Bruno turning around on this nugget of a wave. Pulls in, and that's just not going to stay open for him. So, wow. So, again, non-elimination round. These guys are trying to get into that first place spot to bypass round number 2 and jump into round number 3, which we're going to see in tomorrow's action. We're going to run as many as we can into round number 2, but the rider in first place will go straight into round number 3. Look at this last wave from Jacob Romero.
Jacob with the air reverse.
Yes.
And there you see him bounce out in front. And that will put him back in the lead. A 7.0
Nice.
to go with his 6.15 moves him ahead of Matias Diaz. Matias Diaz now needs a 6.51 to be in first. Roberto Bruno sitting in that third spot, still trying to build his scores. He's gotten them to a 5.90 and a 5.75, sitting on a couple of mid-range scores, but still trying to work his way out of the third spot.
That's right. So Roberto Bruno, you will see him again. Matias Diaz, you will see him again. And Jacob Romero, if he holds on to that first place spot, you're going to see him in round number 3. So pretty insane waves right now, pretty insane competition. The riders are not holding back at all. It's all a matter of if they get that perfect section, they're definitely going to hit it and either get a backflip, ARS, big extended roll, or an invert at the end of that wave. So it's going to be pretty amazing as the swell increases throughout the day. So thank you all for tuning in. Let me post something really quick on our APB Facebook page and ask one more time with a fresh new list, where you at? Tell us where you're tuning in from and who you're rooting for.
Meanwhile, working our way through the closing moments of this heat, again, Jacob Romero, the rider in red, currently leads the way over Matias Diaz and Roberto Bruno in this non-elimination heat. Right now, Jacob Romero looking to advance forward. There you can see Matias Diaz, one last look, hoping maybe to reclaim the top spot from the Hawaiian, but unfortunately was not really lining up for him. He decides to pull back, and we're probably going to watch time expire with the situation out in the water remaining the same. Jacob Romero will take the heat win and advance on to round 3. We will see Matias Diaz and Roberto Bruno again in round 2, man-on-man elimination heats. But wait, we're not done yet. Matias Diaz, one last shot at that top spot and drives off the bottom, punches the roll through the lip. I don't believe that's going to be enough. If I recall correctly, he was looking for a 5.81, and I don't know if that roll through the lip is going to get the job done. I stand corrected. A 6.51 is what he was looking for. And here we have one more wave rolling through. We'll see if we have any takers to close things out. Roberto Bruno up and riding. And it looks like heat's over as both of these guys, Jacob and Roberto, just cruising in. Jacob Romero always stylish in and exiting the water. So it's going to be Jacob Romero moving on to round 3. So we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with the next heat. Stay tuned.
Você que é um net, sabe o que é multitelar. Ter de tudo no seu tablet, TV e celular. Conteúdo pra caramba, o Now tá em todo lugar. Ter ultra velocidade, a banda larga é pra voar. Quem é net faz bonito, tá com tudo pra brilhar. Dá um show em toda a tela, isso é multitelar, multitele. É multitele.
And welcome back to the first day of main event competition here at the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro. I'm Steve Action Jackson, joined here in the booth by Dave Hubbard, 8-time world champion drop knee master.
Oh, I'm stoked to be here with you, Steve, and the waves are really good. I think this heat is definitely going to be a crowd favorite, as we've got GT out of his semi-retirement to compete internationally once again here on home court, even though he is calling Hawaii home nowadays. Of course, Guilherme Tamega representing Brazil very strongly, 6-time world champion in the water in the blue jersey.
Yes, and he is joined out in the water by Alan Munoz and Diego Cabrera. So we've got 3 heavy hitters out in the water right now, battling it out here in this non-elimination heat. Again, winner goes to round 3. Second and third battle it out in man-on-man competition in round 2.
Yeah, which is so wonderful. We love to start the event with non-elimination because, as you're going to see throughout all of round 1, awesome heats, just like the one in the water right now, just a stacked heat. We're going to be able to see each of these riders at least once more after this heat. So thankfully this is not the end of the road for any of the riders in the water. One of them will be catapulted directly into round number 3, and second and third from these round 1 matchups go to battle it out in round number 2.
Now, you were one of those riders that was fortunate enough to win and advance on to round 3. You were out in the water for heat number 1 this morning. Tell us a little bit about the conditions and how it felt to get things started out there this morning.
Well, it was very exciting to get down to the beach here to the event structure and find out that we would be resuming and beginning competition of the main event down at Pompo, as they call it, the corner of the beach here at Itacoatiara. And as I made my way down there for a little bit of a free surf, just saw these beautiful kind of wedging right-handers coming on through. Let's take a look at GT live action, just kind of skeetering out there, hoping to get his edge in, but the wave kind of ran ahead. We've got a wave out the back, Steve.
Here we have up and riding Diego Cabrera, taking a look at this one, pulls into the barrel, finds the exit, and comes out with the spit. And he is going to kick out a nice opening wave there for the Canary Islander.
Oh, my. That was beautiful wave, Steve. And I would think that the judges getting the straight-on angle would have seen exactly how deep he was in there. We're looking straight in, and we had our eyes on him the whole time. But I bet from the beach he was lost from view. Yeah, he's way deep in there, riding the foam ball at parts of that nice barrel ride there. Great opener for Diego Cabrera. We'll give you scores once they come in. But as we were mentioning, just an awesome way to start the event with such great conditions down at Pompo.
Yeah, so while we wait for scores to filter in, there you can see our riders in the water right now waiting for the next set to come in. And some solid waves rolling through this morning. Again, keep in mind the forecast is calling for the swell to continue to fill in this morning and into the afternoon. We could see it get pretty big and heavy before the day is done.
Yeah, I would not be surprised at all, especially how quickly the swell came up overnight, as Manny was mentioning earlier. And we could continue to see it rising throughout the day, maybe even twice this size by the close of the competition in the afternoon. Let's take a look at yellow. Alan Munoz from Chile doesn't find the section and dives out the back. So we do have some scores coming in. Just a 1 point for Guilherme Tamega on his first wave, but a massive number getting dropped here, Steve.
A 9.25 for Diego Cabrera on the deep barrel ride. That's our first major barrel of the morning. And you know what? I have a feeling we're going to see more of those throughout the course of the day.
Wow, just gorgeous. What a way to start. 9.25, the highest single wave score of the event thus far. Of course, we've only run through trials, pro juniors and women, so this is the first round of the main event of the men's, but nonetheless, on the third day of competition here in Itacoatiara, the highest wave that we've seen scored. So here's our rider, Diego Cabrera, just having to dive out as he was a little too deep on that one. But wow, just to go back to that 9.25, what a opener.
And here we have Guilherme Tamega up and riding on this one, looking to get around the section. It's going to section off in front of him. So he promptly dives for the bottom, kicks out, and he'll make his way back out to the lineup. So GT still having a little trouble dialing in his first couple of waves. Not really what he was expecting or hoping for. But if we know Guilherme Tamega from past competition experiences, the animal is going to be on the hunt.
Oh, certainly will be. And he was this morning. Saw him out there in the free surf. And typical GT fashion, he was squealing and making loud noises verbally, just releasing his excitement and sharing it with those others who are riding out there. And, you know, if there's something I've seen over the years, it's that GT is not afraid to take off on closeouts just to get the ball rolling. So even though we've seen very little in the way of scores coming out of GT's rides, I do think that he'll probably start getting into the rhythm and finding those good rides here shortly, because he's a super smart competitor. He's pretty fearless, and he just goes for it. There's no hesitation, no holding back. He really is you know, kind of a go-get-'em fella. But let's take a look at our heat leader, Diego Cabrera. Nice roll, and completes it. So he's got himself a short backup score now. We'll get you the score when it comes in, but definitely a good way to keep the momentum going after that 9.25 opener. And just a beautiful venue we have for this event. Just you can see the outside edge of the bay there as we scoot back the camera angle, and then the rock right there at Pompo that these guys are surfing right off the edge of. That's helping it wedge up and form these beautiful right-hand wedgy peaks today.
And it looks like that last wave for Diego Cabrera is going to come in at a 5.0, a good mid-range score to back up that 9.25. And as he makes his way out to the lineup to look for his next wave, right now he's in pretty firm control of this heat here in the early going. We still have about 60.5 minutes remaining in this 25-minute heat, and it's been the Diego Cabrera show so far.
Yeah, certainly has. And just as we bring you those graphics, we're now going to show you them on screen. So thanks for your patience, and now you can follow along on screen and see the light combination situation there for GT and Alan, as they need to overcome a 14.25 heat total to catch Diego. And Diego, mainly with the strength of that 9.25, just definitely dominating this heat. But with the backup score, it's also better than anything GT or Alan have. Even if you combined all the waves that each of those guys have, it's still not even as good as Diego's backup. So Diego sitting in control in the driver's seat of this heat. And just a great way to start the action. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. We do know that there's a bunch of you tuning in. We did those shout-outs earlier. And a special request from Louis Finnegan. He wanted a shout-out. He's watching from just down the street at the Damata residence. He was taken to the hospital last night, actually, suffering from a very, very sore stomach. He was feeling quite crook, as he would say, but he is on the mend. They got a drip in him, gave him some medication. He is feeling better, so he will be coming up a little bit later on today in his heat. Hopefully he's feeling good enough to do some of those awesome maneuvers that we love to see him do. So now just about down to 15 minutes remaining. Thank you so much for everybody who's tuning in. We've got this show on the road. The sun's starting to come out, and the graphics are up, and things are going good.
All right, so 14:45 left on the clock there. You can see the rundown. Diego Cabrera with a 9.25 and a 5.0 leads the way. Guilherme Tamega currently in second with a minimal advantage over Alan Munoz. Both Tamega and Munoz in combination situation needing 2 new wave scores to take a shot at Diego Cabrera, who came out and jumped out to an early lead with that big 9.25. And there across the bottom of the graphics bar, you can see priority in the hands of Tamega, but it's Alan Munoz on this wave throwing out the roll. This should definitely help improve his situation and help build his scores through the course of the heat. And here we have Tamega pulling into the closeout and just getting gobbled up on the inside there. So Munoz looking to improve his situation. Tamega still looking to dial in. And meanwhile, Cabrera continues to lead the way. Here's the replay of Alan Munoz. Look at this, Dave. Thick, slabby beach break, punches the roll in a critical section, sticks the landing. Nice wave there from Alan Munoz. This will definitely help get him back into the mix of things.
Yeah, and I really appreciated that roll. You know, it was a critical section. He had to kind of muscle his way through the lip there for part of it, but it projected him nice and cleanly out in front of the wave. The rotation was very clean, very cylindrical. So 6.65 coming in for Alan. He's no longer in the combination situation, now needing a 7.61. He's just about to get himself into that third priority spot. But as you were alluding to, Steve, we've got that bar along the lower part of the graphic, and when you see P under one of the names, it's an indication of what priority they are sitting in the heat. So at this point in time, red, Diego Cabrera, sitting in first priority, GT with second priority. And we'll see the P3 pop up right there for Alan Munoz in yellow, indicating that he has third priority. So, and just to go over the priority rules and sequencing, it allows our riders to wait and take the waves that they want to from the position that they want to. They don't have to worry about where the other riders are sitting if they have priority above the other riders. So if you paddle for a wave, that will be deemed your use of priority. So if you catch it, or even if you just paddle for the wave, that is how you will use or lose your priority sequencing. And if you paddle for it, you will just return to the lowest part of the priority sequence. So if all 3 riders are out in the water and you are in first priority and paddle for a wave, you'll be shifted down to priority 3. While if it's just you and one other rider in the water and you paddle for a wave in priority 1, you will then just move down into priority 2. So it's just it's pretty much exactly how we would share the waves if we're out in a free surf. So you wait your turn, you get a wave, you take a wave or you paddle for a wave, and that's your turn.
So there you have it in a nutshell, a breakdown of the priority system, courtesy of Dave Hubbard, a man who's very well versed in the priority system, doing double duty here at these events, competing and commentating. Dave, a man of many hats these days.
Yeah, and even was able to get my level 1 judging certificate down in Tahiti. Craig Haddon put on a course for a few of the riders who, and even Alex Leon, who we all wanted to learn just a little bit more of what it takes, and so we can also help out in our regions at some of the local club comps. So, yeah, wearing a few more hats these days, and love to learn the ins and outs and be a part of this beautiful sport that we call bodyboarding.
And back out in the water there, you can see some sets rolling through. We'll see if we have any takers on the waves headed in. But right now, again, Diego Cabrera sitting on that 9.25 opening barrel ride. Still maintains the lead as these guys are going to duck through this one. And we've mentioned it a few times already this morning throughout the first few days. You have to keep an eye on the horizon here at all times because those cleanup sets can pop up out of nowhere. And they're not a lot of fun to get caught on the inside of.
Yeah, they certainly aren't. And there was a few cleanup sets this morning prior to competition getting underway. But as this swell is on the rise, we are going to expect to see a couple of those rogue sets marching on throughout the day. And I will not be surprised if at times some or all of the riders in the lineup get caught by a big set on the outside. So let's take a look here. We've got a few looks from riders. We had looked like Alan Munoz lifting his hand up, hoping the judges saw the paddle. He felt that Diego paddled on that. We'll see if there is a shift in the priority sequence, as Alan has moved up into second priority at this point. 9 minutes remaining, so we're well into the second half of this heat. Alan Munoz, really the only guy to start the chase on Diego. Here's our heat leader up and riding. Finds a nice roll for this section. Has to dive out. So we'll see if that increases his lead. But Alan Munoz, meanwhile, out the back. Big line up to a closeout section. Dives out the back. He's going to return to the lineup. And, you know, at the beginning of the heat, I said how GT stays busy and just takes off on everything. Well, he's kind of showing me up now as he's been very patient for the last 7 minutes. But here he takes his attack on this wave, finds a nice line up to the lip. Big roll. There's the extended arms from the man himself, GT. That's what we know and we've loved to see over time. Still one of the best maneuvers I've seen in competition. Probably that 97 pipe event where GT was doing those big rolls on 10-foot pipeline. Just incredible to see. Even a basic maneuver like the roll can be executed just so amazingly if the section is right, and still very high risk at times on bigger waves and heavier sections. So,
or even if you want to go back to the 1994 pipeline contest where he won his first world title, Guilherme Tomega doing full looping, arms extended rolls, death rolls as they were being referred to.
That's right, that's right.
Maxing second reef pipe.
Oh yeah. Yep, those were the days when GT was maybe even still using a surfboard leash on his arm. One of the first, not the first, but one of the first bodyboarders to ever start using bicep leashes. Before that time, companies were only making wrist leashes. So GT saw somebody at his local beach put a surfboard leash that's made for, the cuff is made to fit on someone's ankle, and they affixed it to their bicep. So I think the bicep leash pretty much tried and tested and developed down here in Brazil, and GT was one of the first riders to bring that internationally onto the scene.
Yeah, for you young riders at home watching and following along, at one point in bodyboarding, the only kind of leashes you could get were 3-foot-long straight leashes for your wrist, which were basically just a surf leash cut in half, or using a regular surfboard leash as a leg leash on your bodyboard. We didn't have coiled leashes for the wrist or the bicep at one point in time. So, you know, technology has come a long way and helped riding a lot.
Certainly has, and Alan Munoz looks like he comes out of that nice extended roll that he found on that left-hander and rides it all the way to the beach. What's nice about that area he's just going to start paddling back out through is there's kind of a little rip current right along the rock there. So if you're close enough to the rock, there is a bit of a rip that can suck you out. Won't be surprised if Alan Munoz returns to the lineup fairly quickly via that rip current, but seems like rolls are the maneuver of order as per the last 10 minutes of this heat. We've seen a pretty solid succession of rolls going down. GT getting a 5.65 on his roll. And does look like Diego has increased his lead on the field, getting a 6.35 for his last roll. We'll wait to see scores of Alan's roll on that left-hander. But just, I love this angle here, Steve, that we're just looking right up, pretty much right into this wedgy right-hand beach break. You know, it's just, the waves are pretty much coming right at the camera, and that view that we had of Diego Cabrera in that barrel was just, I mean, he was pretty much pointed right at us. So it was great to see.
Yes, all of us, I think, pretty much on the same page with enjoying the view and the swell we're receiving today here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Those nice big peaky wedges coming in. The right-handers, we're starting to see some barrels open up, and those bowls that we've been seeing guys air out air reverses on. A nice sign of things to come here in the main event. I mean, this is just the starting point of the main event. I can't wait to see how intense things get as we progressively work our way through the field.
Yeah, and with this swell, we're so stoked that it showed up, and we're able to start early this morning and start getting right into the main event, and hopefully the swell will be around tomorrow, maybe even bigger and a better direction for it. So potential for an absolutely insane day of competition, not only today, but also tomorrow. So clear out that schedule and make sure that you stay tuned if it's at all possible for your scheduling. But thanks for everybody who's tuning in right now. Love to bring you this action live here from the beautiful Praia de Itacoatiara outside of Rio de Janeiro in the city of Niterói. Very, very beautiful, beautiful little town and suburb of Itacoatiara. Let's take a look at this. Whoa, Diego Cabrera just getting ragdolled behind that one. Alan going up for a nice ARS and finds a little bit of a bank reverse section there. A lot of white water churning there right next to the shore. Comes undone after that, but a cool little flip to add to his scorecard. Not sure it'll be the near 9 that he needs to approach the lead by Diego, but there is a few moments left. GT sitting with priority, needs almost a perfect 10, but you know, I wouldn't count him out for being able to get that if the right wave pops up, Steve.
Yeah, I concur on that thought, Dave. Guillermo Tamega, if anybody can pull a 10, like an ace from the sleeve, he's the man to do it.
Yeah, super exciting to see GT here. Of course, we see him annually at the pipe event because he is a lifeguard residing on the north shore of Oahu, residing in Hawaii. So we see GT annually at the pipe event, which is always a pleasure. But last year, he made an appearance down at Tahiti, entered the APB event down there at Teupo, and we got to see GT in international competition outside of Hawaiian or Brazilian waters for the first time since his semi-retirement. He does kind of go back and forth about claiming that retirement, but it's great to see him at another international event here in 2017. Just an absolute legend, still super fit. Spends his time saving lives on the North Shore, and just an absolutely incredible bodyboarder as well. Still, let's take a look at this. He's waited for a while very patiently, Now he's going to eye up that section just in front, and he ends up diving out. So with just about a minute left, he's back to the drawing board. He's going to fight his way back out, resume himself in the priority sequence, starting with priority 3. Diego Cabrera still in the lead. Alan Munoz kind of skips out of that one off the back. So now GT's got priority 2. Diego, heat leader, with first priority, has first pick of whatever wave that comes in. GT's going to probably go and sit deep so he doesn't have to worry about avoiding the waves that Diego may or may not go for. Just going to do his own thing, lone soldier it down in the corner. Just a few more moments remaining before looks like the inevitable advancement of Diego Cabrera is looming over the heads of GT and Allen, but GT is going to give it a last-ditch effort here. Scoops in. There he finds the flip that he's been waiting for most of the heat.
Whoa.
And he does yield to Diego Cabrera, who's coming at the left, does a nice reverse. So good going for GT, because had he interfered with Diego, who had first priority, that could have been a penalty. And looks like Diego Cabrera moving on to round number 3. We will see Alan Munoz and Guillermo Tamaga in round number 2.
So an interesting heat there as it comes to a close. Diego Cabrera all over it from start to finish. We're going to throw into a quick commercial break, pay a few bills. We'll be back right after this.
Só você que é um net sabe o que é multitelar. Ter de tudo no seu tablet, TV e celular. Conteúdo pra caramba, o Now tá em todo lugar. Ter ultra velocidade, a banda larga é pra voar. Quem é net faz bonito, tá com tudo pra brilhar. Dá um show em toda a tela, isso é multitelar, multitele. É multitele.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Manny V and David Hubbard, a.k.a. Dub. This is some live, incredible action going down here at the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro here on the outskirts of Rio de Janeiro on the beautiful beaches of Niterói. Itacoatiara. Dub, you were out there earlier this morning, and lucky for us, we got to see you in action. And now we are live with heat number 6 out in the water.
And we got Jared Houston as well as Lori Glenier from Reunion Island, Santiago Sanchez from Argentina. They'll all be taking on the previous world champion from South Africa, Jared Houston. And I gotta say, been staying over at the D'Amatas residence down the street with the likes of Jared Houston and Ian Campbell and Louis Finnegan. And Jared Houston has definitely earned himself the title of being the squad emperor. So he's pretty much was one of the forefathers of the squad a couple years ago, and he was squad leader for a time, and then Tanner McDaniel had to sub in after Actually, even a couple events before Jerry's injury last year. But now that Jerry's back in full effect, he has been declared the emperor of the squad. So even more powerful than just a leader. Let's take a look at blue. Santiago Sanchez from Argentina opting to go left here. Cool little forward floater re-entry attempt, but did not re-enter the wave. So, you know, we're seeing a couple lefts getting ridden, but mostly rights. I'm always interested in how those lefts shape up as they're kind of going against the grain. They're kind of coming at the oncoming wedge section. Sometimes some of these lefts, the oncoming section that you're flying towards is bigger than the section you're coming from. So just an interesting choice of options. And here is it, Gobbler again, who's flying the drawn.
I want to say Marcelo is now in the house. We'll get a double check on the production crew. How was that little pan
Free
into
surf guy going big a little bit down from the competition site of today. We're down at Pompo. So thank you so much for the fellas bringing us these amazing drone shots, and just a great way to get another angle, another perspective of this oceanic region, as they call it, the beaches of Niteroi. Let's take a look at Santi opting for this right-hander while Lori was heading on that left. Jared Houston just outside, just checking the backs of the waves as his competitors start moving, start catching waves. Jerry was out this morning. He was out there on a free surf, got a bunch of good waves. So he knows the lineup. He's familiar with it. He was riding it just a couple hours ago. So he's going to be waiting for a nice wave to come in, and this looks like it could be it. Jerry Houston.
Look at this ramp. Nice, clean, extended air right there from Jared Houston. Not bad for a first wave. Definitely will be one of the highest scores of the heat so far. So his patience did pay off right there as he waited for that bigger, cleaner wave, and it came through, and he went for a perfectly executed invert maneuver. So Jared Houston now on the board. Quick rundown on the shout outs from everybody tuning in here at the Itacoatiara Pro. We got Shannon tuned in from Green Long, Victoria. Here's another look at Jared Houston.
Looks like it could be it. So that
Houston
section approached pretty quick. You have to just take one line right up to it.
Extended
flung
air
it
right
out.
there from
Nice,
Jared Houston.
clean
Not bad for a first wave.
air
Definitely
move,
will be.
landed that invert very smoothly. Getting back to it, Tom Callahan from Pattaya, Thailand.
What? So Thailand is tuned in. We got Bali, Indonesia. We got Jacob is shredding it to pieces, according to Luke. Jeremy in Puerto Rico. Jackson Miller is tuned in from Australia.
Shane Pigeon from Durban, South Africa. Romero killing it. Waiting on Roberts, Campbell, and Houston. Go Saffas. Pretty quick. You have to just take one line right up to it.
Extended
Slung
nice
it out.
clean from
Nice,
Jared Houston.
clean.
Not bad for a pocket first ride.
air
Definitely
move,
will be super
landed
deep in the
that
barrel.
invert.
Actually, from our angle, he looked like he could have been barreled, but from the straight-on view from the judges, it was more like a face riding the face of the wave. So Santi's still keeping active, though. So down a few more names to call down.
Thanks for OGM, everybody at the beautiful bodyboard shop there in the south of France in Queberton. Thanks so much for tuning in, OGM.
Paul is tuned in from Barbados. JP is in South Africa. Trent, what's up in Sydney? Reese is tuned in from South Africa as well. So the South Africans, they know who is going out there because they're all tuning in right now to watch their very
It's
own.
just prime time for them, too. Mafus Lombard, also from Strand, South Africa, saying, lekker, bro. And was that the Mafus that just won the Tunt Challenge?
Oh,
I think so. So thanks so much for that champion bodyboarder to tune in, loving it.
why isn't he here? We need to get more Safas here.
Maybe off of the 17 Rand that he won at the Tunt Challenge, it might pay for a ticket next year.
There we go. We got Blue's replay wave. Look at that section just dumping over him. Most likely, yep, clean in and out. And tries to go for a bank reverse at the end of that, but could not pull it around. So congratulations once again.
And Sakapano, Jason Sakapani from Maui, loving that, tuning in. Inventor of the Saka flip.
Robbie is tuned in from Cape Town. We're going to come back to that. Wow, the South Africans are definitely tuning in. CM Storm. We got Sam Brown in Kauai. What time is it in Hawaii? Isn't it like 4 a.m. or 3 a.m.?
It's right now. It's about 5 or 6 a.m. I think.
Look at this, Laurie. Oh, getting rejected
Getting
out
a
of
little
that.
head dizzle.
So yes, we got Andrew Stein. I believe that's his last name pronunciation from London, UK, tuning in as well. So thank you all for tuning in from around the world. Sam Brown in Kauai, Ian in Scotland, UK, Scotland. That's really close to the Channel Islands, which means
Clint Radius probably tuning in at some
Yeah.
point. Can't wait to get a shout out from Clint if he's got his mobile device hands free while he's driving those taxis all around the beautiful island of Jersey.
yes, and I think we may be seeing him in Portugal. And if he is in Portugal, we're definitely going to get him back in the booth. Happy days.
Happy days, loving it.
Troy in Perth, Mitchell. Oh, look at this. Hold the presses. This is one of the top riders in Brazil. And here we go. Jared Houston, nice clean bottom turn, starting to get to that inside section, and he's still able to pull off a clean reverse off the lip, getting some air with that. And Jared Houston, the most perfect lines drawn on that wave. I don't think you could have got any better.
You know, he has quickly become the one of the leaders of the sport, and just has the epitome of clean style, clean
Look at that.
lines, powerful. Look, the section didn't offer much, but nice clean rotation. Did get a little bit of air, so I definitely say he utilized that wave, even though it didn't offer much. Was able to pull a very pretty air reverse.
So we're almost done with this list. Mitchell in Newcastle. Shay is in Wilmington, North Carolina, Carolina Beach. Thank you for tuning in, Shay. Pedro in Lisbon, Portugal. Bom dia. Brian at work. Somebody's got to do it.
Aiden Monk from the UK. Waves are sick. Loving it. Boom.
Jordan tuned in 3 a.m. on Oahu and Puerto Rico. Jose Matthews via New York. So again, we're going to be posting on our Facebook page. If you want to say what's up, shout out, tell us where you're tuning in from. We're going to do it every other heat, and you'll see it. We're going to say where you at and the current heat.
So thanks everybody for tuning in. Thanks for those shout outs, especially. Thanks for everybody who is tuned in to the social medias around the APB tour, logging into Facey, checking us out on the gram, and even Twitsville and the other things there. But definitely for all of the subscribers to our website for updates and the YouTube channel, the APB YouTube channel. So here's just a front row view of the nature preserve. These are the dunes between the street and the beach that are cordoned off for the regrowth of indigenous fauna. Here's Lori Glonia. That's a little bit more like it from the Reunion Islander. Very powerful rider. Lori was able to join us there at the Bonsai Pipeline as well as in Tahiti. So making a good march on the 2017 APB World Tour. And if you hear our voice crack in the next few moments, it's because a bee has wandered into the booth, and it's given us quite a skrook.
Santi taking a look at that one. He will lose his priority, which is very strange to do that. There's a ton of time, but he had that first priority in his hands, and because he paddled into that, he will lose that, and you'll see that switch. There it is. P3 means now he has the third priority. And I think it's the Centronella mosquito repellent that we have on our...
Smells like sweet honey.
Yes. So
Well, the mosquitoes have jetted away. All the bees are starting to just
yes.
form hives by our ankles.
Jose over in Santiago, Chile, our DK brethren, is tuning in live as well. He says, what's up?
No surprise Shane Lono's back online, and Jacob Vandervelde, he's flying home from Chicago's right now. So Jacob
What?
not back home, but let's take a look at this. Jared Houston,
Oh, my.
everybody's favorite South African, besides the family members of other South Africans. But still probably ranks pretty high.
Good
the
comeback.
Emperor
Good comeback.
of the squad, just getting a short ride there. So
Well, give us a lowdown on the squad. You mentioned it a few times, but for those that are just tuning in and don't know what the squad is, talk to us.
well, we're just going to take a quick look of Socrates Santana, just warming up there on the bike. But so the squad, it was formed, I believe, in 2015. Started here in Brazil. It was, I believe, some of the founding members were Jared Houston and Ian Campbell and maybe even Tanner McDaniel and Louis Finnegan for sure. So I think those guys kind of started it off, went through South America, and by the time Europe rolled around, there was already quite a following and quite a bit of hype around the squad, which was just basically just an international assembly of English speakers, as Tanner McDaniel put it. But I would like to say that they do not segregate because of language. So totally welcome to cruise with the squad. If you speak another language, there are some bilinguists on the squad. But the squad has just continued to gain momentum since, picked up another rider or two, sometimes just for an event or two. And they just continue to make their way around the planet, following the APB World Tour, doing fun, cool adventure stuff. You'll see it on the social media of any of the squad members' pages about all the stuff they do. So just good times. So again, Jared Houston, Emperor of the squad, and he's in this heat right now. He's sitting in second. Laurie Glonier has moved himself into that first place spot. Santi sitting in third right now, and just still very exciting heat and moments here in the booth while this bee just continues to circle around our cabezas.
I've been walking around town and I see these squirrels running across the power lines.
They're
and
monkeys.
Well, that's what I found out. Well, we'll get back to that. Santi Sanchez or Santiago. Oh, nice extended roll right there. As you can see him bouncing out when he lands out on the flats, but a great little pan right there. Again, Pampo. That is the southwest side of this beach. We're almost facing due south here, but so when the swell comes in, the swell is actually coming in from that direction that you see the camera pointing. So once it rolls in, it rolls along that rock, and it's creating these awesome wedges that the riders are taking full advantage of. Most of them are rights, but we've seen a lot of riders taking advantage of some of the incredible ramps that are being formed off the rock and making these huge ramps on the left too. So a variety of waves. We've seen some barrels. We've seen some incredible ramps on the lefts and rights. So a lot of big high-flying action like that right there from Santiago Sanchez. The nice clean air right there and pulls it off. So another beautiful day here in Itacoatiara. This is their winter. Can you believe that? I'm in pants and I'm sweating. And you go down to the beach, it's so warm, it's so beautiful. Niterói, if you ever get a chance to come to Brazil, make your way down to Itacoatiara, just to peep at it and walk the beach. Go down to the small beach on the other side of that rock that you see on your screen. Climb up the big rock of Castel. I mean, this place is very, very beautiful.
It's basically just a nature park, and it is an actual nature preserve, but just an adventure park of excitement, hikes, great waves, beautiful ocean to swim in. Let's take a look. We got a split peak scenario on our hands.
Whoa, interesting.
Jared going right. Santi flipping out on that left-hander.
Both of them not getting any really high-scoring points, if any, on that wave. In and out for Jared Houston and a big backflip for Santiago, but unfortunately could not pull it off. Let's take another look at these waves.
So we're going to go with Santi on the left.
Oh, my.
Nice big flip.
Incredible.
But just gets caught up in the landing. There we see he did complete it, turn around, but the wave had passed him by in the meantime. We do have about 8 minutes remaining, and as you can see, there's 4 people there in the water. I think one of them is a lifeguard, or it's one of the riders from one of the next heats. But I think it's the lifeguard has been swimming. The lifeguard was out there swimming during my heat, and it's just cool that we got that safety.
I just found out that the lifeguards are actually part of the military here in Brazil. So the military, you see the lifeguards, they're in the military, and they're part of their jobs is to be a one of the aspects of one of the things you can do in the military is be a lifeguard. And
Sweet.
believe it or not, one of our production guys, the main guy, head honcho, he is a lifeguard, and he was in the military, and he explained all of that to me. So it's pretty cool.
That's super cool.
Yeah, so it's funded by the state or the national through the country. So it's pretty cool to have lifeguards all along the beaches here in Brazil.
Yeah, especially in Região Oceanica, the oceanic region.
Ooh, little paddling
of Niterói. Very important to have these places well guarded, especially how shallow, turbulent, and just violent these wipeouts can be out here. Very important to have guards around, not only for our competitors, but just on the lay days. Tons of beachgoers. They love hanging around here, and it's great to have guards keeping this beach safe. Thank you to all the lifeguards, not only here in Brazil but around the world. These guys do an incredible job, just mostly for your safety, to all the beachgoers there and keeping beaches safe. And so the next time you're at one of the guarded beaches near you, just go and say thank you to the lifeguard and show your appreciation. If you have a fresh fruit or some sort of small offering, they'd love to snack on it just briefly,
No, I mean, they would definitely appreciate that. And I hate to get, I don't want to get super deep in the politics of it, but what is happening in Hawaii with the lifeguards there on Oahu?
I have no clue, but they should be getting paid more, and so maybe that's something that they're hoping is going to happen.
Okay, yeah, I've seen a couple posts here and there, but we'll get more info on that and just keep it. If it's political, then we'll keep it off-site, but but I do see some of it, because some of our friends,
tons of our friends, yeah. Tons of bodyboarders either go into stand-up pokey-tip surf photography or lifeguarding. I'd say those are the two main career paths for most bodyboarders, and they pretty much do it better than almost anybody else. So,
I mean, we can name off. I can name off 5 right off the bat that are lifeguarding in Oahu. Guilherme Temega, we'll get back to it. Santiago, coming around that section. Not much there. He's going to wait for something to happen, and the non-competitors obviously getting a little bit too close.
We got Laurie, heat leader. He's finding his way to the section. Big roll. Very heavy landing. Didn't pull it off. To continue your list, maybe Fred Booth, Jason Bitzer, Spencer Skipper, Eugene Teixeira.
Dean Marzol on the west side. Danny Kim, I believe.
I think so, yeah.
I think there's a couple more on the North Shore, too. I could be wrong. But, yeah, a ton of bodyboarders that are lifeguarding.
Jacob Pembroke, Kavika Cowie,
there we
Kaino
go.
alum, all on the island of Kauai, as well as Philip Pembroke, some of the bodyboarders over on Kauai.
So if
lifeguarding Kona Kaulani.
Is he?
Over on Maui.
No way.
Yeah, the list goes on and on. Of course, Kerry Kayama over on Maui is actually... hold on, guys. I just took this friendly little bee out of this room, and he made it back in somehow.
Look at this. Jared Houston, live action, coming around that section. Look at this lip forming. Nice big invert, full extension.
Huge.
That was incredible. Full extension. You can see that he was probably 2-3 feet above the water, above the lip of the wave, and pulls it perfectly. So Jared Houston definitely, most likely, will jump into that first place spot. He was needing a medium-sized score, and look at this. Another solid maneuver.
This is great. He'd been waiting all heat for it. He popped a 6 off that other invert, and I think this was bigger and better and beautiful. And thank you to Steve Action Jackson taking the second B out of the booth of this morning. Hopefully they stop finding their way in here. But Jared Houston didn't need a big score to move into the lead. I think he's going to do it off the strength of those 2 inverts. Like we mentioned, got that 6 point for that first invert. This was a bigger boost, cleaner. But let's take a look at Santi. Gets a nice ARS. Wow, rotates just slightly off kilter. And that bucks him on the approach. incomplete for the Argentinian.
So Jared Houston definitely will jump into that first place spot. And there it is, 7.50 for that invert from Jared Houston, the South African. So talk about his comeback. I mean, he got injured late last year and actually had to miss an event, the last event of the tour, and, you know, worked his way, rehabilitated in Puerto Rico, just made sure he did everything he could to be able to make a showing at one of the early events in 2017, and he did so with a win at the Tahiti Chopu Challenge.
Yeah, that was awesome. And yeah, like you said, he had to miss the end of the tour. He had to miss Nazare and Fronton. And so he actually applied for an injury wild card to make sure that he'd have a slot for the 2017 World Tour, as he did not re-qualify off of his placings up to that point. Had surgery to repair the shoulder, then worked with just an incredible team of physiotherapists down there in Puerto Rico. He's always so grateful and thankful to the team that helped him rehabilitate his shoulder. And as you mentioned, came back strong. Wasn't sure if he was going to be able to compete in Tahiti. Made his way there and just clearly dominated that event. I think we saw him checking out a left-hander. We'll get back to the replay if there's something there. But yeah, it was great to see him in back in fighting form, and he's super fit and is just ripping again, as you could tell.
Now, right now, he's holding steady in that first place spot with a 7.5 and a 6.0, as you can see on your screen. Second priority. And Laurie, he needs a 7.01 to get in first place. Santiago Sanchez, Santi, he is also looking for a 7.51, a 7-point score. Again, round one, main event, non-elimination round. You're going to see all these riders once again. First place, though, jumps past round number 2 and goes straight into round number 3, and we'll be waiting patiently as round 2, which is made up of second and third place finishers in that first round. They will go battle it out for those spots for the remaining of round number 3. So you can see Laurie raising his hand. He wants to know the update out in the water, which he will receive from the beach commentator. 30 seconds remaining, and he will get the score that he needs for that first place spot. And there is behind the scenes, it's people like this, Ingresh, and along with the production crew, Bongia, the production crew, and everybody who makes it happen. I see guys walking with ladders, chairs, tables, just to make sure everything is set down the beach, a quarter mile down the road, to make sure the judges have their things that they need, and it's all the faces that we don't see. But look at this, Jared Houston, nice clean barrel. Can he come out of that? Oh, a little bit too deep, but
wow.
That is the end of the heat for Jared Houston, getting a little barrel at the end of that heat. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure that will stay as it stands. And look at that, the Elephant Rock. We're going to come back to the Itacoatiara Pro right after this.
Só você que é um net sabe o que é multitelar. Ter de tudo no seu tablet, TV e celular. Conteúdo pra caramba, o Now tá em todo lugar. Ter ultra velocidade, a banda larga é pra voar. Quem é net faz bonito, tá com tudo pra brilhar. Dá um show em toda a tela, isso é multitelar, multitele. É multitele.
All right, welcome back to the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro. Coming to you from the prefect of Niterói, about an hour and a half north of Rio de Janeiro City, located in the state of Rio de Janeiro. I'm Steve Action Jackson, joined by Manny Vargas. And there you can see out in the water, Alex Uranga, Patrick Orr, and Socrates Santana. This is going to be another banger of a heat.
You know what? Socrates Santana, he has... None of these riders have any pressure right now. The only thing they want to do is get that first place position to get into that third round. Alex Uranga, our defending Itacoatiara Pro champion, he is out there. He's pretty much going to set the bar as far as how much he wants a back-to-back win. Has that ever been done before?
To this point, no. We have a two-time champion in Amaury Laverne, but nobody has ever gone back-to-back. But here we go. Live action. Socrates Santana feeling out that one before quickly ducking out. He already has a 4.0 on his score sheet. Meanwhile, Patrick Orr, a couple of quick rides. Alex Uranga patiently waiting, but we know once he kicks into gear, he is going to be dangerous.
If you don't know it already, and if you haven't already done so, make sure you check out Steve Action Jackson, Uncle Steve's blog. It's pretty much, he's a walking bodyboarding almanac. If you haven't already subscribed to his blog, what is it? Bodyboarding101.blogspot.com. There's where you're going to find a ton of history, and give us a lowdown on the history of the Itacoatiara Pro from the first event.
All right, this event started in 2012. Since then, we've seen Alex Uranga win last year's event, but we've also seen Amaury Laverne win twice, Jared Houston win as well, and the first event being taken out by Dave Winchester.
Yeah, I haven't heard his name in a while, but you know what? I know he's still out there just getting crazy, I'm sure, all around the world. But so, Winnie, that was an epic battle between Winchester and Guilherme Tamega when they faced off, not only here, but in Arica. Look at this. Alex Uranga, big extended roll right there. So waited patiently for that section to come up for him and took full advantage when he timed it perfectly for that big, nice roll. So, yeah, Winchester, Guilherme Tamega, what a battle.
Oh, I tell you what, that first year, if you weren't here or you don't remember, it was an all-out battle, all contest long. Here's a look again at Alex Uranga eyeing up the section. Nice cylindrical roll. And you know what? We saw this from Alex last year. He went on the attack, and he was virtually unstoppable. As we mentioned, went on to win the event. And the energy that he was exuding that whole contest, I mean, he was just vibing the whole time, and it took him all the way to the winner's podium.
And that's what you need. You got to have that. Oh man, I hate to do it, but the eye of the tiger. You're gonna want to show up to this event, and you're gonna want to win it. And if you have anything less than that, you're gonna get destroyed out there, because the rest of the field are gonna have that. Just looking at some of the eyes that I've seen so far, Socrates Santana is definitely one of them. And I've seen Diego Cabrera shows up all the time to these events, and he's always hungry. And I mean, it's these underdogs as well that we don't really recognize on the world scene, but they're out there.
Well, even to harken back to 2012, the semifinals, we saw paddle battles between Mitch Rollins and Guilherme Tamega that I've never seen the likes of before or since in a World Tour event. Also in that other semifinal that first year, you had Ben Player and Dave Winchester out in the water, and Winnie just took it to BP. BP was on a roll all contest long, and then Winnie just started knocking out air reverses and dropping nines like they were nothing. And, you know, that's the kind of stuff we see here in Brazil all the time.
Alex Uranga taking a look right there and pulling back on that. And that's the beauty about this wave. It has so much power, and with this swell rolling in, you're going to see a lot more, not only the incredible maneuvers that pretty much the entire field can pull off, but also strategies that are involved in this really tight beach break. Here's Alex Uranga out the back trying to find something, make it happen. He cuts out of there. So he's playing it smart. He caught a wave. He's staying away from Socrates Santana and Patrick Orr as he paddles back out towards the peak. But there's a lot of peaks, not only where these two riders are at that you see on your screen, but there's also a couple of peaks down the beach which the riders have full advantage of taking of too.
Yes, multiple peaks. They will shift here and there. But basically 3 main peaks here with Pampu, Mayo, and Costan, as we touched upon before. But even here at Pampu, sometimes the peak comes up a little closer to the rock. Sometimes it swings a little wide. So, you know, you can be in 3 different areas out here at Pampu and still line up solid set waves. And you know what? We're seeing all 3 of these guys, you know, looking for that right spot to dial in, looking for that sweet spot out in the lineup.
And I mean, plus you're going to have a little bit of luck on your side. If you're in the right spot at the right time, you're going to have to put it all on the line. Here we go. Patrick Orr up and riding on his third wave, I believe. And not much there for him. Pulls in under the lip and just shuts down on him. So Patrick struggling just a little bit in the first few minutes of this 25-minute heat. And look at that wedger coming down the beach. Socrates Santana not in the right spot. And we'll paddle up and over that one. So again, thank you all for tuning in. This is the first day of the main event, round number 1, heat number 7 out in the water. This heat is 25 minutes long. Top 2 waves are scored, and 1 rider will go to round 3. 2, second and third will go to round number 2 and battle it out in that elimination round. Socrates Santana paddling, looking around, taking a look, and here he goes.
Socrates Santana up and riding on the right-hander. This one gets real foamy on him. He throws out the roll.
Oh, no.
Bounces, and then the lip just came down on top of him, but
What?
he manages to hold on.
Oh, my goodness.
You know what? For a moment there, it looked like he had gotten axed by the lip, and he manages to hold on. I tell you what, though, this kid's training regimen, this kid is solid as a brick.
I saw him, I was taking photos of the juniors, and he was down on the beach. Let's watch his line. He holds his rail very smooth through the whitewash, and right there, scorpion is when your legs come up and over and almost touching your head. That right there would have broke my back in half for sure, but to be able to hold on through the power of that whitewash and ride it out, I don't know how he did that.
Well, you know what? That comes down to his personal training and the tutelage of Guilherme Tamega. We are talking about the 2-time Pro Junior champion and the protege for the 6-time world champion. So, you know what? This kid, he's tough, he's skilled, and he knows how to power through some of those really heavy sections that would put you or me in traction for a week.
Yeah, I mean, he is definitely looking very solid. As I was going to say, as I was down on the beach taking photos of the juniors and the women's divisions for the APB, and right next to me, there's a lot of groups. You'll see a lot of groups of guys bouncing the soccer ball around, trying to not let it touch the ground, and they keep the ball off the sand for minutes. I mean, like 30 minutes, 20, 40 minutes off the ground. And I saw Socrates Santana in one of these circles, and he has skills with the soccer ball as well.
Yes, he's very athletically inclined, and it definitely shows. That last wave coming in at a 5.0 to go with his 4.0. He currently leads the way. Alex Arango with a 5.75 on his opening wave. Now looking for a more solid backup score. Patrick Orr sitting in the 3rd spot, still looking for better scores. He has a couple of base scores to build upon. Still plenty of time left in the heat, a little over 14 minutes. And, you know, we've been talking about Alex and Socrates, but we haven't really mentioned much about Patrick Orr. Patrick looked really, really stout in his performance at Tahiti.
Yeah, I mean, he is one of those riders that he's been showing up. He'll perform under the radar, and then next thing you know, he's in these later rounds, and you're like, whoa, where did you come from? And he's got that consistency that he can carry through the early rounds, and next thing you know, you're battling with him in the later rounds, which is, you know, kind of scary. It could be scary because you don't know what he has in his arsenal.
Well, I can tell you exactly where he came from. As a Grom, he was competing on the USBA National Tour in the United States, the United States Bodyboarding Association, which unfortunately does not really exist anymore. But the former U.S. National Tour, Patrick and his father, Marshall Orr, were both competitors on the tour. Patrick in the junior divisions. And you know what? I had a chance to glean his abilities when he was younger. And Patrick has all the potential in the world to be a competent World Tour fixture. It's just a matter of him fine-tuning his skills. Again, you know, what we saw in Tahiti was an eye-opener for a lot of people. You know, wow, where did this kid come from? Well, you know what? He's a product of the U.S. National Tour. He comes from a family that bodyboards together, and that's where the skill set comes from.
I mean, and a lot of people watching right now think that a lot of this just has to do with just riding the wave and performing and landing these incredible maneuvers. But there's a lot of strategy at play as well. Not only that, the conditioning. A lot of these riders may go 2-3 heats throughout the event or throughout one day. And that amount of fuel and that amount of power that is needed. Look at that thing. Oh, that I'm thinking of drop knee riders, because I drop knee in that right.
Can you
I
hear
just
me?
see Kyle Milagro. I see Cesar Bauer. I see myself just loving that right hander, just coming down and just being able to get up on the knee. We'll talk about drop knee much later, which is not a part of this event, but something that a lot of us like to do. But yeah, a lot of good waves are still coming in. And that's the thing, is there's a lot more strategy involved instead of just riding the wave. You have to be at the caliber of riding to be able to pull off those big maneuvers. If not, you're just going to get dusted, and you may not even make it through the trials to get here. Alex Udanga, not much there, and he will kick out of that. So Alex Udanga is currently in that second place spot. And yeah, as I was just mentioning, there's a lot more things at play than just riding the wave.
Yeah, and you touched upon conditioning a little bit. These guys train so hard so that they can literally do 2, 3, sometimes 4 heats and not lose a step. Honestly, paddling around for 20 minutes, for those of you at home who aren't really familiar with what it's like to compete, paddling around for 20 minutes in heavy beach break surf like this, where there's a lot of water moving around and having to perform the maneuvers, the abuse on the body and the taxation of the mind for 20 minutes is absolutely exhausting for those that aren't trained. And here we go, Patrick Gore pulling in deep, and that one just clamps down on him. So Patrick's still trying to find his groove out there, but not afraid to pull into a frothy barrel.
So I have good news for you, Steve.
Yeah.
I did retire the Speedos that you loaned me a few years ago.
You mean 5 years ago at the first event?
Yes. So those Speedos have been retired because I think they're about 2 sizes too small. I'll get back to my Speedos update after this. Socrates Santana.
A nice big peak there, makes the drop, punches out the back as that one just got all kinds of ugly ahead of him.
Yeah, I think he drew his line just a little bit too low on his bottom turn. Maybe could have stayed up a little high on the wave to hit that ramp, but even then, the ramp itself wasn't coming at him as it was just coming straight into shore. So Socrates back out into the lineup. But lucky for me, Myla Venturin and her boyfriend hooked me up with a brand new pair of Speedos, black and blue. So I've been sporting those around, and now I have a Speedo tan. I love it. I love wearing a Speedo in Brazil.
I can't really say anything because ever since I started living down here, I either have Speedos under the boardies or I'm wearing a long sleeve spring. That's usually my modus operandi out in the water.
Well, hopefully, I'm actually wearing Speedos right now. Alex Udanga, big extended right there, lands perfectly. So Alex Udanga needing a 3.26 to get into that first place spot. That will probably be his best wave so far in the heat. That was perfectly executed. He hit it at the right spot, and it was pretty big for Alex Udanga.
So Alex will make his way back out to the lineup, waiting for the score to drop on that last effort. Meanwhile, here's a look at the replay. One more time, Manny.
Yeah, he came around that section, was able to re-engage his rail, and look at this right there. Nice clean extension and lands perfectly, having his arms extended out just a little bit for absorbing some of that landing when he does get out into the flat. So Alex Udanga, look at that, 6.75. So straight back, or holding on to that first place spot. So now Socrates Santana, Patrick Orr.
Yeah, 8:20 left on the clock there. You can see that across the top of your screen with our scoreboard, Santana needs a 7.51, and unfortunately for Patrick Orr, having a bit of a shocker of a heat. He's in combination situation, sitting on a pair of 1.50s as he continues to try and dial into something more substantial score-wise out in the lineup. So again, Alex Udanga, a couple of strong rolls, has him in the lead. 6.75, 5.75 on the score sheet, has him in the top spot, sitting pretty right now.
7 minutes and 45 seconds. It seems like a long time, but for some of the riders in the second and third place spot, it's gonna zip right by. And if you're in first place spot, it's gonna go very slowly. Patrick Orr up and riding.
Here we go. Patrick throwing the roll, and it looks like he's going to fall behind and not be able to complete the maneuver. So he continues to remain on the hunt. Meanwhile, there you can see Socrates Santana currently in second, paddling back out to the lineup. Alex Uranga maintaining the lead.
Look at that wave coming in, and Patrick Orr up and over. Look at that. If you caught it from that outside, it's just there's one pretty good specific area where most of the waves are coming in, but if you were able to like get right next to the rock, you may be able to get one of the wedges, but it's tricky. So you're going to go with the most consistent spot where most of the riders have been hanging out, and that's where Socrates Santana is currently sitting. So the waves that do come in, they're going to roll and refract off of that rock, which will make the next wave actually wedge up and make a perfect little peak, and that's what most of the riders are waiting for. When that happens, there's a little bit more power behind that wave, which will catapult you into the oncoming wave when it's about to break, and that's when you want to hit the lip and just get catapulted skyward. So Patrick Orr currently in third, Socrates Santana in second, first place Alex Uranga. And taking a look at this, Socrates Santana.
Socrates taking a look, throws out the flip, completes the maneuver, and he's going to combo with the roll.
Oh, my.
And that's going to be a solid score for Socrates Santana. That should definitely help improve his overall combined heat total. We'll see what that score comes in when the judges finish tallying.
Yeah, I was able to hang out in the judges panel for the first couple days, and it was pretty cool to hear the judges talking about oh, nice, clean, extended roll. Sorry, we just got sidetracked from Alex Uranga, but listening to the judges explaining on what is a clean landing, what is a mess. They weren't saying messy, but they were just comparing what a clean landing is and what a not so clean landing is. And here's another look, and we'll talk about it with Socrates Santana. Perfect back ARS right there, but see how he let go of his legs out of that cross that he had. If he can pull that maneuver off before extending those legs, that's going to be that much more of a higher score if he can hold those legs closer to his body before extending them out. Because when you extend them out, you're telling not only the judges but yourself that, you know what, the rotation isn't going to bring me all the way around. It's going to be a weird landing. So if I put my legs down, I'll land smooth and I'll be able to bring it around. So, but what the judges want to see is the full rotation in the air. And if you can land without dropping those legs like Socrates Santana did right there, you're going to get that much more higher of a score.
All right, so there you have a little insight on the judging perspective that Manny's been privy to as of late. Here again, the replay. It looked like he was going for a flip, over-rotated, and as you mentioned, stuck out the feet like landing gear to complete the maneuver. He did complete it, but again, the judges probably will be influenced to alter that score by a small increment. Still, nonetheless, a 6.0, 5.0 for Socrates on the scoreboard. But Alex Uranga building his score as well. He's now sitting on a 6.75 and a 6.50. He got rid of that 5.75 from earlier. So Alex Uranga leading the way on the strength of some really big rolls. Very cleanly performed. And here we go, Socrates Santana again, a big foamy right-hander. And that one was just all kinds of chunky, bumpy, foamy mess. He'll kick you out. And right now we're going to kick down to Paola Simon. She's with the latest beach interview. Take it away, Paola.
Pode falar? Good morning, everyone. We are here with Jared Houston from South Africa in the heat number 6. He just here again, and he's the first one of the ranking for the tour. He just won in Tahiti as well, and now he make really good as well. Jared, tell me, what's the waves today? It's really look like really good there.
Yeah, the waves are pretty sick. So happy to have the kindness of Pampa. I've been coming up like 6 years now, every year the comp, and every year we're just really hoping that Pampa lights up, you know. So we're pretty stoked to be down there today, and yeah, it's just another perfect day in paradise, you know. Itacoatiara delivering.
Yeah, I think this week gonna be the south swell, so probably pumping gonna be pumping too. So what you did there and inside, because the guys are surfing really good as well. But I saw you guys, you fly from here.
Yeah, the guys are ripping today. You know, it's such a sick peak down there, Pampa. You know, wedgy, really conducive to bodyboarding, and yeah, you know, my heat was kind of slow, not as fast paced as I would have wanted, but I managed to find 2 nice ramps, the 2 inverts. And the judges have been pretty technical, so they really want to see us go to the air. And yeah, I'm just looking forward to the rest of the event, see what I can do.
That's it, because now all the heat's gonna be really sick. The guys surf a lot, so everybody like the surf like that, big waves. So congratulations one more time. See you to the next phase. Bye. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Paula, and congratulations once again to Jared Houston. Again, Jared knows how to get the job done here. He won this event back in 2014, and a good, strong start for the South African.
Looks like we got some free surfers down the beach, and here's another look at what went down during the interview. It was Patrick Orr finding a nice cave right there and was able to come out of that, but on the double up was able to airdrop back down and just gets annihilated. But I think that will be deemed as a completed in and out barrel, so that's going to help him. Finally, a solid score of a 5.50 for Patrick Orr. But Alex Uranga now still looking steady. And we talked about Socrates Santana's 6.0, that big ARS attempt into a roll, or no, he pulled off the ARS and then went into a combination of into a roll on the inside. So if he didn't drop those legs, guaranteed that that would be a 7, even an 8 possibly.
And I'm sure that's something that his coach, Guilherme Tamega, will be pointing out so that he can work on refining that.
Look at this.
But trying to refine his score a little bit more. Alex Uranga has been staying busy frequently in this heat. 40 seconds remaining. He leads the way. He's still not done. So he will make his way back out to the lineup as he continues to pace the field, as you might say. Socrates Santana currently in second, chasing a 7.26. Patrick Orr looking for a 7.76, 20 seconds remaining. And we may very well just see this heat finish as is right now. Alex Uranga in firm control.
Yeah, we see both of the riders, Socrates Santana and Patrick Orr, down the beach. 10 seconds remaining, and we will hear the sound of the horn. We will, but oh, wait a second. I think Socrates might be able to get this one. A 7.26 is what he needs. Gets a cover up, and will he come out and do a maneuver at the end of that? Oh, no. It looks like he will be... no, he did not come out of that barrel, or at least did not pull off a maneuver. So Socrates Santana, Patrick Orr will go to round number 2 and go into round number 3.
Alex Uranga, the defending event champion, taking the win in round 1. He will move on to round 3. So we'll most likely see him in the water again tomorrow, as he'll be able to take the rest of the day off. So right now we're going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll get back to the action in the next heat right after this.
Só você que é um net, sabe o que é multitelar. Ter de tudo no seu tablet, TV e celular. Conteúdo pra caramba, o Now tá em todo lugar. Ter ultra velocidade, a banda larga é pra voar. Quem mete, faz bonito, tá com tudo pra brilhar. Dá um show em toda a tela, isso é multitela, multitele. É multitele.
All right, welcome back to the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro. I'm Steve Action Jackson, back here in the mix, in the booth, 8-time Drupney World Champion Dave Hubbard.
Great to be with you, Steve, and a part of this amazing day of competition. Let's take a look at who's going to be coming up. Round number 1, heat number 8, Maxime Castillo from France, Tristan Roberts from South Africa, and Kalani Latansi, one of the local boys right here from Praia de Itacoatiara in Brazil. So this should be a beautiful matchup. And hey, they all look pretty happy and jolly in those profile pictures. Pretty characteristic of us bodyboarders. Pretty fair weather crew of jolly fellows.
I was about to say, when I've seen these guys over the last few days up here at the beach, whether it's out in the water or just cruising the contest site, smiles on their face, just cruising the scene, enjoying the opportunity to travel and score waves in a distant land, or in Kalani Latanzi's case, his home break.
Exactly, and that was Maxime Castillo with a nice roll, and looked like Kalani Latanzi trying to through the lip arse on a much bigger wave. Wow, pretty rough start for each of these riders. Now let's take a look at this. As he comes in, Tristan Roberts, huge air reverse. Wowzer, Steve. I'm gonna just go ahead and say the wave of the contest so far. We'll have to see if it scores better than Diego Cabrera's barrel. But to me, that was the maneuver of the event thus far.
And while we were away at commercial break, he had already started off with a 5.0, so it seems like the young South African already building momentum. Here's a look at the replay one more time. Approaches that section, critical section as it's pitching. Great rotation, comes down clean, and there you see, emerges from the whitewater explosion. A massive air reverse from Tristan Roberts.
Perfect 10. It's coming through at a perfect 10. I do not disagree with that one bit. Loved every moment of it. Hopefully we'll see that on highlights in succession. Just constantly playing that for a replay. But beautiful. I loved how he got a bit of a pillow landing as the V from the explosion of the braking lip just gave him just a little bit of cushion as he came down, but of course there was a lot of water chasing him down after it, so he did extremely well. Textbook, perfect ride, perfect 10 points for Tristan Roberts. Congratulations to the young South African. And just watching it from right outside of where we're bringing you this webcast with the beautiful Paola. She was a competitor in the women's division here at the Itacoatiara Pro. And she's helping us out doing the interviews as well. So Quick start to the heat for Tristan Roberts with a mid-range score and a perfect 10. Puts the riders in a fairly decent combination situation. A pair of 7.5s will get them close, but not quite out of combo. They'll need just a little bit more than that. So 7 and a 8.01 would do it, or a pair of 7.51s. Let's just take another look.
One more time, the approach, the boost, the rotation, the pillow landing, as you mentioned, and then a few seconds later, he'll emerge from the whitewater explosion, and the young Safa laying it down out there, a perfect 10 on the air reversed, absolutely textbook.
Yeah, that was gorgeous. Such perfect timing, execution of maneuver, and did well, even though he got that soft landing. A lot of water coming down behind him, and I'm sure you've touched on it, Steve, that the shallow water all converging here makes for quite a detonating blast of water as the wave breaks. So hard to get away from when you're landing a maneuver in front of it. And just a beautiful ride for Tristan. There we saw a short ride for Kalani. Not a lot offered there, but I gotta say, Kalani and Maxime would be feeling the pressure right away, just within the first few minutes of the heat, being put in a 15-point combo, hearing their competitor in yellow get that perfect 10-point ride, the first perfect 10 of the event of the Itacoatiara PRO 2017. And yeah, they're probably, what do you think they're thinking right now, Steve?
4 words. Are you kidding me?
Are you kidding me? Well, and maybe some of them are thinking 2 words, non-elimination. Maybe a single hyphenated word, but okay, no one's going home in this heat. So, okay, Tristan, maybe you're going to move on to round number 3, but Kalani and Maxime will stay alive for round number 2. If they are unable to overtake the combo by Tristan, it is my opinion, Steve, that Tristan, as he just recently off-screen improved on that 5 with now a 5.25, a quarter of a point better, he's going to continue to notch up his total score. He's going to continue to improve on that second best wave. I have a feeling he's going to keep that 10-point ride in his score line for the next 16 minutes. But
I think that's a safe guess.
But I think he's going to ditch that 5.25 and increase the required situation for the other riders. So it's looking great for all these riders to be moving on into further rounds. Looking really good for Tristan to move on into round 3.
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say Tristan Roberts is not going to rest easy the remainder of this heat. The kid, one of the toughest next-generation competitors. And you know what? Just a glimpse, I think, of what we're going to see from Tristan Roberts for years to come. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this right now. This sometime in the next few years, possibly, but before all is said and done, you'll probably see Tristan Roberts as a world champion, bringing that trophy back home to South Africa.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that were to take place. Fair call, Steve. I think that's a pretty good one as well. He has been coming up the ranks, super impressive from the bright young age of about 15. I think he showed up at his first international event in Sintra and was turning heads ever since. Let's take a look at our heat leader, Tristan Roberts, the man we're speaking of. Just a fancy cutout there. Could have went on to jam that section, but fair enough. Cut out. Yeah, Tristan Roberts definitely leading the next generation of young bloods. Definitely representing South Africa very well.
Well, for everybody at home, keep in mind that before we had the launch of the Pro Junior World Tour, as we see Jacare, the beach announcer, father of pro surfer Heoni Montero. But to return to my point, the year before the Pro Junior Tour came into effect, we had the Pro Junior Championship as a trial run. Tristan won that in Portugal at Sintra, and that was kind of a springboard for him. He decided to finish school and now jumping into men's competition, and we're seeing some pretty good wave riding from him. Also, some wave riding live on screen from Kalani Latanzi and Maxime Castillo before that. So, you know, quick little wave exchange there between the Frenchman and the local.
Yeah, Maxime and Kalani aren't going to be completely forgotten. They're going to stay active in this heat and get some scores on the board and give us some entertainment. Let's take a look. Maxime scooping into this one. Did get a nice cover up there. Getting a little jostled, even a little bit of spit on the exit before coming out. Let's take a look. Live action. Tristan Roberts holding his edge, stalling, waiting to release and gather all the speed for the oncoming section, but decides he didn't like what was shaping up, so he gets out of there. Beautiful view. The Elephant Rock in the background. There's our competition site on screen. Looks definitely almost a little bit like a ghost town as we've set up. Most of the event is happening down the beach, right down there at Pompo, as Manny said, about a quarter mile down the beach. Let's take a look at Maxime on this one.
Maxime up and riding, scored a 6.25 on his last wave, throws the air forward there. Not a lot of elevation, but still did get some separation from himself and the wave, then trying to combo there at the end. As I was mentioning, a 6.25 on his last wave was enough to move him into second and out of combo situation. Now needs a 9.01 to take the top spot from Tristan Roberts. So Tristan still with a pretty dominant lead, but Maxime Castillo trying to make up some ground. We'll wait to see what he scores on that last wave. And again, at the moment, Kalani Latanzi remains in the third spot. Here's the replay for Maxime.
I gotta say, I love how his feet did come up above his head. Nice rotation, tough landing, did really well. But it was a nice vertical spin. You know, as you mentioned, he didn't get a ton of projection or height, but he was able to pull off a very nice air forward and went for a few rolls afterwards. 8 points coming in for Maxime Castillo. Takes him well out of the combination situation, now needing a 7-6 to attack the lead held at this point by Tristan Roberts. And we are into the second half of this heat, and as you were leading into making that massive claim about Tristan Roberts and how that was just kind of a glimpse, that 10-point ride was just a glimpse of what we're going to see from him in the years to come. I think also that 10-point ride is just a glimpse of things to come in this event. I think we're going to continue to see beautiful action, high-flying heroics throughout not only today, but throughout the next several days of competition. So definitely a good omen as we have our first perfect 10 of the day happening here.
Oh, look at this. While you were explaining that, Tristan Roberts going back to work, a little fade action, setting up that wave, and then throwing out the flip. So Tristan Roberts not happy sitting on a backup score of a 5.25, trying to build upon that. Still 10 minutes remaining in this 25-minute heat, and the young South African will make his way back out to the lineup while he waits for that score to come in. But I really liked the setup on that, the rail work there. Reminiscent almost of surfing, where you fade back to let the wave stand up and set up for you, and it just weaved his way into position, and then once it was ready to go, he was off to the races. He nailed that flip.
Yeah, unfortunately wasn't quite able to land it. It was fun though. Kalani Latanzi on the wave behind him. Let's take a look now. Tristan Roberts going for a delayed hub. It looked like he went for a roll after that forward re-entry. Ends up letting go of his board. But yeah, had he landed that flip, I think we would have seen him replace that 5.25 with a significantly higher score. But the way that this angle is, we are able to see potentially two riders at the same time, like we did see Kalani and Tristan up at the same time just a few waves ago.
Well, right now we're going to see what's going on down on the beach. We're going to throw things down to Paula Simone. Take it away, Paula.
Hi guys, we are here with Alex Uranga from Basque Country. He just won his heat number 7, and he's in the 4th position in the ranking with Jeff Herbert. But now Jeff didn't come, so probably he's gonna getting his position better. So tell me, Alex, how's the waves there? Now it looks like a lot of like a big white current. I don't know. What do you think?
It was really, really good to be in the water because just the last few days we not have any waves. So I was feeling a bit unfit, but it's just the beginning. I made my job, so feeling well right now, and it was really good to be in the water with some waves as well.
That's good. Alex, last year he was the championship from Itacoatiara PRO, and probably now he's going to do the same, like bring the title to your country. What are you going to do to try this? Because now the guy is ripping too, like you.
Yeah, just they finished my hit, and I saw I reverse of Tristan. So yeah, everyone is ripping, and everyone is really hungry to get this title. I'm going to try to do my best. I think once it's really difficult, 2 times it's more difficult. So I'm gonna try to doing my best I can, and I hope to get the good waves each hit. Yeah.
You really like this the Itacoatiara wave. Why? Similar your country, or just because it's really powerful? And what do you think is different? Why you like too much this place?
Yeah, sometimes it's like really, really close from the short break, but days like that when the swell start picking up, the wave become like a really strong wedgie right-hander, so it's perfect for bodyboard. You can just try to get a good line and go straight away to the lip, and sometimes you can do the really big moves. It's what I love from Itacoatiara, yeah.
That's good. Congratulations, Alex. See you to the next hit. Okay, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Paola, and congratulations again to Alex Uranga, who actually suffered a strained neck muscle in one of his early free surfs when he first got here to Itacoatiara. Obviously, that not affecting him in his last heat.
Yeah, but he still looked super serious. I mean, nice interview with Paola, but wow, he is focused. He is, you know, this heat is just the beginning. This round, the last heat he surfed in, just the beginning of what he hopes to be a repeat campaign performance. He wants to retain his title as the Itacoatiara champion. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it, but he's off to a good start, certainly. But definitely going to be some large obstacles in his way, one of which we're seeing demonstrate his skills here in heat number 8 of round 1. Tristan Roberts on an absolute tear. Still can't get over that huge air reverse. I'm so glad that it received the perfect score, because I really feel that it was worth it and deserving.
Most definitely. Yeah, so right now, you know, already in round 1, we're starting to see some big scores drop, as you mentioned before. Diego Cabrera with a 9.25 for his barrel ride. Tristan Roberts with a perfect 10 with the air reverse. And, you know, we're really starting to see guys dial in some solid scores. Even a couple of guys that haven't really made it to round 3 have to battle it out in round 2. You know, dropping scores in like the high 7 range and looking very consistent. And there you can see the overhead drone view. Our 3 competitors waiting patiently for the next set to roll through. And here we go, live action. Tristan Roberts up and riding.
Oh, well, I love how he's staying active, fishing around, you know. Doesn't need much to improve on that 5.25. Hasn't held priority for quite some time. So he's fishing around that kind of that a little bit farther away bowl, that little bit of an end bowl. But like you said, great performances from our second and third place riders in some of these heats in this round. I mean, even just look at Maxime Castillo, an 8 and a 6.25. I do feel that that would probably be enough to win some of the heats that we've seen earlier today. And, you know, because he came up against Tristan Roberts, who has a bigger heat total than him, it's harder for him to overcome that, but still surfing really solid. And of course, we can't count out Kalani Latansi. I do feel that if the waves continue to increase and we see Kalani in round 2 later today, I feel that he's probably going to be one of the main guys to watch, as he's probably going to be putting an amazing show on for us.
Yes, bigger waves with more power would definitely play into Kalani Latanzi's wheelhouse. As of right now, even with the given conditions right now, Kalani, with the local knowledge, could very easily dial into something and give these guys a run for their money. But right now, there you can see Maxime Castillo ducking under, getting the overhead view. You see him pop up on the other side of that wave as he duck dives through. And here we see Kalani Latanzi taking a peek, decides to let that one roll through. Maxime swings around and takes the left-hander and lost him behind the wall of whitewater.
And we see him swim out, and, you know, it doesn't look like that wave offered him too much. He's hunting for a 7.26. He was sitting under the priority of the other riders in the heat, so his strategy right now is to stay busy. There's only 3 minutes remaining. So Tristan is holding a solid lead on this heat, and I still am expecting that 5.25 to get ditched because he's got the skills to put some massive numbers on the board, as he's shown us with that perfect 10 right at the beginning of this heat. I'd love to see another score reach into the excellent range on his scorecard. But just beautiful drone footage. So glad that we can bring you this live perspective in the air of our beautiful event that's happening. Thanks everybody so much for tuning in to the Itacoatiara Pro 2017.
All right, so 2:15 left on the clock. Quick rundown of the scores. Tristan Roberts sitting on a 10.0 and a 5.25. Pacing the field ahead of Maxime Castillo. Maxime with an 8.0 and a 6.25. On the hunt for a 7.26. And Kalani Latanzi currently sitting in the third spot. He's trying to play catch-up right now, as the local has had a little trouble dialing in. He's got a 5.10 and a 4.25 to his scorecard, currently in combination situation.
Yeah, and with a minute and about a half to go, still hoping for something big to come in. And we see the fellows positioning here. Nice wedge coming in. Is Kalani going to be able to get it? Looks like it. He's up and riding. Here's the local boy going for a huge through the lip ARS, and doesn't quite muscle his way out of that one, but a beautiful attempt anyways. We could see another couple wedges march through just in time for another ride or two. 1 minute remaining.
So as the final seconds close down here, we have a little paddle battle action. It's going to be yellow Tristan Roberts, who had priority. Maxime Castillo was second priority. And there you could see Tristan Roberts now gathering his board, and Maxime will assume control of priority with 40 seconds remaining on the clock. We'll see if he's able to muster up a 7.26 and overtake Tristan. Tristan has led the way throughout with that 10-point air reverse, but has yet to replace that 5.25 middling score as a backup. Here he is taking one more look. Tristan Roberts, 20 seconds left on the clock. And as time counts down, Maxime trying to paddle in position, maybe one last shot at overtaking Tristan Roberts. He's going to let this one roll through, and time looks like it may very well expire as we get into the final seconds and counting down to the horn.
Well, a beautiful heat on paper that definitely materialized incredibly out in the water. Our first perfect 10 of the event has taken place, and we will take a short commercial break before returning with more live action here at the Itacoatiara Pro.
Só você que é um net sabe o que é multitelar. Ter de tudo no seu tablet, TV e celular. Conteúdo pra caramba, o Now tá em todo lugar. Ter ultra velocidade, a banda larga é pra voar. Quem é net faz bonito, tá com tudo pra brilhar. Dá um show em toda a tela, isso é multitelar, multitele. É multitele.
My goodness, are you kidding me? I leave for 10 seconds and all of a sudden the 10-point ride, the first 10-point ride of the event goes down. What? I missed it.
Well, hopefully we'll be bringing replays of that all day, and it'll certainly make the highlights reel because that was amazing, and there's more of it to come. Let's get right out into the water. It's heat number 9 of round number 1. This looks like it has the potential to be another very high-scoring affair. Huge duck dive there from Ian Campbell, getting under that one sweet. I think that one would have blasted most corpses to the shore, but Ian Campbell, very fit swimmer, coming from the Campbell Swimming Dynasty. Well, there you have it. Those are the riders in the heat. Antonio Cardoso, we know what he looks like. He's representing Portugal. Isaias Reivich from Brazil, and Ian Campbell representing South Africa. Of course, Ian Campbell having a super impressive run over the last several years. Last year found himself in the title race.
That was incredible.
Coming into the last event. And he's definitely one to watch. He was out in the free surfs earlier and was getting some pretty awesome rides.
Out in the water right now, heat number 9. We still have the rest of round number 1 underway, but you will see the scores right there on the top of your screen. But also, you're going to see in heat 10, Louis Finnegan, Dino Carmo, and João Paulo from Brazil. That's heat 10. Heat 11, you're going to see Dudu Pedra, Uri Valadao, and Lucas Fiera. And check this out, heat number 12.
Amoy Laverne, Julian Miramont, and Marcelo Faundes. Should be a super awesome couple final heats to round number 1 to wrap it up. Then we're going to be moving on into round number 2, which will be showcasing second and third place from each of the round 1 heats will be reseeded, reorganized into round number 2. We're going to be firing through that round and go through as many heats as we can because the waves are cranking today.
I'm still amazed on how flat it was yesterday. Even until sunset, it was still flat, no sign of the swell. And then overnight, within 5-6 hours, this swell rolled in. And now we're seeing some perfect A-frame wedgers down at Pampo, and the riders are taking full advantage.
Indeed they are. We're so thrilled in the last heat to see the first perfect 10 of the 2017 Itacoatiara PRO. Ian Campbell surfing under priority. Big extended rollo there. Let's see as he chases red all the way into this inside section. Fun little invert there. Lands it right on the shore. Completes it clean. But I tell you, the shore is so steep there. The bank is just so vertical. Would be hard for the judges to see if he rides up at the bottom of the berm. Look at this extended arm roll, very cylindrical, milking as much out of this wave as possible. He was sitting in third priority and really got busy finding a series of fun sections to do his boogie boarding on that wave. 5.25 coming in for his top score. Ian Campbell opening up this heat in the lead. Isaiah Reivik does not need much. He's got the highest single wave score of this heat, but wow, look at this. Doesn't get old, Manny.
You can see that little secret beach at the end of there. It's so beautiful and just perfect clean water. Beautiful view from the drone. Incredible.
And there's the mouth of the little valley that leads into this beautiful hamlet they call Itacoatiara. There it is, Elephant Rock Mountain, and the trunk of which is forming
so
the
incredible
big rock that you're seeing now that's known as Costão.
It's just crazy to me how this rock formation is able to just to have that little stretch of grass on the very top and a couple palm trees up there. It's really a sight to see. And if you are ever near Niterói, if you're traveling through Brazil, you just have to come and take a peek at Itacoatiara.
Yeah, it should definitely be on your hit list of things to do. Let's take a look at this replay. This is, wow, a deep tunnel for Antonio Cardoso as he just gets totally shacked. Did he make it out, Manny?
Yes, I saw it. I saw him. He did come out of that, so a nice clean barrel for Antonio Cardoso. He loves the big stuff. One of the few riders from Praia del Norte in Nazaré, charging the massive waves of Nazaré when it's pumping. So he is going to be happy if he advances on to heat number 3, but he may be even happy to surf in round number 2 if the waves keep picking up, as the locals have mentioned.
Nazaré, another beautiful place. We'll be heading there later on this year.
Exciting.
To continue the APB 2017 World Tour. But I do feel that Antonio Cardoso's home wave of Nazaré gives him some good experience when it comes to surfing a wedgie beach break like Itacoatiara, because these beaches bring in swell in kind of a similar manner, at least that their final formations before they crest are mixed up, peaked up, crossed up, wedgie beach break, and that's one of bodyboarders' favorite condition sets is heavy thumping wedgie beach breaks. Wouldn't you agree?
100%. That's why everybody's having a field day right here at the Itacoatiara Pro 2017. And you can see the likes of nobody holding back, because if you do go for these giant lip maneuvers, of course the sand will hurt, but you're not going to get cut up to shred to pieces here. Ian Campbell. Oh, interesting.
And he forces Isaiah to use his priority on this left-hander. Let's see if Isaiah is going to be able to get a score. He needs a 1.26 to get back into the first place spot. All of these riders very evenly matched on the opening exchanges. First 10 minutes has each of these riders with a mid-range score and not much of a backup. So let's check it out. Ian Campbell was not in first priority. That was our rider in blue. Isaiah scoops in pretty late and looks like he may have gotten a little bit of a cover-up, finding just a little bit of shelter from the sun here. 6.5 puts him back in the lead, and now we see the situation starting to crystallize. What will it take to move on into round number 3 is now being forged in the scores of Isaiah Reivik. A 12.5 total. So that means Antonio Cardoso needs a 7.26, and so does Ian Campbell from South Africa if they want to attack that first place position, because they both have scores of 5.25 counting as their highest wave at this time.
We did put something on our APB Facebook page, starting from the top this time. Big
Jason
shout outs
from Costa Rica.
Haas George with Team Coque bodyboarders in the house in Puerto Rico. What's up?
We got Guz Asmataz. We got Pedro Enrique Mesquita. and Luke McKendry.
So Pedro is in Cerro Pedica. He's given a shout out from his hometown, which is Itacoatiara, born and raised, going for his local friends, Duru Pedra, Kalani Latanzi, and Joao Zeke. All three of them born and raised right here in Itacoatiara, and they are definitely contenders for this event.
So we got a couple more shout outs that I can get you filled in on. We got Mark Eaton, West Oz. Love We Bodyboard tuning in from Gran Canaria. And we are just frothing. Let's take a look at this. Live action. Isaias pulling in deep behind that one. Wow. Tough to see what went on after he got into it, but Antonio Cardoso up and riding. Wicked cutout. Love the style. Leaves Ian Campbell out the back with priority. With the first half of this heat just about finished. It's been Isaias Rejvek in control, but Antonio Cardoso and Ian Campbell not even close to being counted out. They are going to be attacking that soon.
Looks like we do have the winner of the last heat at the interview booth with Paola. Paola, take it away.
Hi guys, heat number 8 with Tristan Roberts. He just relaxed here now in the pool after won this heat. Let me know how's the waves there, because you took Kalani, that's a really good rider. So you just won, and do you think the waves is pretty good still, or getting a little bit massive?
Yeah, I mean, with the tide dropping, it is getting a little more difficult out there, but Pompo is still delivering the ramps we need to showcase bodyboarding in the best light across the world. So yeah, I'm really happy to be here competing. Just trying to get used to the warm water. Where I'm from, water's real cold in South Africa. So yeah, that's something to get used to, but really happy to be here.
That's good. Your second time here. You really like Itacoatiara. What do you think this is a special place? The waves and the atmosphere. What's the most special thing to you?
Yeah, I mean, the waves are really good, but I mean, the people here are just super welcoming, and yeah, they just really love bodyboarding, and that's what helps us as athletes to come here and to perform. It's really cool to do what you love in front of people who love it just as much. So yeah, I've been really enjoying it here, and all the hikes to do here is incredible. The scenery is unbelievable.
That's it. Congratulations. Enjoy the rest of your time here, and see you in the next heat. You're welcome.
Wow, what is that? Why don't we do the broadcast in the jacuzzi? I'm kind of jealous right now.
Yeah, they're getting creative with the with everything.
Look at this,
All
live
right.
action, live action. Isaias Rejvek, nice clean roll right there, pulls it off, punches through the lip. So he is sitting very comfortably with that 6.5 and 6.0 ride. 11 minutes remaining in this heat. Let me finish this quick list. You said Mark in Perth saying what's up, and Graham Kidd. We got We Bodyboard in Gran Canaria, Storm Smith in Cape Town, and Pedro again going for the homeboys. Check this out. Antonio Cardoso sliding into this pocket. Can he come out of this? It looked like the door was open, but no, he could
kept
not.
barreling. Wow, it just caught him deep in there, but whoa, it looked like it just kept shackulating all the way into the inside. Steady flow of a nice peeling, heavy, thick shory. Fair enough to get excited. Ian Campbell up and out on that roll on this left-hander. He pulls it clean. It's not going to be the 7.26 he needs. We'll see if it even improves on his 5.25, but Ian Campbell will make his way back out into the lineup and attempt to take charge. We've only got about 10 minutes remaining and still yet to see big numbers being dropped besides our rider in blue, the local Isaias Rejvek, the trialist.
I really thought Antonio, they call him Toe. I thought he was coming out of this. Here's another look. You can see him setting his line perfectly.
So
and after a little bumpy bottom turn right there, the door stayed open, but the shockwave inside grabbed a hold of his legs and like slowed him down and was not able to come out of that. So Antonio Cardoso almost coming out of a nice deep pit. And, you know, that's the skills he shows. Coming down the face of the wave, a couple bounces, and still able to re-engage that inside rail and find the speed line. But unfortunately, that wave just got away from him.
It did, and he was just a fraction of a hair too deep on that opening section because it was that initial shockwave that caught him. But, man, right after it, like you said, the door stayed open and it kept shackulating all the way to the shore.
Oh, man. I was imagine myself getting up on the knee on the takeoff and not making it to the bottom because it was too bumpy and seeing the barrel go away. But all good.
Speaking of drop knee, Manny, I heard you and Steve talking about drop knee and that you would talk about it more later.
You know what, though? Some of these waves are so good. I can't get over it. So welcome, everybody. Round number 1 out in the water. Heat number 9 out of 12, I believe. Yep.
Yes.
And these are 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. There is no wave limit, no wave max, which means, yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, once we get into the main event of the men's, no maximum limitation on how many waves you can catch. So go for it as many times as you want. We want to see action, and by this point in the competition, these are the best riders in the world. So have at it, fellas. Just go for broke. Catch as many as you want. Of course, it's quality over quantity, so they're going to be judged on their top 2 scores to make it through. So they need some quality performances. It's not a wave catching contest that whoever catches the most waves will make it through, but we want to see as many opportunities for scores be taken as the riders are willing to. And the stadium format, just such a refreshing and brilliant introduction to the APB 2017 Tour. As Manny mentioned, there are 12 heats in round number 1, as well as in round number 2 and round number 3. This opening round 1 is a 3-person heat, non-elimination for each of the heats. Second and third will be moving on into round number 2, which is elimination, one-on-one matchups there. The winner will progress to meet the winner of the first round. So round number 1, first place, you go all the way to round number 3. And if you have to go to round number 2, if you survive it, you'll match up with the winners of the opening heats of round 1. From there, we move on into what we like to call the catapult round. Whoopsh. Where if you win, you get so in round number 4, if you win that heat, you get catapulted into the quarterfinals. And similarly, second and third in round number 4, which is another non-elimination round, we'll move on into round number 5. And there is even one more non-elimination round. It's the semifinals. If you make it into the semifinals, you will not be eliminated. Second place from both semifinals will go to the podium final to battle it out for third and fourth. The winners of each semifinal will battle it out for the champion of the event for first and second in the grand final. So, quick rundown of the stadium format, as this is event number 2 that we are using the stadium format. Beautiful addition to the 2017 APB World Tour. And we're taking this heat down. It's coming down to close to 5 minutes remaining. Ian Campbell's got a pair of 5.25s. It's not enough. He still needs a 7.26. Antonio Cardoso needs the same score required to attack the lead held by the trialist who has made it here to the main event, Isaias Rijvik.
Along with the podium final and the final of the men's division, we still have on tap the junior pros. Oh, wait a second. Live action. Ian Campbell, the South African, looking for a lip maneuver, and there it is. Nice reverse right there. Can he pull it around? He's bouncing around. Oh, I just saw the board bobbing right there. So, unfortunately, Ian Campbell looking for a big maneuver right there. Could not hold on to the landing. It looked like he was off just a little bit where the rotation didn't bring him all the way around.
I saw that too. A little bit of a lazy boy rot. Yep.
And that's what happened right there. He could not pull it off. But Ian Campbell, good attempt. He will drop down into that third priority as he makes his way back out to the lineup. So along with the men's division, we do have the juniors and the women's final.
Grand final.
On tap as well. That's correct. The grand final of the women's division still on standby. So we're going to see the juniors, women's, and the men's finals during the next few days of live broadcast.
And that'll probably all be taking place on the final day of competition. We are on day 3, rounds 1, and most likely a big chunk of round 2 of the main event will be taking place today. And then we'll be finishing off what's remaining in round number 2 and hopefully moving into maybe all of round number 3 tomorrow, which we're hoping is going to be day 4 of competition here.
Oh, my. As you can see, the beautiful backdrop right there of Pampo and the Serra de Tiririca. The state park here is the natural reserve here in Itacoatiara, just surrounded by beauty. And there's a reason for that. They actually protect this area to keep it in its most natural form. And if I was able to win the lottery, definitely buying that house right there, right on the beach, and calling this place my home.
Not a bad place to call home. A couple of very famous bodyboarders, Dudu Pedra, Kalani Latansi, Joao Zic, all call this beautiful, beautiful beach home. And so we're happy to be able to call this home for the next week.
Yes.
As we do have just about another week, or at least the rest of this week, in our waiting period, as we are looking to run to completion possibly over this swell window. So as this swell is increasing throughout the day, we're going to make most of today. Then tomorrow, as this swell sticks around, we're probably going to be running all day tomorrow as well. And then if the opportunity arises, Thursday, Friday, or Saturday or Sunday, one of the best days of that we will run. So let's take a look at Antonio now, live action.
Oh my, the Portuguese lining up this section. Look at the inside right here. There he goes. Nice invert right there. Lands perfectly. So, whew. Man, I hold my breath when the riders eye up this sections, and it looks like it's going to be perfectly rampable, hittable. And there's a perfect example right there from Antonio Cardoso, holding that trim line to keep his speed as high as possible. A little bit of paddling going on right here, Ian Camel in red. Here's another look at Antonio Cardoso.
So he's flying into the inside section. By the time he hits it, the wave has shrunk in size, but it still gets a beautiful boost. Nice clean invert, lands super clean. And right where he dives out, I tell you, that would have been a tumultuous beatdown he received. 7.5. It is enough. He turns the heat with that wave, putting pressure on Ajax and Ian for the remainder of the 72 seconds that are in this round, heat number 9. Then we will be moving on into heat number 10, which I think will be Louis Finnegan, Dino Carmo, and Joao Paulo. That's coming up real shortly, but we're waiting to see if Ajax or Ian can do anything to change what's happening now. Let's take a look at Ian. He's been eyeing up these left-handers. He gets a simple flip off this left.
Nice.
Fun and nice, certainly, maneuver there.
Ooh.
Combos it with a roll. We'll see where that lines up in the situation as we wait for scores to drop. And as he finished the wave right by Pompo Rock, he is able to get that rip right back out into the lineup. And we see him to the far right of your screen, the next heat. Oh, gosh.
Oh, my.
That's El Costao. And I swam right to about that point on the outside of the rock.
Was
Yesterday
it
was flat as a pancake. Beautiful for swimming conditions. But there's a beautiful look at this beautiful, beautiful venue that we have here in Itacoatiara, in Niterói, outside of Rio de Janeiro.
And you can see the entrance into Itacoatiara. It's only one way in and one way out, and it's right there to the far. And I think that is the end of the heat. Yep, both of the riders making their way in, and you can see Ian Campbell getting up on the knee. But that is the end of heat number 9, and we'll give you the official results. There it is on your screen right there. That may have been the official results. It looked like Antonio Cardoso winning that heat, and he will go straight into round number 3. So, ladies and gentlemen, the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro will be right back right after this.
Só você que é um net sabe o que é multitelar. Ter de tudo no seu tablet, TV e celular. Conteúdo pra caramba, o Now tá em todo lugar. Ter ultra velocidade, a banda larga é pra voar. Quem é net faz bonito, tá com tudo pra brilhar. Dá um show em toda a tela, isso é multitelar, multitele. É multitele.
Back to the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro. Steve Action Jackson back in the mix with Manny Vargas. And we're seeing some intense battles out in the water, some big scores being dropped, and we keep on rolling. So we're going to throw right back out into the water.
Let's get right into it. This is heat number 10 out in the water in red. We have a big ARS. Oh my goodness. And he pulled it off, came around, but that section just dumped down on him. And that was our rider in red, Louis Finnegan, probably the most flexible bodyboarder on tour. He is a yoga master, did the whole India thing, and now he is here competing in the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro. That was an incredible way to start his campaign here in heat number 10, round 1. Who else do we got in the water?
All right, joining Louis Finnegan, we have Dino Carmo from Portugal and João Paulo from Brazil. And these guys are going to battle it out over the next 25 minutes. Again, top 2 waves will be scored. The winner will go on to round 3, while second and third will battle it out in round 2, man-on-man elimination competition.
Oh my, that was incredible. I wonder, the judges, again, they're about a quarter mile down the beach from the main site here where we're located. And they did set up a full judging cargo container thing down the beach just in case we did have to move the judging and the riding down towards Pompo, which is down the beach. And they're the ones that have the straight on view. They see everything. They're not going to miss any waves. And it's going to be interesting on how the scores are dropping. And it looks like Louis Finnegan did not complete that maneuver, but a 2.0 dropping for that. But that was insane.
So some wave action already in the first minutes of this heat. Dino Carmo with the 5.0 now looking for a backup score. Has the early lead. Louis Finnegan with a 2.0 and a 1.0 on his score sheet sits in second. João Paulo with a 1.5 and a 1.0. Obviously, Louis and João will look to build on their scores from here as they work their way through this heat.
Here's another look of Louis Finnegan. Perfect timing right there. Boom, a giant ARS lands perfectly, but when he whipped it around, that whole section just came dumping out and just barreled over him, and he wasn't able to punch through that whitewash. But an epic attempt right there from the Australian Louis Finnegan.
And here we have up and riding rider in yellow, Dino Carmo pulling some tube time.
And
now
another
trying
one.
to backdoor that next section, but then it clamps down on him. But it's definitely some barrels on offer now, and the ramp sections are definitely starting to line up in the rider's favor out there, Manny.
Yeah, it's pretty cool how you can see on the outside where it's just churning and just stormy. And then once it comes into that inside section, you get this nice, clean, glassy face waves, which the riders very much like. They want that to be able to hold that speed line and have as much speed when they set their eyes on that lip for those big air maneuvers. So Yeah, this place is absolutely amazing. Welcome once again to the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro. We're in round 1, heat number 10, out in the water. Round number 1, non-elimination. Round number 2, yes, you will be eliminated if you don't make it out of your heat. If you win your heat in round number 1, boom, you get straight into round number 3. That's what you want.
Free passage to skip around, not a bad deal. So that's basically what is on the line in this first round. Everybody gunning for that top spot, trying to get a little reprieve. You know, surf once, take a break, watch the competition for the rest of the day, and get back to it tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, some of the riders wouldn't mind, though. We're surfing this stuff for a second time. Dino Carmo right there. He had that barrel on the first, and then he eyes up this section. It looked like it could have stayed open for a second where he could escape through the doggy door, but that did not happen for Dino Carmo. But Dino, he did catch another wave, which hopefully we'll see on the replay with a 6.75. Probably caught it on his way out, but the scores are dropping, and the action is intense here at the Itacoatiara Pro. So, Jackson, what is it like moving from New Jersey, where the winters there are ice cold, snow on the beach, to Rio de Janeiro to be with your wife, and the winters here are just as freezing? Oh, wait.
Not even close. Yeah, here, you know what, at times at the coldest, I might put on a 3-2 full suit. Winter in New Jersey, 5 mil hooded suit with gloves and boots. So you know what, I'm spending less money on neoprene these days and enjoying more flexibility, more consistent, warmer surf conditions.
Well, let's tap on that for a little bit. Dino Carmo, your rider in yellow, he's from Portugal. He's from the cold waters of Nazaré, Praia del Norte. I mean, let's talk about really quick on the equipment these guys use, specifically the bodyboard, on the flexibility of that bodyboard. Because when you bodyboard, you want some flexibility. As you bottom turn, you want that board to have some kind of recoil, and that'll give you a little extra push and generate some speed. So going from that cold water to this water, can you explain a little bit on what the riders are looking for as far as riding the waves here in Itacoatiara?
Well, with the equipment, they're probably looking for something a little more rigid to compensate for the warmer waters, because with the warmer waters comes more flexibility in the board, and you want good projection off of your bottom turn, but you don't want too much flex on the board, or else you're going to fold it and turn it into a lawn chair in waters like this.
Yeah, so there you go. A lot of the riders, they carry 2-3 boards in the South American leg just to be able to have all the bases covered. You're going to have a really flexible board for the warm waters of Brazil, and then straight into Chile where the waters are much, much colder, and that's where you're going to want to, sorry, take that back. You want the little bit stiffer board for the warm waters of Brazil, and when you go to Chile, you want a little bit more flex in your board. So yeah, that most of these riders are going to be traveling around 3-4 boards just to make sure they're covered.
Yeah, to be honest, I've always preferred a more rigid board, but even in cold waters, I would generally go with a polyethylene core even, because Poly Pro has always been a little too rigid for me in cold waters. So, you know, a good high-density polyethylene deck skin, PE core, you know, you can throw a stringer or just go with a layer of mesh to firm it up a little bit. But usually in really cold waters like Chile or my home waters of New Jersey, you want to gain as much flex as possible because it's ice cold water, and you're talking about 4.3 or 5.4 hooded wetsuits, so you definitely want that flex pattern.
And also, a lot of the riders are using the ISS, which is the
interchangeable stringer system, which allows them to use the same board but adjust the flex pattern to that board, so they can maybe get a wider range of use depending on the conditions, as opposed to, you know, carrying a separate board each time. So, you know, it can make the difference between carrying 4 boards or 2 boards with you. Meanwhile, the board he's got out in the water seems to be working pretty well for Dino Carmo. That wave opts for a forward spin, sticking to the ground game, so to speak. But we've seen these guys really going after it out there out in the water today. So, you know what? It continues here in round 1. The these guys just really putting the foot to the gas and straight ahead. Here we go. One more look at the replay for Dino Carmo on this wave. Sets his line, looks up top, throws a spin, gets a little caught up on top, but does get it around. Probably won't score too high with the judges. The judges are looking for more aerial-based technical maneuvers. So doing spins on the open face probably not going to garner the scores you need to advance out of the heat. We'll see how that comes in with the judges. But again, Dino's already sitting on a 6.75 and a 5.0. Leads the way. That last wave most likely will not factor in.
14 minutes remaining in this heat. And yes, Joao Paulo in the blue jersey. Now in combination land, something you don't want to be in. Combination essentially means the two scores you have are not enough to even be considered into the whole scheme of things when you're being judged for your top two waves. So he has to get a whole new set of top scoring waves to be in contention to be in that first place spot. And that's what these riders are after, is that first place spot. Again, non-elimination round. First place going straight into round number 3. Second and third, round number 2. Look at this, blue taking a look. Nope. Pulls back. And you know what? That's going to be kind of tricky. Keep your eyes on the P. P1, well, P means priority. P2, second priority. P3 means third priority. Did the judges think that Joao paddled for that wave? So far, we didn't see any change. So it looks like he will hold on to that first priority. But this, he will catch, Joao.
Joao Paulo up and riding on the left-hander there. You can see from the back view a combo of rolls, and it looks like he will wash up onto the beach. Got a little caught up in the whitewater on that second roll, but Joao Paulo using his priority, trying to work his way out of a priority situation.
All right, there's a little situation change there. Louis Finnegan dropped down to third, but here he is taking a look. 12 minutes remaining. Nice clean bottom turn. Not a big size wave, so you know he's going to get back out there before our rider in blue to hold on to that that priority. I believe priority number 2. So that wave wasn't shaping up for what he wanted, so he kicked out to make sure he can get back out to the lineup before Joao Paulo. So Dino Carmo in full control right now with 12 minutes remaining.
Yes, Dino looking pretty solid thus far. Still, he's going to want to improve those scores before all is said and done, but looking to have her say now. Paula's actually down on the beach with the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Paula.
Portugal, he just won his heat. That was one Brazilian guy inside the water too. So he said that's really difficult there now because a lot of current. If you lose the moment, and he said that was in second all the time and take a really good wave. I think in 3 minutes almost finished the heat. He got a really good wave. So Antonio, what do you think in the water? How it's working there? It's pretty difficult? Tá muito difícil de pegar uma onda lá?
Sim, o mar está bocadinho difícil. A minha estratégia foi ficar bocadinho mais perto do pump para conseguir apanhar aquela lateral e bater ali no meio naquele close-out. E eu fiz isso na primeira onda, mas só que os júris não me contaram aquele rolo. Foi rolo pesado, eu acho que merecia a nota. E depois fiquei sempre em segundo lugar, fiz ali 5,5 que foi num tubo para a esquerda, foi bom, consegui recuperar. E depois, mais no final, foi quando apareceu a onda que eu precisava, que mandei invert maior e era a nota que eu precisava, que foi 7 e pouco. E foi suficiente para passar para primeiro.
You say that stay in the water close to the pump or really like right side, just wait for the wave coming like I was coming like on the peak, but was hard to take. Take one good left, take a barrel in the left, and still miss one good note. He said that got a big rolls as well, but he said that the judge didn't get a big score. So, and come the last wave that he make and just won. So, what else do you think? What are you gonna do to the next heat to getting ripping like that? O que vai fazer na próxima bateria?
Eu quero que as condições estejam boas, que é para conseguir mostrar muito mais o meu nível. E pronto, toda a gente está a dar um show. Eu só quero também desejar boa sorte aos outros portugueses em prova e conseguimamos tirar um bom resultado desta prova, porque é uma onda muito semelhante à Praia do Norte e podemos tirar aqui um bom resultado.
He said that want the waves getting like that, really good waves. You're gonna just support the rest of the guys from Portugal and for he make the show like all the bodyboards make now. He said that's really similar. Nazaré, what's the wave similar there?
É parecida à Praia do Norte. É uma onda que tem muitos triângulos por toda a praia. Hoje, por acaso, tá mais triângulos aqui na Itacoatiara. Está muito bom. O que faz parecer muito a Praia do Norte naqueles dias difíceis assim, não tão perfeitos. Mas pronto, eu acho que a Nazaré é mais perfeita que Itacoatiara.
He said that Nazaré is more perfect than here, of course. But the Praia do Norte, North Beach, is similar here. A lot of peaks, not really good, but ours is good. Like we say, Itacoatiara, being like Itacoatiara. It's good, but it's not good. So congratulations. See you to the next, maybe tomorrow, I think. You're going to say something?
Yeah, quero agradecer a todos os meus patrocinadores, à Praia do Norte principalmente, do município, é um apoio imprescindível. E à Praia de Bodyboards, à Onda, à New Wave, à Nazarrente e à G-Shock, porque se não fosse eles eu não podia estar aqui a competir hoje. Muito obrigado.
Say that gonna say thanks for all the sport. If it's not from them, he's never gonna be here again. So congratulations, Antonio. This is Itacoatiara Pro. It's like a bodyboarding show. Thank you. See you maybe tomorrow. Nada, congratulations. Parabéns. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Paula, and congratulations to Antonio Cardoso, getting the job done out in the lineup there. Again, scoring an 8.0 in the course of that heat, enough to push him through. He takes the heat win and advances on to round 3, so we'll see him most likely tomorrow. Meanwhile, out in the water, Dino Carmo continues to lead the way with 8:20 left on the clock. He has a 6.75 and a 5.40 on his scorecard, and here he is up and riding once again. Dino Carmo driving down the line, quick little cover up, flips it out, still going, and he's going to combo with the roll at the end before ducking out. Another nice wave there for Dino Carmo as he continues to lead the way with just under 8 minutes left on the clock. Meanwhile, João Paulo in need of a 7.91, and Louis Finnegan still in combination situation right now. The one thing working to Louis' advantage right now, he does have priority.
So Dino Carmo out there right now in the yellow jersey, fellow countryman, and from the same beach actually, Praia del Norte in Portugal. Antonio Cardoso looking very solid. Here we go, up and riding. João Paulo, clean bottom turn, going for an invert right there. Not much projection, more like a bank move right there. So 8.41, not going to happen. Louis Finnegan down into that combination area. But I think, you know, we're going to see Joao and Louis for sure if they stay in these positions. But you know what? There's 7 minutes left. And we've seen it time and time again where riders do come back in the last few minutes, even last 30 seconds, and take a first place spot or advancing spot. So we can't count Joao and Louis Finnegan out just yet. So Louis Finnegan, waiting patiently. He's in that combination land. We just talked about it where he needs a whole new set of waves. Let's take another look at Dino Carmo.
Here you can see Dino sets his line, gets a quick little in and out cover up, flips it out, and now he's going to set up the next section for a roll, and nice combination maneuvers on that wave for the rider from Portugal.
That's not a bad move, but I mean, he's in a good spot right now. So it wasn't bad for him to do that. I mean, I'm only saying that because it was on the smaller side.
Yeah, it was a much smaller wave. A lot of foam on the face. Wasn't exactly the best in terms of maximizing scoring potential. But again, as you mentioned, he sits in the lead. And if by chance he manages to incrementally improve on his secondary score, he helps his situation. If not, no harm, no foul. Still, you know, some fun combination riding there from the Portuguese.
You know what's been fun on this trip? I've been eating like a madman on this trip. I mean, I've had 3 breakfast sandwiches already, and you just handed me my delicious fish lunch, which I'm going to call that dinner. I'm going to eat it, but how good is the food down here? Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, the food is amazing. Thankfully, there's a very persistent and present active lifestyle that rules the scene down here. So I eat like a king down here, but I also keep the weight off because of all the time spent running the beach and bodyboarding and working with the bodyboarding schools.
No, I mean, when I first saw you I don't remember the last time I saw you. What?
It was this time last year, I believe.
Okay, so about a year ago, man, you look a lot more toned. You almost look like The Rock a little bit, if in a Brazilian kind of way. So
yeah, if he were 5'7".
But yeah, if you ever get down to Brazil, prepare to exercise. Calories in, calories out is probably the easiest thing to do if you're active. But if you don't do the calories out part, this Brazilian food can catch up to you.
Well, just to give you a quick hint, with the bodyboard school, 4K run on the beach every Tuesday and Thursday with the students, even the 10-year-olds.
All right, so you got to keep up with them. So
yes.
All right, if Uncle Steve is going to run 4K, they got to run 4K. So yes, the food has been amazing. The vibe has been incredible, and the waves. I'm still amazed. I've only seen it happen in Hawaii, where one day it's flat, the next day it's 5 to 6 foot, and here we are taking full advantage of that. Ryder down the beach, taking a look. Louis Finnegan dropping in. Not much there for Louis, but he's going to try to make it happen, and it does not. Louis just, you know what? Again, non-elimination round. Louis just filling out the whole scene right now, trying to figure out. He'll go back to the drawing board and see what he can improve, what he can do to improve his performance in his next heat, and he has to do it quickly because that's an elimination round.
Well, real quick, just to touch back on the food. Big thank you to Patricia from Saboreando
yes.
and Reyes. Muito obrigado, Patricia. A comida é ótimo. Muito delicioso.
And where can you find the shop?
Honestly, Patricia is sponsoring this event through Saboreando. If you go down the street to the roundabout, you make a right. It's just down the road on the right-hand side from the contest site.
All right, so if you're heading to Itacoatiara, make sure you find, how do you say the
name of the restaurant is Saboreando.
There you go. Look for that shop. Make sure you say hi and say you heard it on the live feed. Look at this, out the back. Oh, Dino Carmel pulling back. As you can see, it just closed out on the inside, so not a bad choice right there. But look at that wedge. Look at the left on that. Look at the right is closing out, but if you're in the right spot for that left, you do get that foamy section on the inside, but look at that drainer on the right-hander. Woo! Every bodyboarder right now is probably frothing at the waves and the wedges and the peaks and the ramps here at Itacoatiara down at Pampo. Pampo is the name of the area on this beach. It's about a half-mile long, and it's divided into 3 sections. Pampo is where we're at. It's in the south-north or the southwest side of the beach. You got the middle part, and you got the southeast side.
Yes, Castão, Meio, Pampo.
There you go.
And then if you want to throw in the slab break hidden behind the rocks, so you've got Shock as well.
I think if Shock was a little bit more consistent, we would probably consider having an event there as well. It is an incredible, just draining right-hand reef slab, but the consistency is not there to hold a World Tour event.
Well, recently they had a local specialty event called Shock Masters, and local Dudu Pedra came away victorious in that one.
Oh, my. I heard, what's his name? The old school bodyboarder, not Marcelo Pedro, but, well, we'll come back to it. But look at this. Clean barrel on the inside. Nice, clean, glassy wave. Looked like it spit. Did the rider come out? Yes, he did, and pulls off a roll. Again, this angle is from this camera that we see situated on the main site. But, oh, Dino Carmel, clean bottom turn. Oh, my. Nice, clean invert. Are you kidding me? Can he hold on? Can he pull out in front of that whitewash? Oh, no, that's going to be very interesting. It's not over. Louis Finnegan on the inside, ducking out of that barrel. Woo, back-to-back-to-back waves. Wave exchange going down. But Dino Carmel, did he pull off that invert maneuver when he landed? That is the main question.
I don't know, Manny. My personal opinion, he never really rode out in front of the whitewater and demonstrated control, and then you saw the board pop up tail first. Here's a look at the replay.
Wow, look at the clean bottom turn. You can tell right there, he's a big wave rider holding that edge, and right there, perfect timing, clean invert, and then lands. It looked like he did pull it off just for a second, but then just gets engulfed by that whitewash and wasn't able to ride out fully in control after that. So, whew, I'm sure the judges are going to look at that replay a couple times. Louis Finnegan, not much there for him. bails out. Louis not having the best heat right now, but again, non-elimination. He will have a second shot in the round number 2. So Louis Finnegan, Dino Carmel, he is looking solid. Louis Finnegan, look at this thing lining up. Oh, just a ginormous short break pit right there for Louis Finnegan. Oh my, look at these sets rolling in. The locals have called it. Kalani Latanzi, Joao Zeke, and Dudu Pedra said it's going to be pumping today, and it's going to be increasing. That could be the end of the heat as we wind down this heat number 10. Oh my goodness. That was incredible.
Yeah, so a lot of wave exchanges, some heavy beach break grinders rolling through. And you know what? That was a fun heat to watch, Manny Vargas. It will get you results right after this commercial break. We're going to pay a few bills. We'll be right back.
Só você que é um net sabe o que é multitelar. Ter de tudo no seu tablet, TV e celular. Conteúdo pra caramba, o Now tá em todo lugar. Ter ultra velocidade, a banda larga é pra voar. Quem é net faz bonito, tá com tudo pra brilhar. Dá um show em toda a tela, isso é multitelar, multitelar. É multitelar.
All right, welcome back to competition day here, the first day of the main event. I'm Steve Action Jackson. Dave Hubbard joining me for the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro, and we're going to get right back out into the action.
Yeah, let's get right back out there because it's been action-packed for this whole day thus far. We are getting close to completing round number 1. We're in Heat 11 now. We got Lucas Faria, Uri Valadao, Dudu Pedra, all representing for Brazil. And 2 more heats to go in round number 1, and then we will be moving into round number 2. Round one, of course, non-elimination. We've been seeing the dominant placings. First place from each heat has been leapfrogging, jumping all the way into round number 3. Second and third are headed to round number 2, and did look like the heat got started during the commercial break, Steve.
Wow, it looks like Uri Valadão dropping a 10-point ride on his opening wave while we were away at commercial. We'll see if we can queue up a replay of that. But talk about starting off a heat with a bang.
Yeah, we saw Tristan Roberts starting off his heat with a bang earlier, just an hour or two ago, and getting a 10-point ride in the process. Now it seems like Uri Valadão has treated us to 10 number 2, the perfect 10 number 2. Here he is now up and riding, looking at this big closeout section. Beautiful air reverse. Gets the rotation around, but just comes up a little short of completing that one, I think. Wow. Great start to this heat. Dudu Pedra is on the board with a 5.75. Lucas Faria with a 5.
So all of the three of these guys getting down to business right away. And just to wrap things up from the previous heat, final results were Dino Carmo first. He moves on to round 3. Finishing in second was João Paulo, and in third, Louis Finnegan. We'll see Louis and João battle it out again in round 2 man-on-man elimination competition.
And a reminder, round 2 is going to be reseeded, so second and third from each of these heats may not necessarily be battling man-on-man against each other. It may work out that way, but it will be reseeded accordingly. Let's take a look at Dudu Pedra, the local legend of Praia de Itacoatiara, just diving out on that one. So, quick start for Uri Valadão. Has him with a massive single wave score, a perfect 10-point ride. Can't wait to see what he did to earn it. I would guess a massive air reverse like Tristan, or do you think it was a barrel to backflip? What are you thinking, Steve? We're just guessing. But
if I were a gambling man, I'd probably say big air reverse with those wedging rights and those oncoming bowl sections at the end. That seems to be the maneuver du jour, the move of the day.
And was that French or Portuguese?
That was a little French thrown in for good measure.
Well, how would we say that in Portuguese?
Manobra de dia.
Manobra de dia is the air reverse. So beautiful coining of the maneuver de jour or maneuver de dia. Maneuver of the day, depending on what language you're tuning in, listening to. I would like to welcome everybody once again to the live broadcast of the APB 2017 edition of the Itacoatiara PRO. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. We are in round 1 of the main event. This is day number 3 of the competition. We're seeing the best conditions by far of the waiting period so far. We were treated this morning when we woke up to beautiful conditions down at Pompo, the right side of the beach where the camera is honed in on. We can see our riders there waiting patiently for the wedges that are coming off of that rock down at the end of the beach there. But there is some sets, and they continue to increase. Here's one just closing out and cleaning up our riders. Most of them experts at duck diving or dipping under these breaking waves. They will stay near the lineup and stay in a good place so that they can attack one of the next waves that comes in. Uri Valadão has already found himself an incredible ride early on in the start of this matchup.
We've been talking a lot about how shallow it is on the inside and how much power this wave has when it breaks. Unfortunately, there are points on the inside where you go to dive deep under a wave and you just go knuckles first into the sand and have nowhere to go, and all you have to do is just get blasted and take the beating like a man.
Yeah, exactly that. In my free surf this morning, I dipped out of a wave and, yeah, definitely ended up punching the bottom of the sea floor. The sand was just a few inches underneath the wave that I was riding, and when I dipped out, yep, knuckles to the sand. Luckily, everything was okay, as the sand is slightly forgiving, but as Steve's alluding to, it does not leave a lot of room for the breaking waves to dissipate and for the energy to relinquish itself. It will usually do that on top of whoever and whatever is in its path, and you will get absolutely detonated if you are in the line of sight of one of these beasts marching through.
On the plus side, sand is definitely a lot more forgiving than going knuckles first into the reef. I had the misfortune of doing that several years ago at Off the Wall and almost shaved my knuckles off.
Almost shaved the fingernails off too, and that's definitely one of the bright sides of surfing sandbars is contact with the bottom contours of the sea floor are certainly a lot less forgiving, but it can still break bones. People have broken bones in shore breaks, dislocated a lot of limbs and joint ligaments and everything. So you're not looking so much as getting shredded up by reef or rock, but you could still get a very hard pounding for sure.
Well, as I'm sure a lot of you remember, a few years ago during competition here, we had some major swell rolling through, and we actually had one heat where all three of our competitors got caught inside by one of the biggest waves of the day. One of our competitors actually had to be pulled from the water by lifeguards and taken to the hospital. So it just goes to show you, you know, when Mother Nature shows her true force, I mean, it doesn't matter how proficient you are as a wave rider, whether you're competing in the main event here at this event or off on a free surf on a vacation, you have to be very careful in waves of consequence. And I will consider Itacoatiara a wave of consequence, because when it's big here, it can hurt you, it can kill you.
Certainly can. Creation very powerful when the magnitude and swell energy marches in, and as Steve's alluding to, the rip currents are a force to be reckoned with. A very small little cove. Swell just funnels in here, starts bouncing around. And Dudu Pedra, Kalani Latansi, several years ago tried to attack Praia de Itacoatiara about at least 25-foot, maybe 30-foot faces. And Dudu Pedra was able to make it back to shore safely. Kalani Latansi needed to be airlifted by helicopter. So even Kalani Latansi, recognized as one of the most formidable watermen, especially in the sport of bodyboarding and body surfing, having to be rescued via helicopter, airlifted out of the water because he could not return safely to shore and was basically trapped out at sea with the rogue breakers that were out there. So I would agree, Steve, a very, very powerful and intense beach break when the swell picks up, and we could potentially see conditions get more intense and more vigorous this afternoon, but already tons of action, tons of high octane energy out in the water. There we just saw Lucas Faria. Quick ride for him as he ducks out, unable to find a score there. But wow, imagine if we get footage, we'll certainly see it on the highlight reel tonight, of Uri Valadau's perfect 10-point ride. That number just continues to stare at me from the top left-hand corner of your screen. Uri Valadau does not have a substantial backup yet, but he's still in solid control of the heat. And we are already into the second half of this heat with probably only about 6 or 7 waves ridden in total. We are seeing the beach here at Itacoatiara take just a little bit of a breather during lunchtime, and not before a massive gasp of excitement was pulled out of the crowd for that 10-point ride. Now we're seeing just a little bit of a slowdown as everybody kind of digests that.
Well, I tell you what, the anticipation on my behalf for the highlights tonight. Very eager to see the highlights package. We've had a lot of waves in the 8-point range, 9-point range, a couple of 10s thrown down. So tonight's highlights package is shaping up to be something special. You'll definitely want to stay tuned to the APB Tour YouTube channel, apbtour.com, and the Facebook page, APB Tour, as well, for the video highlights package, which will come after we wrap up competition today.
Yep, we're excited to see that. And Uri Valadao attempting to back up his 10, just pulling in there. I thought we were going to see another massive aerial maneuver, but the section just got a little too ahead of him, and he had to pull in, but didn't escape that barrel.
10 minutes left in the heat. Again, Uri Valadao sitting on that 10-point ride to start things off while we're away at commercial break. Still looking for a backup score. Meanwhile, Lucas Faria up and riding on this one. Nice little barrel, and then ducks out before it shuts down. It looks like he got sucked up, out, and over trying to get out of that one. Just goes to show how powerful it is. You try and duck out mid-phase, and you still, get put through the rinse cycle.
Exactly, and he's going to get some more of it there as he continues to dip these waves coming in. Dudu Pedra positioning for this one, just finds himself a little too deep on that outside peak. And yes, we will continue to see these waves march in and our riders just go for it.
So again, Uri Valadao leads the way. Lucas Faria moving into the second spot, sitting on some minimal scores, a mid-range 5.0, a 3.0 as a backup score. It's enough to take the lead, take the advantage rather from Dudu Pedra. Dudu Pedra now in third as a 5.75, still looking for something a little more sizable backup score-wise. He's in need of a 6.26 at this point.
Uri Valadao, our heat leader, taking a look at this one. Nice clean bottom turn, finds his way up to a nice invert. Good projection on that one, clean landing, and he's out. So that's certainly going to ditch that 2-point ride that was in his scorecard before catching that wave. We're going to see Uri Valadao most likely put the field in combination, I would say, and we'll have to see exactly what that is going to look like once we get the score. There it is, 6-point ride. So the field is now in a pretty decent combination situation, Steve.
And here's a look at the replay. Uri drops in, sets his line, jets up to the top, and tweaks out the invert completely upside down. And nice, solid landing there. Uri Valadao, a 6.0 for his efforts on that one to go with his 10.0. And as Dave alluded to, the other two competitors now in combination situation. They've got a pretty lengthy walk back out of combo land if they're going to get back into the swing of things here with Uri Valadao.
Yeah, certainly do. The scores that Lucas and Dudu are holding on their scorecard are not going to be enough. They're going to need to do something about a point better for Lucas and about a quarter, just a little bit more than a quarter point better for Dudu to at least get them out of combo land. But mainly it's 16 points of a total. So whether that comes in the form of an 8 and an 8.01 or a 9 and a 7.01, whatever combination of scores they get, they're going to need them to be significant, much larger than either of the waves that they have right now. So Uri Valadao in a very powerful position, but look at this one. This one's shaping up great. Lucas Faria up and riding, gets a flip off on the inside, and we'll see if he's able to ride out of that one. A lot of white water around him. Incomplete. Uri Valadao, the heat leader, finds a bowl to pull in behind. It looks like it chucks him over as the lip pitched maybe just a little bit sooner than he anticipated. And Dudu Pedra, the local legend, still sitting out the back.
So while Dudu Pedra bides his time, hoping for one of those sets to roll through, Uri Valadao, staying busy, continues to lead the way. 6 minutes remaining in the heat. And the interesting thing, the heat started off all of these guys getting on the board very quickly. We had a lot of wave action at the beginning, and then a bit of an extended lull through the mid portion of the heat, and now we've seen things start to pick up again as all of these guys catching waves. Here's a look at the last wave. Actually, that's the replay of Orivala down on the air reverse.
That was one of his opening rides following that perfect 10, the incomplete air reverse. So just a little teaser, a little appetizer of what may have transpired during commercial break with his perfect 10-point ride. But wow, we see some serious lines approaching here, Steve. Looks like a set coming in.
Yeah, and you can see what we've been talking about with the increased swell and the side wave coming off of the rock formation, the rebound. You know, these waves peaking up out there with all that current. It's kind of a washing machine out there at this point. When you dial into something noteworthy, it's a solid wave, but as you can see, it's kind of all over the place out there right now.
Yeah, it does appear that way. If you just rolled up to the beach and looked down there, if you didn't choose the right moment to perch your eyes on Pompo, you might think it's just kind of wild and woolly. And it is that from time to time, but occasionally these waves come in such a perfect, organized manner that they provide incredible scoring opportunity for our professional bodyboarders out in the lineup. We've seen amazing barrels, huge high-flying acrobatics, as well as just a lot of gumption from these riders, just really pushing themselves. And I love this zoomed-in shot with that Pompo rock and the waves just surging on it and then bouncing. Wow, look at this set. It might catch our riders just a little off guard there. Dudu Pedra knows what he's doing. He surfs this wave most of the year whenever there's swell, and he knows exactly where to find some of the best waves, but it has been Udi Valadao who's found the best ride of this heat, tying Tristan Roberts for one of the best rides of the day.
Well, you know what? While we wait for these guys to uncover some of those gems rolling in, we're going to throw things down to Paula. She's with the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Paula.
Hi guys, we are here with Dino Carmo from Portugal. He just won this heat that was pretty difficult. Tava muito difícil lá. It's really difficult there to get a good wave.
Estava muito difícil pegar uma onda boa, mas ainda consegui encontrar algumas. Comecei o hit bem logo no primeiro segundo com o roll, depois consegui fazer um tubo, manter-me um bocado mais tranquilo. E pronto, a partir daí foi um bocado a controlar e procurar sempre melhorar a segunda melhor onda. E a partir daí fazer um score melhor e pronto, assim consegui passar em primeiro e estou no round 3. O ano passado aqui em Itacoatiara tinha perdido nos trials e estou muito feliz por ter chegado já ao round 3. Quero agradecer principalmente aí ao meu amigo Gabriel, que é aqui local de Itacoatiara, por sem ele nada disto era possível, e aos meus patrocinadores, à Praia do Norte, e ao Science, ao Alojamento de Batata, e toda a malta que está em Portugal a apoiar a malta.
He said that's really happy. Gonna say thank you for Gabriel. That's the guy, the local guy from Niterói, and all his sponsors as well. He said that got really 2 good waves when he start, and after he tried keeping like that until the end of the heat. So congratulations, parabéns, and see you to the phase 3 now. Go straight to the phase 3. You gonna say something more?
Não, quero mandar um abraço lá para a família, para a namorada e para o pessoal todo. Obrigado por todo o apoio.
Congratulations. Back to you guys. Parabéns.
All right, and while we're away with the interview, you could see some wave action going on out in the lineup. Dudu Pedra, as well as Lucas Faria, trading waves out in the lineup. Orivala down continues to lead the way. 1:40 left on the clock, and Lucas Faria and Dudu Pedra continue to try and work their way out of combination situation. Again, non-elimination heat, but right now Orivala down in the driver's seat, looking to drive his bus straight into round 3.
Yeah, he's got a firm grip on the driver's seat of that bus, as that 16-point combination, that total points of 16 is just proving to be a little too much for the other competitors to overcome. They're still in combo, and they've got a minute to find their way out of combo land. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do it, Steve.
Yeah, time counting down, 50 seconds left on the clock, and it looks pretty certain that Ori Valadown will be punching his ticket to round 3. And you know what? Ori's not done. One more wave, maybe a little victory lap. Nice big looping roll, full arm extension, and he does come out ahead. I don't know if that'll replace that 6.0 as a backup score, but either way, finishing strong as he leads the heat and leads the way to the beach.
Yeah, that was critical, and I would say that it may have just improved on that because that was a bigger wave and just so critical. But, yep, we see that Uri Valadown has dominated this heat. He's moving into round number 3. Dudu Pedra as well as Lucas Freya moving on into round number 2. Big roll there. Finishing move from your heat leader, Uri Valadown.
All right, so there you have a quick look at the replay as we count down to the end of the heat, and it will be Ori Valadown taking the win. Moving on to round 3, we'll see Lucas Faria and Dudu Pedra again in round 2 competition. Right now, we're going to take a quick commercial break. Stay tuned.
Só você que é um net sabe o que é multitelar. Ter de tudo no seu tablet, TV e celular. Conteúdo pra caramba, o Now tá em todo lugar. Ter ultra velocidade, a banda larga é pra voar. Quem é net faz bonito, tá com tudo pra brilhar. Dá um show em toda a tela, isso é multitelar, multitelar. É multitelar.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro. Dave Hubbard, joined along with Manny Vargas. We are in heat number 12, first round of the men's main event. Let's get right out into the action. and see what's going on out there, because the last time we missed a perfect 10 during those commercials. We don't want to miss another one.
Oh my, the last time I left the booth, there was a 10. I leave the booth again, and there's another 10. So, man, maybe I should just leave and get 10s all day long.
Well, yeah, well, it's an option, I guess. Well, Amalie Laverne representing Reunion Island, Julien Miramont representing French Polynesia, Marcelo Fondes, a proud Chilean. So those are our riders in the final heat of round number 1, final non-elimination heat of the next several rounds. We will be moving into elimination in rounds number 2 and number 3 before getting into the catapult round.
That's right.
Stadium format, just a beautiful thing. We'll get you more up to date on that as we get closer, but what you need to know for today is round 1 is almost finished. We're going into round number 2 right after this, and it will be one-on-one matchups where the winner of each heat will move on into round number 3 to meet the winner of all these round 1 heats. They're already going to be waiting in round number 3.
This is going to be a stacked heat out in the water. In the red jersey, Omri Laverne has won this event twice. He has an incredible record here at the Itacoatiara Pro. We're going to leave it up to Steve Jackson to give you those stats. We chatted a little bit about past Itacoatiara Pro winners, and it's pretty interesting to see what action Jackson has in his little secret book of notes. Plus, we have Julien Merimont, who is actually staying at the Itacoatiara Inn. That's where my Alex and I are situated, and Julien Merimont is right upstairs. And I think it was 2 or 3 nights ago, I chatted with him, and he's like, I didn't chat with him. He mentioned, he's like, yeah, I think I came down with a fever last night. He woke up in sweats, sweating, and was just not feeling it. And he took a day and a half to recover. So here he is. We're going to see how he's looking out in this heat. He looked like really fresh yesterday. Here we go. First one up. Omri Laverne. No, in and out. Actually, we've already seen 3 waves, but Omri in red. In blue, Marcelo Fondes from Chile, actually looking very solid through the trials. And I was very impressed with his riding in the trials.
Yeah, he's representing Chile. Chile is super well represented here at the Itacoatiara Pro.
I think they're like 20 deep.
At least, at the very, very least. Even if you don't count like the other 20, there's at least 20. So they are definitely going to be making their presence known on the South America leg of the APB World Tour, up and riding Moz.
Moz, a.k.a., well, Omri Laverne, a.k.a. Moz. He is taking another look at a wave. It didn't shape up for him, but you know what? He has the energy and power to keep moving 100% the entire time. I'm not only talking about this heat, but the entire event. This guy is just pure energy.
Yes. Often in the booth, I've heard people say that he's built like a gymnast, like an Eastern European gymnast. But no, he's just really a fit guy, really into sports and athletics, and cross trains in several different ways, always staying active, but especially active completing his home in the Canary Islands, helping his brother-in-law, who he contracted out to build his new home. And
Nice.
I think they've just finished. And, of course, Moz is calling the Canary Islands home these days and about to welcome his second child into the world. That's coming up next month. So I think right after Arica, Moz is going to jet set right back to the Canary Islands, and vice versa. Pierre-Louis Coste just did welcome little Benjamin into the world, and he's going to fly his way to Arica to be a part of that event. So some new fathers in the bodyboarding world.
That's right, and there's actually another father in sights as well. I'm going to give you one guess.
He's my brother. Are you asking the viewers to guess?
Well, too late. You just gave out the answer.
I've got 2 brothers.
Oh, that's right. Well, Jeff Hubbard, he is not here at this event for the same reason. He's got a family member that's going to be joining his family, and everybody's excited. And you know what? I'm stoked they're taking the time off to pull this off.
Yeah, so let's take a look at Julian Miramont, hoping to pull a score off on one of these dazzling left-handers. Does look like he's ridden it for quite some time and making his way right there to the cut where there's a rip current that pulls you right back out, right next to that Pompo rock. So we'll get an update and a score from the last ride of Julien Miramont. But yeah, Jub is super stoked. Been communicating with him, and last I've heard, still waiting for baby Jackie. And everybody continues to ask me here, if they don't call me Jeff, mistaking my identity for him, they ask, where is Jeff? And everybody's stoked that he's going to be a
Moz,
father.
Up and riding. Nice, clean bottom turn, smooth line. Look, sees a section. There it is. Nice invert right there from Amaury Laverne. Didn't have a ton of speed, but he did find a way to get projection off that invert. You know what? To be able to pull that off with that amount of speed is pretty incredible to see Amaury make something out of nothing. So that's going to be his top scoring weight for sure.
Indeed, it does look like Julien Miramont got on the board with 4.25. Now Moz is getting on it with a 5.4. So that's the situation as it stands. Priority 1 with Marcelo Fondes. Priority 2 with Julien, and Moz just getting back out in time to assert. Priority 3, once again, the priority system. You see the P with either P3, P2, or just P on the lower portion of the graphic that's up in your upper left-hand corner of your screen.
Turns and able to take advantage of the lip before the wave crashes down. That's the question I'd like to know.
Sometimes, but
Here's
this was
look.
steep. You know, he has to get to the bottom to really engage that rail on this occasion. And yes, by the time he started to direct himself back up towards the lip, the wave did shut down. So kind of depends. These wedgie A-frame peaks are really three-dimensional. Sometimes we think of waves coming in lines, swell lines, and just reeling kind of more like a folding piece of paper. But these three-dimensional shapes that are being created out here at Praia de Itacoatiara really make a more different and a more challenging surface to execute your rail work, bottom turn. That is adding a little bit of chop to the outside surface conditions. So as it approaches, whether it hits a big fluffy patch of white foam of aerated water, or if it hits a rip current, it's going to add even another dimension of disorganization. So a lot of factors playing in for these riders to get that perfect wave, and we've seen perfect scores go down. Well, you haven't, but we have, and some of the viewers have seen perfect 10-point rides go down as some of these riders are connecting perfectly with precision and executing incredible maneuvers, or just getting locked into big, deep barrels. So just a great venue for a World Tour event.
You know what? As I took my break back in Tristan Roberts' heat, I was walking down the street, and the bushes cover the view to the ocean, but I heard the crowd erupt in just an incredible cheer, and that's when Tristan Roberts did his 10-point ride. And luckily, so I can say this, I was able to go to the APB Facebook page, and there was a replay. So I have seen it, but I didn't see it live. So if you want to see some of the incredible action, you can probably find some of the clips that we've seen so far. Here we go. Up and riding. Julien Miramont.
Julien finding his way up to the lip. Nice smooth El Rolo
Nice.
there. He'll be getting a score. It's going to be more than a 2.16, which is what he needs to get ahead of Moz. Marcelo Fondes rolls through the lip on a pretty slabby left-hander, pretty thick there. That leaves Moz out the back. Dangerous place to leave the Frenchman Let's take a look at this one from Julien.
Nice clean bottom turn, and that face is perfect for him to keep his rail engaged. And see, the timing was a split second off, but he was able to punch through that lip with the amount of speed he had and was still able to make that roll nice and clean. Amaury Laverne backing out on that one, which was probably a smart move because there was nothing there that was going to shape up for him if he did drop in on that. So Maz still with priority, waiting patiently for the bigger sets to roll in, and it's definitely in his favor. Now that he has the priority in his hands, he has a little bit of time to take his time, and actually 9 minutes and 50 seconds to take his time to catch another solid wave.
Yeah, and we've seen in previous heats how critical it is to wait. And sometimes that wait catches up to the riders and they end up with not a lot of scoring opportunities. So staying active, continuing to check waves, very important. We did see Maz kind of have a glance at that. He's going to be very assertive and observant as well, checking each little swell that rolls past him. Here we see him making a little bit more of an effort to get into this one, and it looks like that was a significant paddle. If the other riders were deemed to have had second priority, the priority will change with a paddle like that. That was significant. So again, the priority system allows these riders to wait their turn, but if you paddle or catch a wave, you move down in the sequence of priority. So you get to the back of the line, so to speak.
And I think Julian Marymount knew that as he was paddling out, and he was on the outside. On that first attempt that Amaury did for catching that wave, Julian raised his hand to signify to the judges, hey, make sure you're catching this. And obviously there's another attempt right there, and you haven't seen that switch over on the priority underneath the riders. But I think after those, it's going to be pretty evident that Julian Marymount does have priority. And because Amaury still is out there, he may hold on to the second priority, but it's going to be interesting on what the judges are going to award priority to.
And also keep in mind there is a little bit of a delay from what the judges are locking in and what is showing up on your screen. So we're going to try to get it to you in real time as possible, but it's not always going to be immediate. So we did see Julien getting a short wave there. Maz out the back looking at some of these big peaks that are marching in. Hopefully he can get himself into one. I'd love to see a huge aerial maneuver from either of these riders, especially from Maz.
And it's just a matter of catching the right wave. Any one of these riders, if they catch the right wave and they have a ramp and they have a wedge, they're going to be able to launch everything from a backflip to an ARS, and we've seen everything thrown down already today. Also, inverts are good, and air reverse from Tristan Roberts earlier today.
I love the air forward from Maxime Castillo. We saw a nice air forward from Jerry and a free surf. So, yeah, air forwards, air reverses, rolls, arses, backflips, as well as inverts, and even some awesome barrel rides. That's been a big chunk of the maneuvers that we've seen. That's not a exhaustive list by any means, but that's some of the bread and butter of the action coming to you live here at the Itacoatiara PRO 2017. This is the APB Tour Men's Stop number 3. Grand Slam event here in Brazil. We'll be moving on to another Grand Slam event in Chile at Arica, surfing the critical wave of flopos that has been on the Bodyboarding World Tour for over a decade. Let's take a look at Maz now.
Nice clean bottom turn, and there it is. That's what he was waiting for right there. Really close to the rock, but is able to pull off a nice extended roll right there. So Amaury Laverne now getting rid of his lowest scoring wave. In fact, that most likely will be probably his highest scoring wave with a clean wave, clean roll, clean landing. Let's take another look.
Yeah, to me, this is easily the wave of the heat. Nice, big, thick, heaving section. Pretty solid wave, too. Set wave. He gets that rotation done just in time to get a little bit of pillow landing from the V that was shooting up while he was coming down. And it allowed him to sneak out in front of the breaking wave. You saw him pop his chest up and his head up just to show complete control and that he was there present in front of the wave, having pulled off that roll. 6.25 coming in for Moz.
Nice. 6.25 for Moz, and now Julian Meriman and Marcelo Fondes out on the peak. And you can see right there, it's just a matter of getting the right wave and having a nice smooth face and able to get projected maneuvers off the lip. So Amaury Laverne, multiple champ here at the Itacoatiara Pro and multiple world champion as well. Have you been to his new place in Gran Canaria?
He gave us a little tour when we were there for the Fronton King event. It was not quite finished at that time, but the place looked terrific and amazing and wonderful. And I think he did mention when we hung out in Tahiti that, yes, they had moved in. So let's take a look at Julian now. He's up on this frothy one, finds his way up to the lip. Nice invert. He needs a 7.16 if he's going to attack the lead. I think he's not quite going to get it, but it's going to be much better than some of those 4s he has on his scorecard. It'll narrow the requirement, and he'll get closer to taking over Moz. But the rider in blue, Marcelo Fondes from Chile, real sleepy start for him. He has yet to really capitalize and earn himself anything significant as far as a wave score yet, but still a little bit of time. We'd love to see the young gun from Chile huck himself over the ledge and get Shakazeislered, or even go up and do one of those cool jump maneuvers and get in the air.
So the question is, can Marcelo Fondes keep that consistency which he had through the trials and bring it into the main event? Right here, it's not looking too progressive right now for Marcelo, but you know what? Again, I'll say it again. This is a non-elimination round. So you're going to see Marcelo, you're going to see Julian if they stay in those positions in round number 2. So Amaury Laverne currently in that first place spot. 3 minutes remaining in this heat, the last heat of round number 2. And yeah, so we're going to go straight into round number 1, last heat in the water. We're going to go straight into round number 2, an elimination round, which the riders will face off. And if you don't make it out, you will go into your own break. So check this out. We do have the interview ready with Paola. Paola, take it away.
We are here with Uri Valadão, our Baiano Voador, that is his nickname. So Uri was the first Brazilian that going straight to the another phase, and he got a big scores and take 10 points from the judges. So Uri, let me know, you got 2 locals too, Dudu and Lucas Faria in the heat. So it was pretty too much pressure too, because the local guys suffered really well, but he got extreme and take the big barrel.
Pô, foi show, cara, entrando com o Dudu e o Lucas, 2 locais, né, então eu sabia que eu ia ter que ter um pouquinho de paciência e escolher muito bem, porque os caras só iam vir nas boas, né, os caras conhecem muito bem a onda e foi muito massa, porque a onda veio linda assim, eu falei, pô, essa é boa, da série grande, aí eu coloquei no trilho, na hora que eu coloquei no trilho eu falei, pô, não vou conseguir sair, a onda vai fechar. Aí eu não, vou insistir aqui no trilho, vou acelerar ao máximo para ver o que é que vai dar, né? E de repente a onda começou a abrir um tubão, foi muito show. E saí gritando já, Dudu e Lucas também gritaram comigo lá dentro, foi uma vibe bem legal, velho, foi show, foi amarradão.
He said that was a really good vibe because he take the guys to Dudu and Lucas, that they know all the waves here, and Uri say that I need to keep calm because I need to take a good waves, otherwise the guys know better than I, so he just wait and take a big barrel and just, when he saw the wave, it looked like gonna close out, but open all the waves. And he said that Dudu and Lucas start to scream as well. So congratulations, we are really happy for the first Brazilian going to straight to the another phase. So thank you, gonna say something to the people from Bahia? Or?
Agradecer a galera que tá torcendo aí pela internet, todo mundo que tá mandando essa energia positiva. Obrigadão, agradecer a galera da minha escolinha também, deve estar todo mundo lá atento, ligado aí na transmissão. E minha família, minha namorada, enfim, todo mundo. Valeu, galera, obrigado.
Said that gonna say thank you for the family, girlfriend, the guys from the schools, for everybody from Brazil and Bahia. And he's really happy. That's it. Congratulations, Uri. Parabéns. Back to you guys.
All right, well, congratulations to Yuri. We had some action going on out during the interview, but Julian Medimont, that was incredible, but unfortunately did not pull it off. The Tahitian looking to better his 4.50. That most likely would have been it if he would have landed that. So right now, that looks like it may end the heat with Omri Laverne winning that one, Julian Medimont. And Omri bouncing his way down the face of that wave. I don't think that is caught under the horn. So ladies and gentlemen, it looks like Omri Laverne will be going straight into round number 3. But make sure you check below your screen there on our YouTube or APB website, and you can see the live scores there for the official results. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this for round number 2.
Só você que é um net sabe o que é multitelar. Ter de tudo no seu tablet, TV e celular. Conteúdo pra caramba, o Now tá em todo lugar. Ter ultra velocidade, a banda larga é pra voar. Quem é net faz bonito, tá com tudo pra brilhar. Dá um show em toda a tela, isso é multitelar, multitele. É multitele. você que é um net, sabe o que é multitelar. Ter de tudo no seu tablet, TV e celular. Conteúdo pra caramba, o Now tá em todo lugar. Ter ultra velocidade, a banda larga é pra voar. Quem é net faz bonito, tá com tudo pra brilhar. Dá um show em toda a tela, isso é multitelar, multitele. É multitele.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro. My name is Manny V, and I have been joined in the hot seat with the likes of Dave Hubbard, a.k.a. Dub, and as well, we have Steve Action Jackson. So standing by for heat number one of round number two, we do have the reseeding going on. So if you guys just sit tight for just a second, we have our systems reloading as we reseed for round number two. And once the reseeding is situated, then we'll get the show underway. So for now, quick shout out to everybody who has been tuning in from all over the world. We have, I'm actually going to post something right now on our Facebook page, apbtour.com. Head on over there and give me 2 seconds to post where you at round two. And that's where you're going to tell me where you're tuning in from. And I'll give you a shout out to you and everybody who you're watching with. And let me know the location where you're tuning in from. That's the most important part. Tell me where you're tuning in from. And right now, round two, heat one, where you at, going up in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Head over to our Facebook page, APB Tour. But for now, I'm going to give a shout out to Cristobal, who's tuning in, Cristobal Salas from Denmark, and and then Begonia. Begonia is also tuned in. She will be ready to do some interviewing as well once we get over to Chile in Arica and I believe possibly Antofagasta as well. Steve Action Jackson, you're so winded. What's going on?
I just sprinted that quarter mile from the secondary site to come back here with the updated reseeded heat draw for round number 2.
Oh yeah, here we go. Now we got it in our hands. We have the heat draw. It is being generated, and you can actually see it as well if you scroll down under your monitor or on the screen if you're on our APB tour or Facebook or YouTube page. You'll be able to see the heat draw. So let's go through it really quick and give you what is in store for round number 2, elimination round. One of the riders on in these man-on-man heats is going home. The winner goes into round number 3.
Well, first up, getting ready to hit the water right now, Dudu Pedro against Nelson Flores, the seasoned local veteran against the Chilean young gun. So that's going to be an interesting setup. And I'll let you read through the rest of it. I'm still catching my breath. I'm used to longer, more slower beach runs. I literally sprinted a quarter mile to get here.
All right, you got it. Miguel Rodriguez, Joao Zeke, another local here in Itacoatiara. Maxime Castillo, Kenny Johnson, Heat 3. Heat 4, Nicolas Chiada against Roberto Bruno. Wow, we got Brazilians all over the place. Laurie Grenier going against GT, Guilherme Tamega in Heat number 5. Louis Finnegan versus Santiago Sanchez, Heat number 6. Heat number 7, Ian Campbell against Socrates Santana.
I can't wait to see that heat. Ian and Socrates both ride for GT boards.
Wow.
Guilherme Tamega's got to love this head-to-head matchup between his team riders.
That's going to be insane. Patrick Orr and Kalani Latanzi, Heat number 8. Heat 9, Macias Diaz and Isaias Reivik, and they are in Heat 9. Heat 10, Alan Munoz, Joao Paulo, and Heat 11, Julian Merimont, Lucas Vieira, and Heat 12, the last heat of round number 2, it will be Sasha Damjanic versus Marcelo Fondes. So stacked heat, round number 2, and this is an elimination heat. One of the riders goes home, the other rider goes on into round number 3 and continues their charge. So we have Paola ready for the interview of the last heat of round number 1. Paola, take it away.
Hi guys, we are here with the last heat for this phase, this round. So we are here with Amaury again one more time. Amaury is just 2 times world champion. So, and he won here twice as well. So he loves Itacoatiara. Amaury, let me know what's happening inside there now.
Yeah, it's pretty tough conditions today. I mean, I'm really happy to see some waves here, and this is definitely one of the strongest beach breaks I ever surfed, so you really have to be there and trying to find the best wave. I didn't have some ice core today, but I had my waves, and I find two waves, which is enough to make this hit. And I was lucky at the end because Julian from Tahiti didn't make this last wave, so make me for the next round, but this is just the beginning.
That's it. Amaury when coming here, the wave is getting big, and how was he get like in the final? How was I interview you? So what are you gonna do for the next heat? You're gonna just concentrate and do your best, or you're gonna try like do a big maneuver, try something different?
Yeah, this first round, because it's a non-elimination round, the APB create this round to make people going big and don't think too much about making the hit or not. Now it's going to be elimination round, so on the round 3 for me, so I'm going to take care of what I'm doing. Pretty hard to know what's going to be my strategy because the waves are changing so much here, so you have to watch, and just before you hit, you can make a strategy, and even during the hit, the strategy is changing, you know, so I'm just trying to stay focused and yeah, just doing my best in that next round.
That's it. Amaury is really like one of the most concentrated guy in the contest. I was in the World Tour. Everybody see him doing some yoga, stretch all the time. He's really focused. So congratulations one more time. See you tomorrow, I think.
See you tomorrow, guys, and thanks so much. And a big hi to all the people in Reunion Island. You've got all my support, and la gente en Canaria también, mi familia, et à tous les passionnés de bodyboard. And my baby, my other baby is coming, and yeah. 2 baby on the roll.
That's it. Congratulations, too. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Paula. And congratulations again to Amaury Laverne, who won his heat, moves on to round 3. We'll see him again tomorrow. But as he mentioned, keeping an eye on the changing conditions here at Itacoatiara. always changing and always something you need to keep an eye on, especially when you're a part of the field of competitors. And Maz knows how to adjust to the conditions, as Paula alluded to. Two-time world champion, two-time event champion here at Itacoatiara. I'm sure Amory Laverne would like to add a third Itacoatiara title to his resume before he heads home for the birth of his second child.
And you know what? Let's touch on that for a second. I came down to the comp site about 6:30 this morning, and I think the majority of the riders knew we were going to go with the main event. But there was only a handful of riders out there that were practicing. And to me, that is a sign of, you know, they want it more than the person who slept in and waited for their cup of coffee and their breakfast to be served at 6:30. So it's very interesting to see the likes of Dave Hubbard, Jared Houston, and Amory out there at daybreak, dawn patrolling these conditions. So it's those little details that will determine a world champion and somebody who's just showing up to compete.
As the old saying goes, Manny Vargas, early bird gets the worm.
And you know what? The worm here at Itacoatiara, I don't know where to go with that one. But you know what? We are ready for heat number 1 of the round number 2. Again, the elimination round. So, Jackson, we talked about, yeah, hi, thank you for coming to us. We talked about the fin tethers and how powerful the shore brake is, how powerful this wave is, and the cinch system that has come of age. And this right here is what I'm talking about. So you slide, there's a neoprene piece here, and you slide your foot in through here, and this piece right here, hold it sideways. Yeah, that piece right there will cinch down on the top of your foot, and it'll keep that fin on your foot. There's no way that fin's going to come off your foot if you wear this system. I know Hub Boards has a pair, Bodyboarding has a pair. A lot of the brands already have this system available to you. So get this if you want your fins to stay on, especially in these kind of conditions here at Itacoatiara.
Also, thank you to our fin sponsor for this event, Invert Style. I know the owner is cruising around the contest site right now. He's been kind enough to flow me a couple pairs of fins over the last several years.
What?
So I have been using these personally, and you know what? The Malaysian rubber, the dual drainage system, I love the feel of these fins. I've been using these for the last couple years. Thank you, Invert Style, for the sponsorship.
All right, I need to get myself a pair of those. So you probably have a few pairs laying around. So what's up?
Actually, to be honest,
I'm joking.
I have my pair that I use. I usually have a backup pair, and then my older pairs I donate to the bodyboard school for the kids in the favela.
All right, now I feel like a jerk. Out in the water, we have heat number 1, round number 2, elimination round. If you end up second in this man-on-man, head-to-head battle in round number 2, you will come in an equal 25th place and be awarded 1,400 points as a Grand Slam series here at the Itacoatiara Pro. If you advance on, if you get that first place spot, you go into round number 3. So we're at 2:13 p.m. here in Brazil. I think we're going to be running as far as we can until the judges have a hard time to spot the riders out in the water. So I think we're underway. 25-minute heats, round number 1 heat, round number 2 heat 1 out in the water. You all right?
All good, brother.
All right, here, I'll give that to you.
All right, so we'll see if we get halfway through this round. I think that's the target goal for today.
Okay.
But right now, target goal out in the water, Nelson Flores trying to get the early advantage over the local veteran, Dudu Pedra. Neither rider on the board yet. 22.5 minutes left in this 25-minute heat.
You've seen Dudu Pedra hold up his arm just to signify, hey, judges, did you see Nelson Flores? Was that a paddle? Was that an effort for him to go for a wave? The reason being, that will start the priority system. The priority system in a man-on-man can be very advantageous to you as a strategy. So that's why Dudu Pedra raised his hand to say, hey, he started it, let's get this going.
And you know what? He was wise to do so, as Dudu Pedra now inherits a priority and Nelson Flores drops to second priority. So the judges did deem that an effort to catch the wave, a concerted effort. So priority shifts to the hands of Dudu Pedra.
And Dudu Pedra is going to be one of the local riders of the three, Joao Zeke, along with Kalani Latanzi, who are still in this event. Those are the three locals, bred right here in Itacoatiara. How amazing would it be if one of them won the event here in their home break?
Well, we've seen them come close before. We've had Joao Zeke finished 4th last year, losing to Jeff Hubbard in the podium final. And we've also seen guys like Dudu Pedra finish on the podium. But unfortunately, the closest the Brazilian has come to winning this event was Guilherme Tomega in 2002 when he fell at the hands of Dave Winchester. But here we have Dudu Pedra up and riding.
That section that he had an opportunity to do something with just got away from him. But you know what? He's taking it all the way to the inside. He's not going to let this wave go without being ridden all the way through. So Dudu Pedra, clean move on the outside, even though it was frothy and difficult to ride, does a roll on the inside. So that is what you want to do. If you caught a wave and it didn't shape up and you know it's going to reform on the inside, Dudu Pedra actually did really well on that wave to add something at the very end. It's not going to be a high-scoring wave, but in these heats where there's going to be few and far between really good waves, that was very smart for Dudu Pedra.
Well, two things with that wave. It gets him on the board first, and it also helps the judges set their scale. Now they can determine what will be the high and the low from this opening wave. So it was a very smart move on Dudu Pedra's part to take that and not let it go to waste. He could have very easily kicked out the back and let that one finish rolling through unabated, but he decided to make the best of it.
And you can see right there on the screen, 4.50 is what he got on that first wave, and that is not a bad start, especially in these conditions where it could be hit or miss through a whole event. Jared Houston mentioned it in an earlier interview where, you know, it can be really slow out there, meaning that not the bigger perfect waves are going to be coming through, so you have to make do with what does come through. Dudu Pedra, 4.50, and a great, I'm loving these drone shots from our friends here in the production crew.
Yeah, and there you can see the drone shot giving us a good bird's eye view of Nelson Flores out in the lineup. Now has priority after Dudu Pedra caught his first wave. He'll wait for his next opportunity to try and scrap his way into hopefully a nice set wave. We'll see what he's given to work with by Mother Nature. 19 minutes left on the clock, Manny V. Nelson Flores still looking to get on the scoreboard.
All right, there he is taking a look, but he did not paddle into that, so he will hold on to that first priority. Wow. I wish I had space in my luggage. I have a handful of friends that would love some of this merchandise. That pink Itacoatiara hat and that black one there, the flex fit style, but with a snapback, I need to walk out of here with one of those. Those are sick.
Yeah, if you're in the local area, you definitely want to stop by and throw down on for some merchandise. Available exclusively here at the Itacoatiara Pro. I'm sure now, Manny, you're going to be getting lit up for requests to bring home some Itacoatiara Pro hats and T-shirts. I myself, every year, I like to buy a couple of things to bring back to Copacabana with me. Some souvenirs to rock out with during the course of the year.
Yeah, I think I might have to go pick up one of those black snapbacks before on my break, just because if they may sell out. They sold out of a lot of things last year, so man, I wish I had room, guys and girls, to bring you back gear, but I'll figure out, see if there's a way to pick some up. But if you want to pick up some APB gear, you can go to the apbtour.com website, and there is a shop there, and I believe they do ship worldwide, so check out the apbtour.store. Sorry, apbtour.store. So I stand corrected. Again, apbtour.store. That's where you want to pick up some APB merchandise. So I think the word's out that each rider will have their signature T-shirt coming out, as well as a boom T-shirt as well.
Ooh, I might have to get my hands on one of those. So, yeah, be sure to check out apbtour.store, like Manny was telling you. T-shirts, hoodies, already available for sale with international shipping. And more stuff to come, more goodies on the way.
All right, we got Kona from Maui. He is jumping in the shower. Oh, my God, that's a bad visual.
Kona K.
But he's watching from Maui. Valentina is tuned in from the Andes Mountain in Chile. We have Yuri Textera, who's here in Rio, the best riding player out there.
Sorry to interrupt, Manny, but earlier while you were out of the booth, Uri Valadown dropped a 10-point ride. We were away at commercial.
Oh, my.
We had our guys go back and grab the footage. We're going to take a look at Uri's 10-point barrel ride, so check this out.
Only 2 10-point rides so far. This is Uri Valadown's 10-point ride. This is my first time seeing it. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my.
That is a gutter of a barrel, and does he come out? That was insane.
And that was worth 10 points, or the second 10-pointer of the contest. The first 10-point barrel ride, and that was golden, Manny.
Oh, my. I'm so stoked they were able to find that in the hard drives and pull it out. So that was Uri Valadown's 10-point ride. And if you want to see Tristan Roberts, the South African, the first 10-point ride of the day, head over to the APB Tour Facebook page, and there is a replay of that there.
One more time, Manny, we're going to cue up this barrel from Uri Valadown again. This was from Uri's round 1 heat. Uri went on to win the heat on the strength of this 10-point barrel ride. And there you can see in the belly of the beast. And you know what? He's going to come out, find daylight, and you could tell he was pumped on that. Just to watch his body language as he kicks out of this.
I really, really wanted to speak Portuguese on that one, only because the Portuguese I do know are mostly bad words, and they would have fit appropriately. But this is an 18 and under show, or 18 and over. Wait, no, general audience show. So
yeah, trying to keep this all the audience is
friendly.
Approved.
All right, so a few more shout outs as we wait for the riders to catch a wave. 14 minutes remaining. So I left off with Yuri Textera, who lives here in Rio, and you can actually download for free the best bodyboarding video game on the planet. It's called, go to your app store and type in The Journey Bodyboard by You Riding. We actually have the Itacoatiara PRO in the game in multiplayer. Go over to multiplayer APB and you will find Itacoatiara PRO. See you there. I'm going to compete myself. So Yuri Textera, he is one of the best, if not the best, video game players and bodyboarders on the journey. So Alan, what up? Living in NYC from Barbados. JC Lopez in Puerto Rico, who's now currently in Costa Rica, up and riding. Dudu Pedra.
Dudu lining this one up, driving on the right-hander, eyes up the section. Huge invert!
Pull it, man. Pull it. Get in front of that wide one.
Come on, come on.
No.
Incomplete maneuver.
That was ginormous. Holy, that was probably the biggest invert we've seen today. Unfortunately, look at this one more time. I didn't think he was going to get any projection. I thought he already went past the critical part of the wave, but I stand corrected. Look at this. Dudu Pedra.
Local knowledge lines it up and boosts big time.
Oh, my. What happened right there? Looked like he landed flat on the flat part of the wave and just lost all his speed and just got engulfed by that whitewash. Are you kidding me? Here's another look.
One more time, taking a look at this. He set this up nicely. Local knowledge paying its due there. The leg kick looked like a flying frog. Awesome.
Oh, my gosh.
If he had landed that, that probably would have been our third 10 of the.
Woo, JC Lopez, yes, in Puerto Rico, or in Costa Rica from Puerto Rico. Here we go. Nelson Flores, what is he going to do with this section? Goes around this first section. No, actually cannot go around it. So Nelson Flores already halfway point with that wave right there being his first wave. And he's going to paddle back out in probably the most critical part of the paddle out area, right, where all the waves are breaking. So let's keep plugging away at the shout outs. Cristobal Salas in Denmark. Juan is tuned in from Porto Nuevo in Lima, Peru. Washington State is Tom tuning in. Michael is in Sydney. Craig is tuned in from Joburg in South Africa. Weldon, what's up? In Brisbane. Paul, you're in London. And it's very, he's chilling in London. Dean is in Port Elizabeth, South Africa. Man, ton of South Africans tuning in. Yep, including Frank, who's in Durban. Matt is in West Oz. David, South Coast, UK. Bernard tuning in from Antarctica. And last on our list, we're going to give a shout out finally to Luke, South Oz, Knights Beach, SABC. Thank you all for tuning in, ladies and gentlemen. This is round number 2, heat number 1. Manny V here, along with Steve Jackson, recovering from that quarter-mile sprint he did earlier to bring over the round 2.
Wasn't that bad, bro.
All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Again, elimination round, round number 2, heat number 1, out in the water, Dudu Pedra and Nelson Flores. Kind of a slow heat, but man, Dudu Pedra had an opportunity to clock in another 10-point ride, but could not pull off a landing from an incredible invert air that he just did just a few moments ago. Again, if you're just tuning in and you missed all the action from today, you can always go back to our YouTube channel and scroll back and see what went down today, including Tristan Roberts, the South African's 10-point air reverse, and Uri Valadão's 10-point barrel ride. Both of those incredible, and both of those worthy of 10 points.
And the highlights will not feature my 400-meter sprint.
Yeah, I don't know. I saw a couple cameras on you.
Anyway, back to the action out in the water again. 10 minutes left on the clock. Dudu Pedra continues to lead the way. And event organizer Juliana Lara bringing in the merchandise.
Sorry, you're not getting this back, brother. You ask and you shall receive. I love it. Thank you, brother.
Muito obrigado.
Don't worry, I will pay for it if you want. But I just mentioned I do want this hat. This is a pretty insane hat. These are going to sell out for sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, putting down. Oh, we're coming back to the camera. Is that what you were saying?
Yes. So there you can see, rocking the merch. Thank you, Juliana Lara, the event organizer. Manny V's got his black cap. I got my blue cap. And we're styling.
No, this is insane. Perfect.
And meanwhile, styling out in the water, it looks like Nacho Flores pulling in to a closeout barrel. Or actually, that might have been Dudu Pedra. Quick flash to the camera, and one of our riders is gone. There he is, paddling back out. Dudu Pedra going for broke again with the closeout barrel. And just for reference, Dudu's previous wave came in at a 3.0. That huge invert that unfortunately he got lost in the whitewater at the end. But for the effort, maximum effort, critical maneuvering, the judges awarded him a 3 for that. So, it just goes to show they are willing to award points for the effort on big critical maneuvers.
I think that's probably the highest scoring non-completed move that I've ever seen.
Usually that's a completed 360.
I know. But, man, the amount of air he got on that invert was incredible.
I'm still tripping over that.
Do you remember Dave Hubbard's ginormous air in Praia del Norte, Portugal?
I will never forget seeing images of that. Unbelievable.
Yeah, so that was last year. Totally different type of style, different type of wave, but both of them just going absolutely airborne on both of those inverts. But Dudu Pedra.
Or since we're coming up on the Arica Chilean Challenge, which is the next event on the APB Tour, Jacob Romero with that massive jumping T-Rex aerial at El Gringo. Just absolutely massive. How he didn't break ribs on that landing is still beyond my imagination.
You know what I'm going to do right now? I'm going to go on our APB Tour Facebook page, and I want you, the viewers, to go to our APB Tour Facebook page and tell us what your favorite move that you've seen on the World Tour stage. So I'm going to post that. Give me a couple minutes. Steve, call the action.
Got a wave rolling in, and no takers for this one. Probably a good idea to let it roll by, although that oncoming section might have been pretty boostable. And now these guys are going to have to duck through. Waves rolling in. Getting down to the tail end of this 25-minute heat, just under 7 minutes remaining. And Dudu Pedra remains in the lead. Minimal scores so far, a 4.50 and a 3.0. And Nelson Flores only a base score to start with, a 1.0, trying to find a legitimate backup score. And it seems like the Chilean Grom has had trouble dialing in here in the men's side of things. He had a pretty good performance in the Pro Junior and it looked solid in the trials, but here in elimination competition, having a little bit of a hard time dialing into the waves he needs. Still has plenty of time with 6 minutes on the clock, as me and Manny always talk about. You know, you only need 2 waves, and you can squeeze in 2 high-scoring waves in, you know, the last 5 minutes, no problem. Especially with the wave breaking as close to the beach as it does, and that conveyor belt of a current pulling right back out to the lineup. So we'll see what Nacho has in store for the last 5 minutes and change of this heat. Here he is, up and riding. Taking a look, and it looks like he's going to straighten out as this one just shuts down around him. And wave selection, again, hurting the young Chilean on this wave riding venture. He'll paddle out and hope he can dial into something a little more substantial score-wise with 5.5 minutes left on the clock.
So there you go. Posted. Go to our APB Tour Facebook page. Let me know the best move you've seen from 2011 to 2017. And then we'll go through a few of those once we get a little break. But there you have it. It's posted. And we will have a special treat in heat number 7. Heat number 7, round number 2, we're going to see 2 riders, Ian Campbell and Socrates Santana. It would be appropriate to have you, who is also mentoring Socrates Santana, and Jared Houston, a winner here at the Itacoatiara Pro. So Jared Houston will step into the hot seat with yourself in heat number 7.
That should be a fun time checking out Heat 7. Again, Ian Campbell and Socrates Santana both riding for GT boards. I'm sure Guilherme Tamega will be watching that heat intently.
Oh, my. Well, we have a special treat. Guilherme Tamega is actually here at the event, which is awesome. I didn't see him last year, but it was great to see and hear that he was here this year. And he's been on the move. He's been pretty much all over the place. He did a talk the other day at Plaza Shopping, which is the biggest shopping mall here in Niterói. It's about 20-25 minutes away from the site here in Itacoatiara, but we have an area in the mall dedicated to the Itacoatiara Pro. Look at this. Oh my, Dudu Pedra on another nugget. Look at this ramp coming at him. Oh, goes for another invert. Little bit late, but can he get in front of that? Dudu Pedra still digging, pushing through the whitewash, and he can't get in front of it. A very low-scoring heat, but not a low maneuver heat with this guy in there, Dudu Pedra.
Yeah, and no shortage of fireworks. And you know what? We're going to take a quick look at the heat recap. Here we see Nacho Flores going for the roll on this wave. Unfortunately, just could not stick the landing. He landed in the V and just got flushed. And then here we have a look at Dudu Pedra lining this one up, and here it is. The huge invert came down and just could not stick the landing. Still managed to get a 3-point score from the judges on that one. And again, here's a look at Nacho Flores having to straighten out as this thing just shut down and plowed through like a dump truck right behind him.
Oh my, and here's another look at this big old ramp coming at Dudu Pedra. And if he could have got up to the top a little higher, or maybe, we don't have the best angle right here, but he probably hit it perfectly. But unfortunately, that part did not shape up for him. You can see waving his hand in the yellow jersey as Nelson Flores tried to get an update on what's going on. And it looks like the rider in red, there's 2 red, and they should not be in the contest area. They're allowed to paddle out at the 5-minute mark, but they shouldn't be that close in the competition area. So that rider in red in the next heat, I believe that is Miguel Rodriguez, who will be going against Joao Zeke. So both riders waving their hands, trying to get an update. A big shout out to my brother from another mother, Yo-Yo, who is watching with Dieguito, there's in Arica. Hola, hermanos. We will be there soon. And I miss you. We will see you. And we're going up to Lake Chungara on the 3rd, and I can't wait for that. But situation at hand, what do we got?
Just under 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Dudu Pedra continues to lead the way with a 4.50 and a 3.0. Again, a low-scoring affair, but no shortage of effort from the local Itacoatiara Charger. Dudu Pedra leads the way over Nelson Flores. Nelson with a pair of sticks to his name, 1-point rides. He's had some trouble with wave selection, and things just have not been lining up in his favor. He needs a 6.51 or better to overtake Dudu Pedra. So, you know, if he waits patiently, but not too patiently, and scores into a solid wave. He could very easily nail that in one score to overtake Dudu. So Dudu cannot rest on his laurels. Nelson needs to stay vigilant with just over a minute remaining.
Well, here's the situation is Dudu has that priority. So Dudu can hold on to that priority, and actually if a good 6-point possible wave comes through, Dudu can catch it and take it away from Nelson Flores. So this is where priority system strategy comes into play. Dudu Pedra has the 8-ball in his hand, and he can do whatever he wants with it. 46 seconds. Can he fend off Nelson Flores?
Yeah, and right now Nelson Flores stuck between the proverbial rock and a hard place. 35 seconds left on the clock. He's got Dudu Pedra sitting on him, and he needs that score. Right now, it's not looking too good. And there you can see 2 red jerseys as the rider in the next heat, way too close to the competitors out in the water right now. It'll be interesting to see if the judges do anything regarding this.
Well, what I was pointing at was Dudu Pedra sitting on the inside of Nelson Flores to make sure that he has the opportunity to fend off. But look at this, another section. Can he pull this off? Man, it's getting really tricky on that inside when you're going to try to pull off these maneuvers. If Dudu Pedra cannot pull off these maneuvers, it's going to be very tough for a lot of the other riders to do so, because he is hitting the lip perfectly, he's landing perfectly, but the amount of whitewash and the amount of just a bunch of waves on the inside, like right there, he should have pulled that, but because you got the power coming from the rock, and you got the waves coming sideways from the other side from Castel, it's just a lot of turbulence going on right there. So if you're going to land these moves, you got to land them almost textbook perfectly.
Well, that's going to wrap up the heat. We're going to take a quick commercial break, pay a few bills. We'll be back after this.
Só você que é um net sabe o que é multitelar. Ter de tudo no seu tablet, TV e celular. Conteúdo pra caramba, o Now tá em todo lugar. Ter ultra velocidade, a banda larga é pra voar. Quem é net faz bonito, tá com tudo pra brilhar. Dá um show em toda a tela, isso é multitelar, multitelar. É multitelar.
All right, welcome back to the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro. Steve Action Jackson rejoined here in the booth by Dave Hubbard, and we've been having one heck of a day watching guys boost out in the water, whether they're makes or no makes. Guys are going for broke out there, and it's been pretty epic.
Plenty of action here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Let's get right back out into the water for heat number 2 of round number 2. We are going to be seeing an awesome matchup in the likes of Miguel Rodriguez from Peru and João Zeke, the local boy from right here in Brazil, representing Praia de Itacoatiara.
Yes, last year he finished 4th, lost to your brother in the podium final, but a high finish for the Brazilians nonetheless, especially noteworthy since this is his local break. So a podium finish for one of the locals, not a bad showing.
Exactly. Everybody was frothing, and whenever he would make a maneuver, the beach would erupt. Let's take a look. Miguel Rodriguez just diving out of that one. Or actually, that might have been João. Sorry, my mistake. Joao's in yellow, Miguel in red. So we are into round number 2, which is elimination, and we just came back from heat number 1 where we saw our first elimination of the main event. Let's take a look at Miguel up and riding on this one. Whoa!
Oof. Wow, it looked like he lost his rail, slid sideways, and then just got sucked up the face and pitched on that one. So there you see he pops up and recollects his board. He'll make his way back out to the lineup. But some dicey maneuvering on that wave for Miguel.
Yeah, and as we can see, the surface of the water just continues to be churned up by this advancing swell that continues to rise and has been pushing our riders to their almost to their breaking point throughout the morning. But we are seeing heavier conditions as we enter the afternoon hours, and this is where it all gets critical in the elimination rounds. So riders have 25 minutes, same task on hand, to get 2 solid waves, and their objective is to get the 2 higher scoring waves than their opponent. If they are able to do that, they will move on into round number 3, and if not, they will be eliminated from the main event.
Yeah, this is pretty much crunch time now that we've gotten into elimination portion of the event. You know, you definitely don't want to go home this early. You'd finish in 25th place, equal 25th place, mind you, with 1,400 points. But no one wants to bow out this early in the competition.
They certainly don't, and this is the first round of elimination, so this is pretty much last place. If you get knocked out here, an equal 25th, I believe, is as low of a placing as you can get, so all the riders don't want to finish in this round, but a third of the population of the main event will be receiving equal 25th. There's 12 eliminations that happen over the course of the next 12 heats. One-on-one matchups all the way through round 2 and round 3. And after that, we will have a non-elimination 3-person heat, what we call the catapult round, where if you win that heat, you get catapulted into the quarterfinals. So just a little bit of the stadium format beginning to emerge, as it's a very exciting way to process the main event with such exciting riders, some of the best bodyboarders in the world, making their way down here to Brazil to compete in the first of the South American leg events on the APB World Tour this year. And what a venue and what conditions we have, Steve. We've been just gasping for air and catching our heart rate accelerating all morning as these riders are pushing the limits. Like you said, whether they're making their moves or not, they are pushing it, and it is a show to behold.
Well, by the grace of Mother Nature, once again, Itacoatiara has delivered the goods for this contest. Year in and year out, we get solid swell for this contest. Even when the conditions are smaller, it usually pumps and serves up some really, rampy, wedgy bowls and some fun barrels. And when it's big, it's a whole different ball game. So you never know what you're going to get here, but you know you're going to get good waves regardless.
And as this is the 6th edition
Yes.
of the Itacoatiara Pro, it is the first time that we've scooted on down to Pampo. Is that correct?
Actually, we have set up in the past, but I think this is the first full day, if I recall correctly, that we've had waves this solid for here at Pampo. In years past, we have set up the secondary location for the judges, but generally it doesn't get used. Usually we stick to Mayo, the lefts and rights at the middle. And one thing we haven't done is gone up the beach to Castown for the lefts. So who knows? Maybe in future editions we may have site set up there. It usually depends on what the forecast says and what direction swell is hitting here at the time of the contest window. But as we've mentioned before, prior to Itacoatiara is open to the Atlantic and pretty much picks up every swell direction. It's one of the main reasons why this wave is so consistent.
And what a terrific venue, as these rock formations on either side of this beautiful cove refract the swell that is so readily accepted by this cove because of the direction it faces, like you mentioned, Steve. So yeah, there's a lot of factors that come into creating this as one of the premier bodyboarding locations in Brazil, especially for international competitions held in Brazil. And for all the riders traveling internationally to come and compete here, I know most, if not all of them, are thrilled to be able to have the option to pretty much have most of the beach at their disposal of the event coordinators. Let's take a look now at Joao Zeke. Knows this wave so well. And he pulls a nice roll there on the top and lands on the top of the wave. Doesn't continue riding for very long, but that could be enough to put him ahead of Miguel Rodrigues. I think it will be, actually. And we still have plenty of time in this heat. But just back to the awesome opportunity down at Pampo. I know it's something a lot of the riders have been hoping and waiting for previous editions. Wow, Miguel Rodrigues in there deep.
Unfortunately, Miguel could not find the exit on that one. There he is, already on his way back out to the lineup. So a quick wave exchange between João and Miguel. And João with a couple of scores to his name. Nothing really substantial thus far. And so far in this heat with 14 minutes left on the clock, it's been a back and forth battle, but both of these guys still trying to find their groove out in the lineup.
Yeah, it does seem that way, and it does seem a little tricky to find your groove. We've noticed as the conditions have continued to increase in wave size, we've seen a little bit less consistency as far as exactly where the waves are hitting on the bank, probably due to the longer period. There's just a beautiful aerial view exactly directly overhead of our competitors. There is now Elephant Rock just becoming covered with the clouds. We did have a very, very sunny weekend, and now with the approaching and increasing swell, bit of a weather shift.
Yeah, a little gray and overcast, rain in the forecast as well. But we don't mind a little rain as long as the swell forecast is delivering the goods.
Yeah, exactly, especially for the riders. I mean, they're going to be wet anyways, right, out in the ocean. So whether it rains or not, no problem, as long as the rest of the event staff is able to take shelter and we're still able to bring you terrific visuals from not only the on-beach videographers, but especially drone footage like this. A little harder to fly once it starts raining. So, you know, that's one of the main reasons I hope it doesn't start pouring, is so we can continue to bring you just tremendous aerial footage. And again, just a great way to take a 360 panoramic view of the beautiful hamlet of Itacoatiara. And just that right in front of your screen, there's a beautiful hike there. Pretty short too, and it gives you a beautiful view not only of this beach, but of the beach on the other side, Itaipu, as well as you get to see Sugar Loaf and Christ the Redeemer far in the distance. You can see Rio in the distance from that ridge that we just finished the panoramic on.
All right, back to the action out in the water. 11:45 left on the clock. Again, kind of a battle of attrition out there. Both of these guys, you know, have a few waves under their belt, but they still haven't been able to dial into those more substantial scores. Both of them continue to struggle a little bit to dial into the conditions as you mentioned, some shifting peaks, shifting and changing conditions. The swell continues to push in, and the longer period may be making it a little more difficult for these guys. We're seeing some downtime out in the water, extended at times, and a rough time for the last few heats for guys to really find those big scores.
Yeah, it has seemed that way. So we're hoping that can shift. We're hoping that the conditions allow for some of those high flying and deep barrel opportunities, as we saw a 9.25 from Diego Cabrera earlier today for a beautiful barrel, but then it was Uri Valadao with a perfect 10-point ride for a super deep barrel. This is the Pampo sub-site of the event. Those are the judges, beach marshal, priority marshal, as well as the beach announcer. That's the crew. And directly in front of them is Pompo. And so we got the visuals, we got the boxes for priority, we got the flags to show the time. We also have a bunch of speakers so that the audio live scores, live situation, the updates can be read out to our competitors, who are pretty much exactly underneath where the drone is right now.
And just for those of you who are curious, our secondary site is actually a repurposed shipping container. It's actually got vinyl panels inside. It's got a bathroom inside. It's got sliding windows that you can open and close in front for the judges. They moved tables and chairs into there today. They ran cable from the main site there this morning, and they've been fully functional in that secondary site today.
Oh, amazing! Just beautiful. Definitely, it's been a work in the progress in the works, as for several years, riders have wanted the opportunity to go way down the beach to Pompo, and the event structure always set up at the milieu, the middle. And so when we see waves down at Pompo, a lot of the riders said, hey, let's go and surf those.
And you know what, Dave? I'm getting a signal from the broadcast booth. We're actually going to take a look at the best scores of the day. We're going to take a look at some 10-point rides.
Oh, I can't wait for this. This could be Uri Valadao. No, this is Tristan. This is Uri.
Yeah, this
Look
is
at
Uri.
this barrel. He's getting totally shocked. Look at that second section. Just drain housed. Oh, comes out so clean. That was the best wave of the day.
Easily the best wave of the day. Tristan Roberts' air reverse was amazing, but getting a deep throaty barrel like that and finding the exit, yeah, that's worth a 10-point score.
Yeah, that was super cool. Just the way that lined up. The reason I say that was the best wave of the day is because it was picture perfect for a much longer duration. Tristan Roberts was a perfect section. The wave, of course, deserving of the 10. Best maneuver of the day by far. But Udi's wave just barreled, set up, and just reeled off perfectly for so long. Just amazing to see. Probably the best wave I've seen here at Itacoatiara in my short 2-year stint that I've been coming here. But we hope to see many more rides like that, as the forecast is still slated to be epic tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's looking good. The forecast for Thursday and Friday remains pretty positive. So, I mean, we're not looking at anything smaller than 1.5 meters. So you're talking, waves in the 3 to 5 foot range still on Friday. So it could be you know, very interesting having to pick and choose which is going to be the best day to run the final remaining days of competition.
Well, it does seem very likely that we'll be continuing on, finishing wherever we leave off today with round 2 and round 3, maybe even pushing into a little bit of round 4 tomorrow, and then picking that final day, exactly when that'll take place. We'll have to wait and see, but I would definitely urge all you viewers at home not only to stay tuned throughout the rest of the day, but to tune in bright and early tomorrow morning. We're hoping for another early start at 7 a.m. We will be doing the check-in. Let's take a look at that.
Oh, live action out in the water. A big roll. Was it completed? Waiting to see. And yes. And
Miguel Rodriguez with a big roll. That was the move of the heat so far. He's going to get a little tip from Yoni Aguirre. First alternate into the main event, just coming up shy. 4th place in that repecharge from the trials. Our 8th qualifier, and the cutoff was 7. So the traveling companion of Miguel Rodriguez, both of those riders from Peru. So Yoni just giving him a little tip on what to do. Here's the local Joazik pulling into this nice barrel, comes out clean, and dives out. No finishing maneuver there, but a good exchange. Pretty late in the heat, Steve, but this heat is definitely starting to take off.
Yeah, first solid waves for both of these guys. Here's a look at the replay. Miguel Rodriguez on this wave punches the roll. Nice looping arc as he projects around on that. And he will emerge from the whitewater, so a complete maneuver there for Miguel. That'll give him his best score of the heat. And then we saw João Zeke behind him scoring a barrel. That'll be his best score of the heat. But right now, I believe we're ready to throw things down to Palo Simão. Here we're going to take a look first at the replay of João threading the needle on this smaller barrel. Spits out, he finds the exit, and then ducks out quickly. So again, solid wave exchange from our 2 riders in the water. And we're going to throw things down to Paula right now. Take it away, Paula.
Hi, guys. Round 2, heat number 1 with Dudu Pedra. He's the most local, I think, in this, about surfers and bodyboard. He's the guy that knows more this wave better than everybody. So, Dudu, I know that's not easy there. You take like 3 big airs but didn't complete. But tell me, what do you think? You know better than everybody this wave.
Yeah, it's so hard to do a hit in this condition. I usually did the free surf. We spend 2 hours just thinking photos and videos, but in 25 minutes, catch 2 good waves is so hard. But I'm trying to get the free surf in my heat, and I did. I made my heat, and I'm pretty stoked.
Like we stay here 20 minutes wait to do coming because everybody start to stop here in the middle of the sand. To like all the schools, the guys from the school just say Dudu. Everybody like really like appreciate Dudu here. Everybody like his surf because when the waves like that, he's the king. So Dudu, what are you gonna do to the next round? You're gonna like keep focus or just try complete the maneuvers? What do you try to do? The strategic. If you wanna speak Portuguese.
Okay, I'm gonna speak in Portuguese for everybody. Bom, primeiro, estou muito feliz de ter passado a bateria. Na primeira bateria, o Uri botou um peso gigante nas minhas costas, já começou fazendo um 10. E eu, caramba, cara, eu esperei tanto para pegar essas ondas no pampo e estar competindo aqui, não posso perder. Na segunda, fui pro tudo ou nada e consegui umas manobras alucinantes. Como disse antes em inglês, a gente está acostumado a cair no free surf e dificilmente a gente faz 2 ondas boas completas em 25 minutos. O mar está alucinante, tem umas rampas animais, eu consegui um aéreo gigante, mas não consegui completar. Mas é isso, eu vou tentar surfar, a próxima bateria, como você me perguntou agora, eu vou tentar pegar umas ondas boas, vou tentar trazer o free surf para a competição, quero fazer manobras altas, quero pegar os tubões, quero dar um show de bodyboard. O pampo é um palco para show de bodyboard, não é aquela coisa, né, conservadora. Se precisar fazer isso para passar a bateria, eu vou fazer, mas o que eu quero mesmo é avançar, fazendo altas fotos, altos vídeos e mostrando para a galera o que é o verdadeiro bodyboard e que o Brasil tem altas ondas para a gente fazer isso.
That's it. He said that Brazil had really good waves in Brazil too. So he said that usually he's being a free surf every day to take photos and videos every single day. But now, because 25 minutes is really hard to complete really good waves, like 2 good waves. But he made it. That's the most important. So we're gonna say thank you, Dudu. Congratulations. We like it. He's gonna bring the title again to Brazil. And I think this is his house. So we just like want to watch this bodyboarding show that's Itacoatiara PRO. You gonna say something to someone?
Quero agradecer a Deus, a minha esposa que estava ali me ajudando, meus pais que devem estar me vendo aí, pai, mãe. Queria agradecer meus alunos que estão aí na areia, de repente não estão vendo isso agora, mas tudo eu faço para eles também. Quero agradecer aos meus patrocinadores, a Camona, que me dá um suporte alucinante, a SGA, a Pride e todos os co-patrocinadores também. Estou feliz e vou querer fazer um trabalho maneiro para que a gente possa estar aí aparecendo cada vez mais. Obrigado a todo mundo e tomara que eu venha aqui dar várias outras entrevistas.
We hope so too. Congratulations. This is bodyboard, guys. That's extreme. Congratulations, Dudu. Parabéns. Back to you, guys.
Valeu, obrigado.
All right, thank you, Paula, and congratulations again to Dudu Pedra for making it through the first elimination heat of the day. Meanwhile, back to live action out in the water. João Zeke trying to play catch-up, 1 minute remaining, throws the roll, but unfortunately lands under the lip. He managed to put together a 5-point ride, now just looking for a 6.01 to catch up with Miguel Rodriguez, which started out as a fairly quiet heat for both of these guys. They have both picked up in intensity, especially on the part of Miguel. He's now sitting on a 6.75 and a 4.25 after at one point sitting on a pair of 1-point rides.
Yeah, so we have seen the action increase. Hopefully that's going to be a trend that continues throughout the afternoon. But with the local Eduardo Pedra, Dudu Pedra moving on through, does look like there is potential for losing one of the local favorites in this heat, as Miguel Rodriguez is looking strong with just 10 seconds to go.
So counting down the final seconds of this heat, and barring any dramatic turns of events, it looks like it's going to be Miguel Rodriguez advancing out and João Zeke unfortunately bowing out of a competition here at the Itacoatiara PRO.
And as this heat comes to a close, we are going to throw to a quick commercial break. Please stay tuned and we'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro. Dave Hubbard joined by Manny Vargas. And we are bringing you round 2 action. Let's just get straight into it because this is heat number 3 of round number 2.
Elimination round. Round number 2. That means one of the 2 riders in these heats will have to pack it up. Only one rider will move on and advance on to round number 3, where they will face off with the winners from round number 1 in this heat. Heat number 3, the Frenchman, thumbs up, or is that a shaka sign? Maxime Castillo will be in red. Kenny Johnson will be in the yellow jersey from Chile. So 2 young guns ready to go to battle.
I think this is going to be a beautiful heat. Nice matchup on paper. Let's see how it pans out. This is Maxime Castillo taking first attack on that lip section. It's a roll, and he's able to pull it out in front of that messy, messy whitewater.
You know what? On my break, I actually took a little step down to the beach, and I saw how big the waves actually are. I mean, down on the water's edge, there are some bombs coming in, and you get that shore break feeling. You got to be on your game to be able to handle these waves and the power here at Itacoatiara.
Certainly do, and it is no joke out there. Plenty of rip currents, tons of whitewater. Now we see the froth on the surface of the ocean, pretty much encompassing the entire competition area at this point. Let's take another look. Maxime Castillo trying to find that bottom turn up to the section. Bit of a frothy crumble there, but pulls off a simple roll nonetheless. Did look like Kenny Johnson got his campaign, Kevin Torres? No, it is Kenny Johnson. Kenny Johnson got his campaign started with a 4-point ride during the commercial break. We're already 5 minutes into this heat, just 20 remaining, as we have beautiful foliage in the foreground, pumping waves in the background. This is Praia de Itacoatiara. We are competing down at Pompo. And I was speaking with Steve about how it's just been a dream of so many of the competitors who have been traveling to this event for the last number of years to finally get a chance to compete down at Pompo. And whether it's riders like Jared Houston or Ben Player, a lot of the fellas consider Pompo to be a superior section of the beach. And for obvious reason today, definitely showing us the potential that Pompo has to producing massive scores and incredible action for us to hold day 3 of the Itacoatiara Pro.
I mean, this is with the right direction, obviously can dish out some incredible wedges, some incredible barrels, and some insane ramps. So if it cleans up just a little bit, we're going to see a little bit more massive airs. But here you see a little bit bumpy on the takeoff, but Maxime Castillo is able to maintain and make it to the bottom of that one.
Yeah, Maxime concealed by that whitewater explosion, I think was what was trying to come out of your lips, but Maxime Castillo definitely was concealed from view on that left-hander.
So what we did the last time I was in the booth, we threw it out to our viewers out watching right now on our live video feed from the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro here in Niterói, Brazil. And one thing that comes up often throughout the list is a few things. Guilherme Tamega's barrel to roll on the inside no man's land in Arica. And we'll get back to that list, but look at this. Coming around that section, Kenny Johnson.
Kenny J throwing it over. Looked almost like a floppo at first, but he got projected.
That was sweet.
So then he's coming on in. Now he gets a lip to roll off of, and we're going to see him make it all the way to the shore. He's going to run up towards Pompo, catch that rip out. But back to the list of all-time favorite maneuvers pulled from 2011 to 2017 from Facebook. Hit it.
Well, we did see Guilherme Tamega's roll in no man's land in Arica being thrown down a couple times. We also heard of, let's go back to this, the replay.
There, and then here's the section. Oh, there was almost a little bit of a lip there, but it definitely just chucked him around for that roll. He's going to complete it with a roll here on the inside.
So back to the list, we did have a few drops of a few comments from PLC's waves at Fronton. Jacob Romero's wave at El Gringo, that ginormous invert on the right.
Yeah. T-Rex vert.
Yeah, that was incredible. We have Brahim Adouche from last year's Tahiti event with that big, massive invert where he tried to pull that off. And also a few other ones like Dave Winchester's big invert and Erika. But our boy, I said one, but our boy George De Jesus, he actually gave us a list, and it was pretty comprehensive.
Yeah, he pretty much nailed it. Mike's spinner to barrel to invert at Erika. Jared's 10-point invert at Erika. Ben Player doing air forwards in both directions at Erika. PLC's air forwards at Fronton. But Jeff Hubbard's air reverse at Zicatella. No make, but got scored a 5-point ride.
That was dropped on that list a few times. But, yeah, there was one thing missed, too. A lot of people have been mentioning, including Jackson and I. We brought up your massive invert at Pride the North End last year. That was very unexpected. I personally did not see that coming, but you just got launched perfectly and hit that lip dead on target. So
one thing that didn't make these Facebook lists was Paul Banco's teeth vert from 2012 at Erika's, getting pretty close to no man's land there at the left by the keyhole.
Yep.
And there's a beautiful image of it, and you can just see all of his teeth, which is amazing. Not just the front teeth. You can see every tooth in his mouth. That's why it's called the teeth vert, because he almost risked knocking all of them out trying to land that thing. It was so shallow.
Well, we love seeing these, so keep them going. We'll get back to that list if you can. Make your comment of your favorite move on the tour 2011 to 2017. It's on our APB Tour Facebook page, and we'll get back to that list later on today. That was pretty awesome.
Yeah, and if later on this year, maybe it's going to happen at this event, any or some or one of the riders pulls a sweet jam, or maybe what I'd really like to see is a salmon air. If somebody can pull one of those off, a salmon air is when you're kind of like a salmon just jumping upstream. You don't turn your board at all. You don't get inverted whatsoever. You just go up and back down. It's like kind of like a porpoise. When a porpoise just jumps out of the water and keeps going. Yeah, those salmon airs, technical, very exciting, difficult to pull, very rare to see, low scoring though. So I don't know how many riders are going to be putting it on the line with a salmon air, but if one is achieved, it would be ranking in my favorite maneuvers pulled on the APB World Tour.
Well, if you know Dub's humor, you would know that is definitely in his book of tricks. But whoa, holding on and able to come around that section and get inside of there.
Kenny J.
Holding on, but just getting bounced around and ragdolled under that water right there. But pretty impressive to be able to re-engage that rail as soon as he got to the bottom. But Kenny Johnson, not much there. Let's take another look right here. Just one bounce, two bounces.
Ooh.
And right there, he was able to get that board out in front of him to avoid doing the scorpion where his legs get tossed over his head. So pretty solid way to maintain. And that's some skills that a lot of the Chileans have, perfected from riding these heavy waves in Chile.
Yeah, they'll wrangle some frothy ocean, heavy stuff just on those amazing reef breaks they have throughout their extremely long coastline. But that was impressive that he was able to re-engage his rail after riding a bucking bronco of a wave there. So, I was worried he was just going to get a lip to the body when he tried to sneak under the lip, but he just got there. Here's a cleanup set. We were talking about them earlier. They are marching on through the lineup now as these afternoon sets start really picking up in size. One good thing about the size increasing to this height is that tomorrow we are expecting still the waves to be solid, hopefully awesome and contestable. And more than likely, if the direction stays the same, we're going to be down at Pompo again. Pompo pumping.
You know what? This morning we saw Pompo, where you're looking at right now, being the only spot that was breaking in the morning. And on my break, and Jackson just reminded me that I was looking at the middle of the beach and then towards Castel, which is the southeast side of the beach. And man, it is pumping all along the entire beach here. I mean, just massive sets. anywhere between 4, 5, even 6 foot waves, which means you double that, and that'll give you the face size of the wave. So there are some big waves still rolling in, not only at Pampa, which you see on your screen, but all along the beach. So I'm not sure if the swell direction is changing, but no matter what, the height and power behind the swell is still here. So it's going to be very exciting to see the rest of today and going into the rest of the men's division in round number 2 tomorrow morning. So you don't want to miss it. I'm sure you have that little extra window on your computer at work hidden behind your Excel files. So just make sure you watch the rest of today and tune in for tomorrow.
And depending, maybe you're at a job site where the boss has it up on the big screen. We know there's a number of businesses out there that play the live broadcast in their place of business during business hours. So thank you to everybody out there. And if you're a patron at one of those places, maybe throw a little bit of extra tip in the tip jar and say, thanks, everybody. Love watching at those restaurants or car dealerships or tire repair centers or some doctor's offices.
All right, check this out, Dub. We do have the interview ready with the winner of the last heat with Paola. Paola, take it away.
Hi guys, we are here with Miguel Rodriguez from Peru, from Lima, he say. So he said that's pretty hard there, like really current, strong and big. Miguel, what you did there to win this heat?
Bueno, lo que tuve que hacer es esperar un poco las olas y coger no las tan grandes porque las grandes se cerraban muy rápido. Y nada, tuve que esperar un buen rato ahí al fondo, ¿no?
He said that he didn't take the big ones because big ones close all, so it's pretty hard to take one and make a good maneuver. So what are you gonna do now to the next hit? If you're getting like that, big like that, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna focus? Se estiver grande como está agora, o que vai fazer para a próxima hit?
Y igual, seguir esperando olas no tan grandes porque ahorita parece que la arena no está bien y nomás seguir esperando las olas fuertes también, ¿no?
So you're gonna say that wait for the right wave and big one, good one, to try complete all the maneuvers. So that's it. Congratulations, parabéns. Te vejo amanhã. See you tomorrow.
Muchas gracias. Agradecer a todos mis auspiciadores por estar acá.
Back to you guys. Congratulations.
Oh, he is stoked. And was that the camera lens getting fogged up? Is the cameraman in the hot tub?
I think he got a little cold, and he said, you know what, if we're doing these in the hot tub, I'm going to get in. I'm just going to keep my arms and shoulders dry so I can have the camera on my shoulders and get the shot. But, yeah, looked like the cameraman was inside the hot tub. Hey, and it's becoming quite a popular venue for winners and second-place finishers in these heats and rounds to go get a little bit of R&R after their heat.
No, the hot tub is actually really hot and the bubbles are going, so I would be definitely in there as well. I may jump in there after work, but here we are, situated. 8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in heat number 3, round number 2. As we mentioned, we're going to charge through as many heats as we can to see as much action as we can before the sun sets here in Niterói. The 2017 Itacoatiara Pro. Manny V here with David Hubbard, a.k.a. Dub. We are bringing you the feed, and we are currently in an elimination round. Only one of these riders will advance on to round number 2 or round number 3, and second place, sayonara.
Yeah, but some of the competitors, not only who were eliminated from trials, but who will probably be eliminated in these next rounds, they're going to sit close to this venue. They're going to keep training. Great spot for training. Beautiful place to spend the next week or so. Maybe even more. Some of the riders staying on after the event window ends just to soak up more of the culture and the food and just the presence, ambiance, and vibrance of the Brazilian people and what they share with all the visitors who come here. So definitely a place that even if you end up not making it very far in the competition, you're going to be still stoked you came.
No, I mean, this is one of those places on Earth where you definitely put it on the bucket list. If you have the opportunity, definitely put it on the list. So yeah, Itacoatiara in Niterói, just outside of Rio de Janeiro. You got to take this bridge. It's called the Rio Niterói Bridge, or Porte, or how do they pronounce it in Portuguese? Porche. Well, it's the bridge that connects Rio and Niterói. Definitely something you have to come over and check out if you ever do show up in Brazil. And this is just a small piece of Brazil. There's so many beautiful places. I've been talking to a lot of Brazilians that are coming in from all over the coastline, and they just said it's as beautiful, if not more beautiful, than where we are. So definitely make it on the list. In fact, Dub, if we do this again next year, man, we got to invite some of our friends and put a little package together to offer them.
Freak Fest Brazil, or Manny's Eco-Conscious Adventure Tours, as it's called now.
Yes.
Previously DBA Freak Fest, but now got a new spin on things, all about trail running and not running the clubs till the wee morning lights, although that happens at least once during his new tour events. But, you know, it was... recently getting my hair cut by Kavika Cowie. He provides Kavika Cuts services. But Kavika was in Indonesia with you, Kaino alum, and even the small redheaded bodyboarder fella. Kalen. I think so. But he wanted to say, hey, he remembered those good times traveling the world with Manny Vargas, and... Manny Vargas has been in quite a number of locales. Great place to host you and take you around, and definitely a beautiful part of this APB tour. Let's take a look at this one. Not a lot there for Maxime.
We're at the 5-minute mark, and Maxime right there in and out, which he had priority, so it's going to be interesting. But look at this, going for another one. Maxime now in that second priority, which is still okay because Kenny Johnson, he has priority now. So what Maxime can do, if he can, paddle against that rip current that's roaring through the competition area, is just stay close to Kenny Johnson. And if Kenny Johnson's going to bypass a good wave, but here he is, up and riding.
He's up on this left. He skeeters down to the bottom. Big maneuver off that end section. Can he ride out of it? And he does.
Nice.
What kind of score is he needing, Manny? Is he knocking at the door of advancement, or is that going to come up short? He needs a 5.26. It was hard for us to see, but the judges had a perfect view of it. No obstruction or angle discrepancies for the judging area, as we showed you from drone footage earlier, the repurposed container there down at Pompo. So we'll have to wait to see what the scores come through as, and if there's a situation change or not. Here's the replay. This is Maxime. Early days, this was his opening ride, that Rolo that he did.
Yeah, we're going to go through a heat recap right here of the few waves that were actually scored in the good to excellent range. And this is another look at Maxime on that left, which he got another solid score, which he did a maneuver right there, but was unfortunately not able to pull it off.
This was Kenny J's fun launch, and then continued on and did a Rolo on the inside.
So he's still able to pull this off if he's able to get that big score that we just seen on that left. If he was looking for a 5.61, I believe, but here's that one way where I thought he was just going to get annihilated, but was able to pull it off and kick out. But here's that wave again.
This is the left. He handles it, gets up to that section. Looks like a Rolo. Not totally sure, but it seemed like a Rolo, and he landed it. So waiting for scores.
Wow, this is going to be tight.
Kenny J's out the back, sitting with Maxime. They're both just wondering what's going to happen in the next few moments. Does look like scores coming in. Kenny with just a 5.25 and a 5.15, so it doesn't look like it's quite enough, but a 5.26 will get him there. Maxime having a look at that one, decides not to go. And just over 2 minutes remaining. And Kenny J now sitting with priority. And he has an option here coming in the next little while if he's going to be able to really capitalize and stay alive. Of course, Kenny Johnson, the trialist that has pushed his way through days 1 and 2 of the competition to make it here to the 3rd day where we're in the main event. And just to recap, we're into round 2. We're in heat number 3, and we're riding Itacoatiara down at Pompo. So this is the side of the beach. And as you can see, the wave on screen, that was just an amazing, beautiful right-hand wedge. Maxime Castillo having a look at this one. He's hoping for a section. Wow, he has to get out of there before the wave just pitched on the shallow sandbar. But just about 82 seconds remaining. This is crunch time for Kenny J if he wants to keep his Chilean trialist hopes alive.
Wow, interesting that Maxime Castillo went on that wave. I know he's trying to improve on that 3.75. It looked like the wave could have delivered that for him, but it did not shape up. This is going to be pretty interesting how the next minute, because Kenny Johnson really only needs a 5.26. That is probably absolutely doable if that wave comes in for him. And then it'll send Maxime Castillo. And here he is. It is Kenny Johnson. He's going to line this up. Looks like a section is forming up. He's going to do a roll, I believe. Oh, and he loses it. That was Kenny Johnson's last-ditch effort. And that's not going to be enough, I believe, for Kenny Johnson. And it looks like Maxime Castillo, the young Frenchman, will be holding on to that first-place spot as time winds down. 30 seconds remaining. Ooh, round 2, the elimination round. Kenny Johnson, one of the few Chileans getting knocked out of this event.
Yeah, so unless something can come up real soon with Kenny Johnson just transporting himself back out into the lineup instantaneously, it does look like it's going to be the Frenchman, the French youngblood, Maxime Castillo, who had a bit of a heyday here last year, put on one of the most impressive performances of the event outside of the top 4 finishers. And it looks like he's moving on to round number 3. And while we get ready for more insane action from the Itacoatiara Pro, have a look at these commercials, and we will be right back.
Só você que é um net sabe o que é multitelar. Ter de tudo no seu tablet, TV e celular. Conteúdo pra caramba, o Now tá em todo lugar. Ter ultra velocidade, a banda larga é pra voar. Quem é net faz bonito, tá com tudo pra brilhar. Dá um show em toda a tela, isso é multitelar, multitele. É multitele.
All right, welcome back to the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro. I'm Steve Action Jackson, joined by Manny Vargas. And what you got there, Manny?
Sorry, I had to show this. Some little Grom here. Brazil is bodyboard country, and this is one of the things that some of the Groms, one of the Groms made. This was pretty cool. I think I spent like $3 for it, but he had a whole bag of them. He's like, I made these. Can you buy one? And I said, heck yeah, if it's going to support your bodyboarding. And I got the GT board in the Brazilian color. So thank you. I forgot his name, but thank you. He's selling them at Burusuco if you want one of these. But here we are. Round number 2, elimination round, out in the water. Let's get into the action.
All right, out in the water right now. We are already getting into the thick of things. In round 2 right now, out in the water, we have Heat 4. Nicolas Chiara in red, Alberto Bruno in yellow. So the Argentinian against the Brazilian vet. And this should be a fun heat to watch as both of these guys, you know, doing their best to continue through the field. And unfortunately, one of these guys, after this 25-minute heat, is going to have to bow out and call it an event.
Nicholas was hanging on the lefts. He was catching a lot of lefts earlier today. Let's see if he changed that right now. And a nice clean roll right there from Roberto Bruno. And cannot pull it off right there. But Roberto, he was looking very solid. All right, here we go. Nicolas Chiara. How is he handling these rights? A little squirrely right there as his rail disengaged from the face of the wave. Very interesting how this heat is going to play out. Both of them are hungry. Both of them are capable. But for some reason, Nicolas Chiara, and I know, nice dredging barrel right there, was hanging on the left, and there's few lefts as we got.
Sorry to interrupt, Manny, but look, we got a little bit of a paddle battle right at the beginning of this. Both of these guys trying to get back out there and establish priority.
Well, the paddle battle, explain that for our viewers that do not understand.
Yeah, whenever you hear me say paddle battle, it means at least 2 of the competitors out in the water, in this case, both competitors in this man-on-man heat, are paddling at the same time because the first one that gets back out to the lineup will establish himself with first priority in this 2-man priority heat. That means he will have the advantage of choosing the next good wave that rolls through. It's something that can be used very strategically, and it's very important to these guys to be able to have that priority and maintain the advantage over their competitor.
If you have priority, you essentially get to pick any wave that rolls in. But if you show intent and try to paddle for a wave, you will lose that priority, and the person standing or with second priority will then have first priority. And that can be detrimental when it comes down to the last few minutes and last few seconds. Here he is, Nicolas Chiara on the left again. This thing could be forming up. Oh, not much there as he goes around that section, but he's so far out into the flats that he loses his speed. Not only that, there was not much there of a wave after that.
Yeah, so that one not shaping up to his liking. Again, just in the early going, a couple of waves ridden for these guys. Still waiting to dial into something more substantial, but these guys got right into it, grabbing a couple of waves, a little bit of a paddle battle to try and establish priority, which sits in the hands of Alberto Bruno right now. And here's a quick look at the opening exchange. Alberto Bruno rolling it out. Unfortunately, just got blasted. We've seen this time and again. Guys just getting plowed by that wall of whitewater. And here you could see just getting clipped. Nicolas Chiara pulling into the barrel but could not find daylight. And then again, the second wave of Nicolas, this thing just got funky and shut down. He tried to take the long way around and there was nothing there on the other side. So there you have a quick recap of that wave exchange.
Looks like a little split peak section right now. We're going to stick with Nicolas Chiara on the left. Oh, nice extended roll right there. He may have another chance to do something else, and he does. Goes for an El Floppo, which is not really much of going with the flow of the wave, but actually forcing the roll. And that's what Nicolas did on his second maneuver on the inside. He pulled it off and kicked out immediately to try to get back out to the outside. And it was, sorry. Yeah, that was Roberto Bruno on the left, and you can see Nicolas. He went right. He got out of the water, and again, we talked about it earlier. Because of the swell direction, the way the waves are coming in at this beach, he's going to run all the way to the rocks and make his way back out. Nicolas Chiara was on the right.
Yeah, this is a look at that right-hander. Setting this one up, and throws out the invert. Nice invert there for the Argentinian, and then combos with the roll, comes out. Yeah. So he definitely got the better of that wave exchange between himself and Roberto Bruno. Bruno, again, with a roll and then a forced roll to finish, whereas Nicholas Chiara was able to get the invert and finish with a cleaner roll. So that will probably come in slightly higher score-wise for him. I believe that's already come in at a 6.75. That gives Chiara the early advantage. Still 16.5 minutes remaining in this heat.
Wow, it seems like he's been running forever. Here's another look at Roberto Bruno's left-hand wave, and a nice extended roll on that first one, but right here he's just using the whitewash to be able to pull off that roll. So both of them combination. Oh, did he even pull off that second roll? That's
yeah, that's a questionable one there. It looked like he wasn't able to complete that second maneuver.
He's still running.
Still 5 points for Roberto Bruno, so solid wave exchange on the split peak between the Argentinian and the Brazilian. The Argentinian, Nicholas Chiara, gaining the advantage with the 6.75, but both of these guys trading blows back and forth, and this has already turned into an interesting heat from the early portion.
I'm wondering if that was a smart move from Nicholas Chiara, because he wasted... He's not losing points for getting out of the water and running to the other side of the beach to get into that channel. As you can see, look how fast he's getting sucked out. But if he paddled out where he ended his last wave and made his way out to the outside and then paddled over towards the lineup or the takeoff spot, he probably could have had a couple waves along the way. So very interesting that he actually decided to do that option, which was get out and run all the way across. I'm thinking because he favors the lefts, where a lot of the lefts are coming in over there, that's probably the only reason why he would have done that. Otherwise, I would have paddled straight back out through the whitewash and made my way over to the peak and had the possibility of actually catching a wave, a perfect wave that may have rolled in.
Yeah, I think at this point it's more personal preference. You're probably splitting hairs time-wise. Yeah, it did take him a while to run back and jump into that conveyor belt of a current.
And he's already out there by now.
Yeah. The only thing I can say is from my free surfs here, trying to paddle out further down the beach, fighting the current and ducking through the oncoming set waves, that can be a little tiring if you get caught on the inside by the wrong wave. So he might have been erring on the side of caution there, Manny.
Well, that's probably a smart move. And we did mention on our breaks, you brought it up when you got back from your break, and on my break, I was sitting in the athletes area and straight out in front of the main comp site and over to the east side, it's pumping. I mean, all this entire beach.
I tell you,
just pounding.
I tell you what, I was on my break and I was watching with the event organizer, Giuliano Lara, and there were bombs rolling through Mea and Costown. I mean, it just massive closeout sets. And I actually saw somebody who was out for a free surf get caught on the inside and ragdolled all the way into the beach. Not a pleasant experience. Not something anybody should have to experience.
Wow, look at that raw power just rushing up the rock there at Bumpo. So yeah, we still have massive swells, and I'm still just shocked on how it was absolutely flat. I'm talking like a bay, like the flattest, like a lake. No waves at all yesterday, and today, less than 24 hours later, it is going off. 6, maybe 7 foot waves coming in, and everybody was stoked that we got waves, because I woke up this morning, I'm like, man, it's not gonna happen. But the locals, I mean, Kalani Latanzi, Joao Zeke are the two that I talked to, and they said, yeah, this day it's gonna happen. And sure enough, they nailed it. Look at that.
Yeah, there's definitely some pulses coming through, and every once in a while one of those sets, I mean, that's something we've been touching upon all day. You cannot let your guard down out there, not against your fellow competitors, and definitely not against Mother Nature, because one of those sets rolls through and catches you on the inside, like I just mentioned, you will get ragdolled all the way in. And sometimes the way the currents are around here, they'll just swirl around and push you down to the bottom, pin you to the sand, and your board will be tombstoning, stretching out the leash so that it's a nice straight line again. And it's not a situation you want to find yourself in here at Itacoatiara.
No, and these are the size of waves that we have in this event. Even though the waves are breaking kind of close to the shore, your leashes, they're going to get stretched. There's so much power behind these waves that your coil leashes will probably end up like a straight leash by the end of the day if you get out there for a few sessions.
I can't even begin to recount how many snapped coil leashes I've seen here at Itacoatiara. It's not that difficult, and not that difficult to enjoy the view we're getting from the drone right now. Look at the outlying area behind our competition area. Just absolutely gorgeous. And honestly, to throw in the funky weather and the low-lying clouds, it just adds this mystique to the area. I mean, it's almost like people developed houses in the middle of Jurassic Park.
It's pretty awesome. I mean, and there's a comp site, so that big open area, that's the athletes area in the middle. And the judges tower, we're situated right underneath the judges, we're the judges window. And yeah, it's pretty amazing setup that they have here for the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro. And you're going to be able to see, if he pans over just a little bit more, Pompo is about a quarter mile down the beach. It's quite a ways, and there it is. Nice clean pan. And I don't know if you can see the judges panel, but you can see how far away we are from Pompo.
Yeah, and pretty good distance if you want to go out for a morning beach run. I'm pretty sure Manny's jumped into a morning run, stretch his legs, get his exercise in.
Oh, yeah, and yesterday I did a full-on run and swim in my Speedos, which was very it's just crazy because you can wear Speedos here. Nobody will say anything to you. It's amazing. You can have the biggest beer belly and wear Speedos, and nobody will say anything.
It's the norm here in Brazil.
Yeah, I think I'm going to try to bring that back to San Diego.
Good luck with that.
I know. Dang it.
All right, 10 minutes remaining in this 25-minute heat. And again, right now, Nicholas Chiara leads the way. Here he is taking a look. He's sitting on a 6.75, trying to get rid of a 1.15 as a backup score. Similar situation for Roberto Bruno sitting in second. He has a 5.0 for a top score. Secondary score of 1.50 he's trying to replace. Only needs a 2.91 to flip the script on the Argentinian. 9:35 left on the clock.
So Nicholas, he's been attending pretty much almost every event that I've been at, and it's always great to see him and his lady show up. And no matter where we are, what time of the day, both of them are showing up with big old smiles. So it's kind of a cool little family that is formed from all the riders and competitors and everybody who ends up at the same events around the world. And this is one of the coolest couples that I get to enjoy, sharing time with. Here we go. Nicholas Chiara dropping in. Oh my, get to the top.
A little bit of an airdrop there for Nicholas, and kind of biting my lip a little bit, hoping he set his rail on that one, because if he slid out, he was going to get lipped and pile driven to the bottom. So some dicey maneuvering there for Nicholas. Fortunately, he was able to set his line and promptly drive out of that one. So that won't really help his overall combined score any with 8.5 minutes remaining. He's still on the hunt for a backup score, as is Roberto Bruno. So still anybody's game out there in the water. And you know what, Manny, real quick, if I could give a shout out to a couple of guys that touched base with me on Instagram. A shout out to my fellow New Jersey bodyboarders, Chris Detlinger and Jason Bitzer, who now resides full-time in Hawaii with his wife and daughter. Good to hear from you guys, and I hope you're scoring some fun waves.
Looks like we got another look at Nicholas Chiara's last wave. As you can see, he made it to the bottom, but didn't have enough time to get back up to the top and put a move together, and he had to actually just cut out of that wave right there. So Nicholas Chiara still looking comfortable. He's trying to get a better score for a second ride, but Roberto Bruno, man, the scores dropping in these first couple heats are still in that low range, only because it's just it's crazy out there. I mean, it's kind of storm surf, but still a ton of size. And look at this, Nicholas Chiara did a nice move right there. I'm gonna say he pulled off a roll on that first move, and then another one right there. Again, sorry for this angle that we have here on camera 4, but we are letting you know that the judges do not have that angle. The judges are actually situated right in front of the competitors, so they're not going to miss a beat.
Yes, I can confirm what Manny said. I was down there earlier grabbing the heat draw for round 2. They have a straightforward look and would have a perfectly clear view of Nicholas Chiara on this wave and the maneuvers he's performing, and they will judge it accordingly. But being that we went with our secondary site and we're running the contest down at Pompo, yeah, we're pretty much looking down. So we have a direct view into the barrel on right-handers, but kind of looking at the backside of the wave on the left. So again, we may lose the complete view, but we do have the judges with a perfect vantage point for scoring these waves. So we'll wait for that score to come in for Nicholas Chiara. It looks like a 4.75 on that last wave to go with his 6.75. He now increases his advantage over Alberto Bruno. Alberto now on the hunt for a 6.51 with 6 minutes remaining on the clock. So both of these guys working on building their scores. The veteran Brazilian out in the water, patiently waiting for his opportunity to strike back. Again, 6.51, very much attainable in the good range score-wise with the judges. So we'll see what he can come up with the remaining time left in this heat. But at the moment, Nicholas Chiara continues to maintain his advantage, holding that lead, looking to move forward into round 3.
Looks like the sun is starting to creep out just a little bit, adding a little bit of sunlight and a little bit of happiness here in the angry waters of Pompo, just down the beach from the main site. But, oh man, every time I come down here, I really don't know what to expect. But once I settle in, it just, the vibe here in Itacoatiara, I kind of get that Hawaiian feeling where everybody's just, you know, stoked to be able to come to this beach where it's the white, sandy, soft sand beach, warm water, and it's just an epic vibe. And there's a ton of delicious food. Italiano is probably the most eaten food here in Brazil. Can you believe that?
That and acai, I can definitely say, especially with the promotion they're running at Puro Suco, you get an Italiano and a cup of acai for 12 reais. It's about $3.50 US.
Oh my gosh.
And total bargain. But you know what? We're going to stop talking about food and actually send things down to Paula. She's ready to talk to the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Paula.
Yes.
Hi, guys. We are here with Maxime Castillo from France. How was the heat? I know that's not easy.
No, it was not easy. Huh? Now it's more bigger than this morning, and it's pretty hard to catch the good one. So yeah, it was a hard hit. This morning was a really fun hit with Tristan. We got some really good wave, good battle, and got the bigger reverse 10 points. So was sick, and now was pretty hard. But I'm happy to go to the round 3, and let's go what happened tomorrow.
The waves look like getting bigger and bigger this afternoon. Do you prefer like that, or you prefer a little bit smaller and perfect, or you prefer like extreme like that?
I think this morning was more fun. Was like big ball, bigger room for bodyboarding. Now it's pretty hard to catch the good one. Lot of current. I catch a big set on the head. So yeah, I prefer this morning, but yeah, it's cool. I'm happy, and tomorrow I think it's gonna be good. So I hope for some good one tomorrow. Un petit bonjour à tout le monde en France, mon frérot qui m'a appelé tout à l'heure. Un gros bisou à toi, Francky, puis un bisou à tout le monde qui regarde le live. You!
That's it. I gotta understand anything. Oh, sorry. So see you tomorrow. Congratulations, Maxine. Back to you guys.
Congratulations one more time to Maxime Castillo. Bonjour.
You know what? I love watching him bodyboard. I love watching him do interviews because he's always stoked. Even like in a morning session, you'll see him running across the beach, and it's like, bonjour, comment allez-vous? You know, all smiles, all amp, you know, pure stoke. One of my favorite young guns on the tour these days.
Yeah, I don't think he's that young. What is he, 22, 23? We'll find out. But Maxime Castillo, he's coming of age. I mean, he's going to be one of those riders that you're going to see often. Here we go, up and riding. Look at this right-hander. Look at this left ramp coming at him. Oh, just a tiny bit late, and it's that kind of storm surfy that's making the wave break just a little bit earlier than a lot of the riders are anticipating. But still, being able to pull off a roll in that situation may be helpful right there for our rider. Nicholas Chiara.
And you know what, Manny? Right now we're going to throw into a quick heat recap, taking a look. Talk us through these.
All right, yes, this is Roberto Bruno's one of his first waves. Oh, it looked like he lost that. That was pretty interesting. I didn't see that on the other replay, but he lost the handle of his rail on that roll. And this was Nicholas Chiara again. He was, loving the. Oh, I'm sorry, Roberto Bruno. He's opting to go left on these, but a double roll on that for Roberto Bruno. And then we saw another one. So he's finding these lefts, which is interesting because Nicholas Chiara was on the lefts in his first heat, and now it is Roberto Bruno who's taking advantage. I think it was probably a strategic move saying, okay, you know what? Nicholas is favoring the lefts, which means he's probably not as good or doesn't feel as comfortable on the rights. So Roberto Bruno is opting to go lefts and trying to take those good lefts away from Nicholas Chiara. This is my guess.
Yeah, definitely an interesting role reversal out in the lineup with the strategy Roberto Bruno has taken, which was basically Nicholas Chiara's approach, as you were saying, in round one. But unfortunately, it hasn't really worked in Roberto's favor as Nicholas is still leading the heat as we're counting down the final 35 seconds. So, if that was the strategy, it may have backfired a little.
Yeah, Nicholas Chiara, 28 seconds away from advancing on to round number 3. 6.51, totally doable for the Brazilian Roberto Bruno. He has priority. 20 seconds remaining. Can he find that last wave to catapult him back into that first place spot? 6.51. You can see he's a little anxious right there, and he's going to do everything he can to try to find a wave that will produce it. That may as well have been his last attempt right there, as you can see the frustration right there, putting his head down, and he cannot believe that is the end of the road for his competition here at the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro.
And while that may be the end of the heat, we still have more action to come. But right now we're going to pay a few bills. We'll be back right after this.
Só você que é um net sabe o que é multitelar. Ter de tudo no seu tablet, TV e celular. Conteúdo pra caramba, o Now tá em todo lugar. Ter ultra velocidade, a banda larga é pra voar. Quem é net faz bonito, tá com tudo pra brilhar. Dá um show em toda a tela, isso é multitelar, multitelar. É multitelar.
All right, welcome back to the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil. I'm Steve Action Jackson, rejoined here in the booth with Dave Hubbard, and we've got one heck of a heat in front of us right now. Give us a rundown.
Loïc Grenier versus Guillaume Tamaga. Let's get right out into the water because this one looks to be super exciting. It is round 2, heat number 5. And these are 12th and 3rd seeds of this round, going pretty evenly matched, I'd say, as far as the conditions of the day. Definitely someone who's been performing very good thus far on the World Tour in 2017. Loïc Grenier getting himself a spot in the main event based off his performance in Pipeline and Tahiti. But GT, an absolute legend, 6-time world champion, he would have to be the beach favorite for everybody in all of South America, and probably over half of the world will be rooting for GT in this matchup.
Guilherme Tamaga announced his retirement from full-time competition 2 years ago here at this event. Since then, we've seen him, of course, at Pipeline, which he considers his home break now, as well as here and in Tahiti last year. But getting ready to go to work here in this heat right now in the 2017 edition of this event. But meanwhile, up and riding on that wave was the Reunion Islander, Loïc Grenier.
Yeah, and he got his campaign started pretty quickly. Nice, smooth, lofty roll to start on that left-hander. Took him ages to come out in front, but he's going to get something decent on his scorecard. Way to get started early. We have seen riders opting more towards these lefts in the afternoon hours, as it's difficult to find a wave that'll hold itself up long enough for you to get to the lip, and the lefts just offering just occasionally just a little bit more opportunity in that regard on the smaller ones. Of course, the bigger ones are definitely still all about the right-hander. Looks like a score of a 4-point ride coming in for Loïc Grenier, and GT dunking a big old cleanup set. And yeah, we're super excited. And as Action was giving us the rundown of the semi-retirement status that GT has been touting over the years, several times I feel that he has made that announcement. It is great to still see him active in international competition despite that semi-retirement status that he touts.
One of the interesting things I find with Guilherme Tamaga retiring, supposedly, I use air quotes on that one, but in a conversation with him the other day while we were watching the trials, I was speaking with Guilherme, and he actually said outright, if I'm going to compete in a contest, I'm competing to win. So even in semi-retirement, retirement, however he wants to phrase it these days, he's still got that aggressive approach to competition, an approach that you have to have as a competitor if you want to win events.
I think he carries that even in free surfing. Okay, let's take a look. Big roll there, comes just far away from his board during the turbulent moments of that landing, and does not look like the beast, the animal himself, was able to hold on to that one. But had he ridden out of it, I think we would have seen a few points higher than the first ride for Red. But yeah, I think, going back to the ferocity of GT, whether it's in a free surf, whether it's even during a break from lifeguarding when he's stationed at Pipe and he's got 20 minutes to go exercise, he wants to be the best out in the water at any given moment. So just looking, beautiful roll there. You see how the board started to come away from him on the landing. It was beautiful right up until that point where that's actually where you would start to bring the board closer to your body. That was a signal to me that the wave was starting to overpower the almost superhuman strength of GT.
So still in the early going, Loïc Grenier with the early advantage of 4.0 on his opening wave, now looking for a backup. GT a 2.0 for his effort, now looking for a secondary score, as these guys both looking to build upon what they've started here in this heat. But it's the Frenchman with the advantage over the 6-time world champion.
Yeah, GT, just such a hometown hero, put on a motivational workshop a few nights ago at the Plaza here in downtown Niteroi. And it was well attended and something special for a lot of the younger riders to attend, to get a little more in-depth, a little more personal appeal from GT to go ahead and follow your dreams. Use bodyboarding as a career path, and something that has served him and several of the other Brazilian riders who have made a name for themselves as professional bodyboarders. A lot of them have opened up their own bodyboarding schools around the country. Let's take a look at GT on this one. Way down the beach, finds his way into that barrel. Will he find the exit? Seemed like just a massive pinch on the end of that section. Didn't stop GT from doing his best to intimidate it to open back up. And he just gets washed through the rinse cycle, as you called it earlier, Steve.
Oh, it's a washing machine out there on the inside, just a churning cauldron of dead water. And we've seen every one of our competitors battle through at one point or another. Here you see he's going to duck under this as it just plows through like a dump truck. And there you can see 6-time world champ, one of the most fit competitors we've ever seen in the history of the sport. And he's going to let this wash him into the beach and head in. Here's a quick look at the replay. Big drop, a lot of foam on the face. This is just an angry, foamy looking wave. And he sets his line, and you can tell it's going to close out, and he just sets his line and holds on tight for the oncoming beating.
Yeah, I gotta say, at some point in there, he was hoping for an opportunity to do a massive through-the-lip roll. Maybe that's what he was going into that unexitable section with the hope of doing. But yeah, just the sheer prowess of this fella is just amazing. Something so spectacular to watch. Glad that we have the opportunity to see him here in the 2017 Itacoatiara Pro.
Well, exercising her interview prowess, we're going to throw things down to the beach with Paula Simone and the winner of the last heat.
We are here with Nicolas Tiara from Argentina. That's not really normal. We have a lot of guys from Argentina in the tour, but he and two guys from Argentina is here. So Nicolas, what did you make there? How was the heat? ¿Cómo estaba la manga?
Sí, la manga estaba muy complicada porque está recién el suelo entrando, y cuando ni bien está entrando el suelo es como muy movido y tiene mucha fuerza la parte de abajo y cierra bastante. Espero que mañana se acomode un poco y que se pueda ver más acción.
He said that was really hard, all the waves coming big and close, the most close also. He will hope that tomorrow getting better and getting a little bit more like a softy and clean. So what did you make there to win? ¿Qué fizeste lá para ganhar la manga?
Bueno, principalmente trabajar la paciencia, que es lo principal para poder competir. En la primera manga competí mal, estaba muy nervioso, agarrando mucha cantidad de olas y como inseguro. En la última traté de esperar un poco más, seleccionar, y me tocó una buena derecha que pude hacer lo que necesitaba para pasar.
He said that work for the patient, just wait the correct wave for don't be lose like the moment, because not easy to get there and make a good one. So congratulations, parabéns, te vejo amanhã.
Muchas gracias, vamos Necochea, y gracias a mi novia, a mi enamorada que me sigue para todas las competencias, la familia, mami, papi, para todos los amigos.
Woo! Go back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Paula, and congratulations again to Nicolas Tiara, continuing to proudly carry the Argentinian flag through to another round here at the Itacoatiara Pro.
Yeah, Nicolas Tiara, just a beautiful addition to the APB World Tour. Was able to pull out an amazing finish to his competition, full-time competition last year at Fronton. Believe he was able to get a perfect 10-point ride in that event, and to see him starting up his campaign on the 2017 APB World Tour strong after a mediocre finish in Tahiti. Now he's on to round number 3 in the Itacoatiara Pro, so he wants to keep it going, which is just terrific and awesome. We do have another Argentinian slated to battle against Louis Finnegan later on in the draw. Coming up in the next heat, actually. So that's going to be coming up in Heat 6. We're going to see Santiago Sanchez against Louis Finnegan. And so just great stuff from the Argentinians who are making their way through the rounds here in South America.
It's interesting with this event. It gives an opportunity for competitors from other South American countries that you wouldn't necessarily expect to come out and make a name for themselves. We'll talk about that later as Guilherme Tamega up and riding, punches the roll through the lip on the right-hander, and doesn't look like he's going to ride out on this one.
Yeah, a few uncharacteristic, uncompleted maneuvers for GT. A few rolls and a closeout that he has not ridden out of. So just with 2 points and a 175 on his scorecard right now, Loïc Glenier, representing Reunion Island, doesn't have a whole lot more, but it is nearly double the heat total that GT has at this moment. It could turn at any time, though. Just a 501 for GT would take him above Loïc, but, you know, Loïc could just ditch that 3-point ride and improve on it. So this is definitely a tight heat. We're into the second half now of the heat. So definitely a good idea for GT to stay active and keep hunting down these waves. We did hear Dudu Pedra, the Itacoatiara local, mentioning that, you know, on a day like today, they would normally be surfing, you know, for a couple hours in hopes of getting 1 or 2 waves that were makeable and that you could do maneuvers on. But on a day like today, the ask is within 25 minutes to post up 2 solid scores to beat your opponent. And these fellas are dodging cleanup sets. They're, you know, avoiding the rip. They're trying to navigate this terrain. Here we see one of the biggest sets actually of the day breaking way outside. And that's going to catch the fellas. And you know, it's not easy out there, Steve. We've definitely seen the swell increase throughout the day as we had hoped.
Yeah, you know, taking one of these on the head and having to swim for it is pretty taxing energy-wise. I mean, these guys are battling the elements every which way you can imagine, like you just said, the currents, the sets, you know, and trying to ride 2 high-scoring waves to win the heat. You know, they have their work cut out for them out in the water, and you know, after surfing earlier this morning, a second session in these conditions, it's got to be draining. You would know better than me. You've surfed in conditions like this, events like this, and it's got to take it out of you when you have to surf that second or third heat in the day when the waves are like this.
Oh, definitely. A lot of water moving. Definitely a lot of exertion is being required of you to not only return to the lineup and paddle out each time, but even just riding the wave is not easy. It takes a lot of your strength, power, a lot of physical aptitude, mental aptitude, to really harness your energy as well as find a way to negotiate the wave's energy and come up with a score. So it's a lot to deal with. Nobody's having to surf 3 times today, which is good. You know, 2 times on a day like today, it's probably
more than enough.
Yeah, it's probably about enough. You know, maybe a 3rd sesh, you definitely start seeing fatigue setting in. So, you know, the riders who do compete in round 2 today, you know, are going to be surfing those 2 sessions, 2 heats today. But it's yeah, it's a good thing that we got conditions as we do, because this is how we want to compete at Itacoatiara. You know, we see the video of Zé Octavio and Dudu Pedra just boosting massive, and so we want to try to give it a shot too. All the international riders see those podcasts, a lot of the beautiful imagery, even event promoter Gilles, you know, out there when the waves are huge. So we want to definitely participate when it's picturesque. Itacoatiara, and even though it's not pretty, it's definitely putting up a beautiful show for us. We do see Loïc Glenier again opting for the left there and didn't get a lot out of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, that wave had a little bit of a side wave to it, which broke it into 2 sections, and it looked like he just kicked out before that oncoming section. So, again, the conditions a little difficult to negotiate. Maxime Castillo kind of touched on it before in his interview. It was a little cleaner, a little bit more manageable earlier today. Since then, it's gotten big, it's gotten heavier, and it's gotten more difficult to negotiate because you have the sideways coming from the left, sideways coming from the right. You've got backwash in some cases. You've got current pushing against you. I mean, it's luck of the draw out there at this point.
Yeah, it's a lot to deal with, and it does take a lot of wave selection, but also positioning in the lineup, reading those rip currents, as you said, kind of reading the sets as they approach, where the side waves are going to peak up, where the previous waves were looking good, even trying to position yourself for a clean insider. It's difficult out there. With the increasing swell, it has increased the amount of water that continues to just move around and kind of jumble up our lineup. But still, the opportunity for big scores is out there, and our riders are going for it. This is heat number 5. Let's take a look. GT's up and riding on this left-hander. He's hoping for something. He's going to push, look like a roll, another uncompleted maneuver from GT. So the beach was probably in shock at this moment. They're watching one of the heroes of the sport just have a very difficult time with this beautiful beach break.
Yeah, I think you said it best a little earlier in the heat when you said this is rather uncharacteristic of Guilherme Tamega to see him struggle to dial in waves during a contest. Usually he's aggressive and keeps busy from the word go, but here he's been having trouble dialing in the scores, dialing in the waves. As you mentioned, Laura Grenier, you know, a slight advantage right now, still a wide open game with 5 minutes and change remaining on the clock. But neither of these guys have really been able to find that sweet spot in the lineup to be in the right place at the right time to take off on a wave with high scoring potential and maximize that scoring potential.
Yeah, indeed. And kind of interesting. I'm not sure how many heats GT has surfed in his career. I'm sure hundreds, but how many of those he has come in with a heat total of less than 4 points, where he sits right now with a heat total of 375. That's got to be a 1 in 1,000 kind of a situation. I don't think it's happened to him very often. Hopefully, in the next 4.5 minutes, he can shake that off and pull off something amazing. Even just a 5:01 would be enough for him to take over the lead held by the Reunion Islander Loy Glenier. And so we'll have to wait and see. Here's another beautiful drone angle of the Pompo section of the event structure. That's where the guts of the competition are taking place, judging the timing, beach announcement, beach marshal, priority marshal, all in that repurposed shipping container, as you so well described earlier, Steve. And of course the visual signals are there as well for the priority and timer. So that's where the bulk of it is. We're still down at the main competition site, bringing you the broadcast. Thanks again, everybody, for tuning in for day 3 of the Itacoatiara PRO. Let's take another look at GT's last left-hander.
You could see he pulls in, sets his line, and then it looked like he just cut out as it was breaking, ducked out through the face, reemerged on the other side, and it just did not line up in his favor. Not enough time or room to maneuver. And now here you see Guilherme scrapping for the horizon, trying to get through this cleanup set, as we're starting to see more and more waves pop up on the outside, and it's just making the guesswork out there that much more difficult for both of these guys as we count down just under 3 minutes remaining. I mean, the situation remains the same. Laurie Grenier with priority, still kind of floating around, cruising the lineup, looking for something to dial into. Tamega may be a little bit busier, but still not finding the results that he would like.
Yeah, this is getting very critical for GT and everybody's hopes and dreams for a 2017 result on the APB World Tour for the 6-time world champion, a Brazilian sports icon in the way of Guilherme Tâmega. He is on your screen in the yellow jersey, paddling furiously against this rip. He's sitting in second priority, meaning the rider in red, who's in the lead, has first priority, first pick of any of the next waves that come in. GT will have to yield to Loy if he so chooses to take one of the next waves that comes in. So GT trying to make a little bit of space. Of course, we've got a great production team here. Time Cine.
Timicini, yes, they've been bringing the broadcast production every day. There you can see Timicini Produttora. They have been the ones behind our live broadcast here at the Itacoatiara Pro. They've been doing a pretty killer job each and every day, getting here early, staying late, and trying to make sure everything is dialed in for the next day. So, obrigado to them for all of their hard work and effort. Meanwhile, putting in some hard work and effort out in the lineup. 1 minute left on the clock. Laurie Gagné and Guilherme Tâmega continue to battle the elements. It seems like they've spent more time paddling against the current than riding waves, but here Laurie with his opportunity. Now GT finds some somewhat clean face, going for the air roll spin and squirts out, completes the maneuver. That'll be his best wave of the heat. So, and you can kind of tell by Laurie's body language, he's just gassed. I mean, these guys have basically been fighting against the current for 25 minutes, trying to find a wave in between.
Yeah, so Loy going ahead and removing his flipper equipment from his feet. He's going to resign himself to the shore for the remaining moments of this heat. Here's GT. This was his highest scoring opportunity of the heat thus far. He gets up there, punches a through the lip ARS, kind of a weak flip. He dives out. He knows he's probably going to need something additional. If GT can get something in the next 5 seconds, the heat's got to be almost over by now, but if he can get something higher than a 2, I'd say he's got a shot. I don't know if that single wave ride is going to do it, because Laurie improved his situation with this. He scooped in, he got a barrel, and he was able to complete this ride with another maneuver or two. There he's coming out of the whitewater, and now he's going to roll this section right there on the shore. That's got to be his best wave of the heat. So it increases the situation for GT. By this time, the heat has expired, and we will wait for scores of GT. And while we do, we'll go to a quick commercial break. We'll be back with official results from Heat 5, and we'll bring you Heat 6, so stay tuned.
Só você que é um net sabe o que é multitelar. Ter de tudo no seu tablet, TV e celular. Conteúdo pra caramba, o Now tá em todo lugar. Ter ultra velocidade, a banda larga é pra voar. Quem é net faz bonito, tá com tudo pra brilhar. Dá um show em toda a tela, isso é multitelar, multitele. É multitele.
right, welcome back to the 2017 APB Itacoatiara PRO. I'm Steve Action Jackson here in the booth with Dave Hubbard, getting ready to go into Heat 6 of Round 2. This is an elimination heat, man-on-man, and we have in red Louis Finnegan going up against Santiago Sanchez.
So the Australian versus the Argentinian. We'll see if another Argentinian can make it on through, but Louis Finnegan, I think he's the lone Australian in this event. So he definitely wants to make it through to represent strongly for Australia. So Louis Finnegan hopefully feeling better from yesterday. Some of the most intense stomach pain he had ever experienced was yesterday. Ended up having to go even to the emergency room in the local Niteroi hospital, and they took great care of him. So thank you to all the medical staff here in the beautiful town of Niteroi for getting our fellow Louis Finnegan back on his feet. Let's take a look at Santiago Sanchez up and riding on this one. He's got a nice clean line, big through the lip roll, lands it clean. That's going to be a good start for Santiago Sanchez.
That's a nice solid way to get things going for the Argentinian. That'll leave Louis Finnegan out the back with priority and on the hunt, looking to get on the scoreboard with his first wave of the heat. Again, 25-minute heat. Top 2 waves will be scored for each rider. Top rider will advance on. The second place finisher will be cut from the field. There you can see Louis taking a look, but opting not to go. He maintains priority, though, as he's the only one out in the lineup. And look at this set wave rolling through. He gave it a look, but decided to let it go by.
Just a little too quick. That section just ahead of him came down. Had that waited and held back just a little bit, we could have seen a terrific ride there from Louis, but he's sitting in a good spot. He passed up on those last 2 opportunities. Santiago Sanchez found that nice through the lip roll, a 6.75, just on the inside, kind of the secondary peak over from where Louis Finnegan is. So let's take another look at it. You can see he's much further down the beach than Louis, closer to the event structure, further from the rock, tucks under that section, gets projected through it. Nice, clean roll to start off Santiago Sanchez round 2 campaign with a 6.75. After seeing a few of the last heats, a 6.75 is a pretty good score to get on your scorecard, and one that you can definitely hold on to, at least so far in round 2 it has been.
Yeah, it's been an interesting dichotomy of wave riding out here. We've seen guys dialing in 8s, 9s, a couple of 10s have been dropped today. And then we've seen heats where guys are struggling just to get mid-range scores in the 6 to 7 point range. So, you know, we've seen a little bit of everything. We've seen the high, the low. We've seen, you know, the good, the bad, the ugly with the wave conditions. And it's really been an intense day with a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it has been, and that's part of the show. What makes it so spectacular, so entertaining and exciting and unpredictable. We see these sets continue to march in, just overpowering the sandbank and catching our riders occasionally off guard on the outside. Louis Finnegan has been patient. Santiago Sanchez is thinking about striking again, ends up opting off of that wave. Louis Finnegan's out the back, and Louis Finnegan, an Australian who's been on the tour for the last several years, occasionally the lone Australian on tour lately. With the addition of Garth McGregor to the World Tour, there has been a little bit more participation from the Australians who used to hold the monopoly on attendance. Now that award going to Chile for the number of riders who turn up to each of the World Tour stops. But to get back to Louis Finnegan, representing out of Western Australia, super talented rider, part of the Three Amigo clan. George Humphreys and Davis Blackwell, some of Louis' closest friends, are those three are some of Australia's best new talent. We're still looking forward to seeing the film that they're working on. I think it's called The Three Amigos, potentially going to get released later in 2017. But with the recent injury suffered from Davis Blackwell out of the box, hopefully he gets a quick recovery and gets a few more clips so that they can finish off that movie strong and release it to the world.
That'll definitely be worth keeping an eye out for. Meanwhile, keeping an eye out on the horizon, Louis Finnegan still with no waves ridden. We've got let me try that again. We have 16:30 left on the clock, so we've already burned off almost 10 minutes of this 25-minute heat. Louis Finnegan still holding on to priority, waiting patiently, being very selective out there, whereas Santiago Sanchez, a couple of waves ridden already. He's got that 6.75 that is his advantage at the moment. He has the top spot over Louis Finnegan right now. Louis needs a score of 7.76 or higher. Again, still waiting for that first wave to be ridden from the Australian.
Yeah, so just with one wave, Louis could overcome that deficit to the heat leader, Santiago Sanchez. But if he gets two and they add up to about an 8, he'll get there.
All right, well, while we wait for Louis to dial into his first wave, we're actually going to send things down to Paula Simone. She's with the winner of the last heat.
Hi guys, we are here with Lauren from Reunion Island. So this is the first time in Brazil and the first time in the tour as well. He just won Guilherme Tâmega, 6 times world champion. So what are you feeling now? Because you just won this heat, so it's really heavy there.
Yeah, I'm very happy to pass my heat. I'm a win in Guilherme Tâmega. It's a good best bodyboarder, and its condition is so hard. It's very strong. It's not very easy.
That's good. That's unbelievable because he surfed really well. I know that the condition is not good. So what did you make that to make? What the maneuver that was really strong for you getting to the next hit?
Just catch big invert to a big backflip is really difficult because it's not possible to catch some good wave.
That's it. Congratulations. See you tomorrow.
Thanks. Thank you. Salut la Réunion.
Back to you guys.
All right, so there you have it. Thank you again, Paula Simone, and congratulations to Laura Garnier taking the heat win over local favorite and 6-time world champion Guilherme Tâmega. And while we're away at interview, it looks like Louis Finnegan getting on the board with a 6.25. And here's a look at the replay.
He scoops up underneath the lip, pushes through. A lot of water came down around him, but a very technical approach and pulled it off clean. So Rolo's being the maneuver of choice thus far, earning some 6-point scores. In the 6-point range, the scores are coming in. So 6.75 for the opening roll of Santi and a 6.25 for the opening roll of Louis. That puts these riders very close together. So at this moment in time, it'll be a battle of the backups. It's taken them nearly the front half of the heat to get those initial scores on the board. So it may come down to the next scoring opportunity that may very well take the rest of the heat for these riders to get. Great to see Louis Finnegan get onto the board. And hey, we've got some direction for Timicine Produtura. Thank you so much, of course, to the production crew. And that was just one of the great members of this production crew bringing you the live broadcast. Thanks again to everybody who's been tuned in all day. Thanks for those who are just tuning in, and thanks to those who are watching this on replay on the YouTube channel of the APB World Tour. So thanks everybody for your attention, and we're so glad that you're with us and being a part of the action here at day 3 of the Itacoatiara Pro.
And while we continue through this day of fun-filled competition and heavy waves, you can see Louis Finnegan having to duck through one of those set waves. And I jokingly say fun-filled. This morning, the overall energy from everybody was you know, everybody was super stoked to see this swell come through. Yesterday, as Manny Vargas alluded to, it was like sheet glass out there, completely flat Lake Atlantic conditions. And then we rolled up here this morning, and it was just absolutely pumping. A lot of positive energy from the riders, a lot of energy coming from the ocean. And you know what? Even in this late afternoon with the more trying conditions, the more challenging conditions, as it's gotten bigger and heavier and more closed out, guys are going out there and still giving it their all. And even if they're coming in completely gassed, I mean, they're leaving nothing on the table.
Yeah, they're leaving it all out in the water, and very appropriately put, Action. I do see that that's been the trend thus far, and you can really tell when really fit athletes, like the ones that are coming in, and during at least the heat interviews that we're getting with Paola, saying how difficult the conditions are. Even locals of this beach like Dudu Pedra saying these are very challenging conditions to compete in, very trying, very difficult. So not an easy ask for the competitors. It seems simple enough. Go out to a nice big wedgie beach break, get 2 good rides, but it's been proving much more challenging as the afternoon continues, as the swell continues to rise. But our competitors are going for it. They're absolutely charging it today. So major props to all the competitors throughout the day.
Well, speaking of charging it today, we're actually going to take a quick look at the two best waves of the day. We're going to take a look at the 2 perfect 10s.
Ooh, can't wait to see these. Here's Uri Valadao scooping into this beautiful, beautiful barrel. Here's that edge work. He scoops in just enough room for him to get in there, and now the wave just freight trains ahead of him. He's going full speed. He's hitting a few sections of the foam ball as he continues through, and then he escapes. Perfect 10 points from all the judges right across the board. He's elated. He just throws a no-handed bail. This is the other perfect 10 that we saw earlier today. Or is this Dudu Pedra's invert? Hard to tell.
This is Dudu Pedra's invert. This was an incomplete, my apologies, but you know what? If he had stuck that landing, I'm pretty sure that would have been a 10 from the judges. Still one of the most radical maneuvers of the day. Unfortunately, just could not ride out clean after that. But a couple of the most radical maneuvers of the day. Well, radical waves, I should say, as Uri Valadao scoring the 10-point ride, and Dudu Pedra going for that massive invert. The only thing missing from that clip, which we'll probably show later on today, if not in the highlights package, is that 10-point ride, the air reverse from Tristan Roberts, the first perfect 10 of the event. That got things started off big time today. We've seen some big scores in the 8 to 10 range today. And again, I cannot wait to see the highlights package.
It's going to be a banger of a clip that will drop probably later tonight. So stay tuned. If you still want to be getting your fix of high-octane bodyboarding action, you won't have to wait all the way till tomorrow. Hopefully we'll be getting you guys a highlights clip later on this evening, Brazil time. But tomorrow morning, we are going to be kicking it off again. Of course, the official call will be made at 7 in the morning, local Brazilian time tomorrow. But we are going to be having, hopefully, another awesome action-packed day of entertaining bodyboarding coming to you from Praia de Itacoatiara. During the recap of those 2 amazing rides, Louis Finnegan got active. He got himself a 1.9. It was enough to turn the heat. I do feel that it was something of an incomplete ride as he didn't quite get 2 points, but it was enough for, at least at this moment in the back half of the heat, to scoot ahead of Santi Sanchez. Of course, required of Santi is a very, very low score. Less than 1.5 points would get him back above Louis Finnegan. So it's very exciting, very critical times as we start to wind down heat number 6 of round 2.
Yeah, still anybody's game out in the water. Each rider with one solid score and trying to put together a solid backup score. We'll see what they can shake out in the last 7 minutes. Here you can see Santiago swinging around real quick, taking a look, but it appears that Louis Finnegan had the inside track. Not that it mattered. Santiago with priority still. So both of these guys taking a look, neither partaking of that last wave. So they continue to paddle against the current and wait for the next wave to come in. And there you can see a quick flash down the beach as another set wave just blows up the lineup here at Itacoatiara. It's been like that all afternoon.
So Louis Finnegan getting himself into this one. He's paddling hard. He finds his way in, and he's going to find a nice big roll. Doesn't quite land it. That could be a critical error that may haunt him by the end of this heat. Santiago Sanchez on the way behind. He's going to find a big section to roll off of his own and gets completely blasted. So official word is heat number 6 of round number 2 will be the final heat today. So Louis Finnegan makes his way back out into the lineup, and so will Santiago Sanchez. Under 6 minutes remaining in the final heat of the day. Does look like both riders being awarded 1.9s on their incomplete rolls. That's enough to take Santiago Sanchez back into the driver's seat of this heat. Let's take a look at the replay, Steve.
Yeah, here's a look at Louis eyeballing this one. He sets his line, hits the air roll, and as he comes down, he lands on the roof and then just goes nose down and unable to complete the maneuver. Meanwhile, on the replay for Santiago Sanchez, a bigger set wave, eyeing this one up, hits the section as it's pitching, unfortunately comes down with the whitewater explosion, completely detonated, and there you can see his board flying out in front of him. Just got completely blasted on that one. And again, a 1.90 for his efforts on that is enough to move him marginally ahead of Louis Finnegan. Just under 5 minutes remaining and still wide open out there as both of these guys continue to try and put together a solid backup score.
And as we saw in the last heat, it did come down to the final moments where there was another exchange. It was, of course, Loïc Glenier in control of the heat all the way to the end, but both riders had opportunities right there at the end of the heat, so we're hoping the same for both riders in this heat to give you just a little bit more action to close out the day. We want to show you just a little bit more of this live action. Of course, after this heat is complete, we are going to give you a little recap of some of the highest scoring rides of the day. So you definitely want to stay tuned for that. It'll be kind of like a preview to what may become the highlight reel.
Yeah, so stay tuned. We got some goodies for you before we wrap up and say goodbye for the day. It should be worth a watch and definitely worth holding on through the quick commercial break to follow. But you know what? That's neither here nor there as Louis Finnegan up and riding right now out in the water. Drops in, comes off the bottom, eyeing up the section, loops the roll, lets it slingshot him around, but just lost in that whitewater explosion. There you see the board pop up and Louis to follow. So unfortunately could not nail down the roll. It looked like he was going to be able to nail it down. And critical maneuvering, the heavy section, he let it slingshot him around, but I guess just too much force on the impact and getting blasted from behind. We've been seeing guys get upended from behind all day long by that whitewater explosion.
Yeah, super difficult to land out in front of the wave and continue to ride out away from that very impactful detonation of the lip as it breaks. So, you know, when we see a replay of this, man, this was looking to me like one of the better waves that we've seen in the last hour or so. Smooth run in. He had a nice line, but it really happened pretty fast, you know, as he got down there. Look how clean this wave is. But as he got up, he had to really fight through the breaking lip. Too much of the V coming back up at him to penetrate so he wasn't able to get out in front to land that roll. But, you know, for a second there, I was thinking, wow, this could be the best wave of the heat, maybe the best wave of the afternoon, since we haven't seen a big number be dropped since almost all the way back since that perfect 10 from Udi Valadao.
Yes, that was one of the last big scores of the day. Round 2, the waves have become more challenging. A lot of shifting around, a lot of current, and it has affected the wave selection out there for our competitors. But they have battled through like true wave riding warriors all afternoon as we've continued to soldier through round 2 heat, man-on-man elimination. And, you know, we're starting to see some separation in the field with the guys who were able to suss out, you know, the better scoring waves and the guys that are coming up a little short. But there hasn't been, you know, a complete blowout by any means of the word. You know, these guys are all keeping it pretty close out there and doing their best to get through these heats.
Yeah, everybody's really putting it on the line. It's challenging conditions, but everybody's going for it and making something happen of some sort. Some heats are allowing a little more opportunity for scores than others. And as we're down to the final minute now, Louis Finnegan is reapproaching the lineup area. He's down there kind of at that second peak, and Santi Sanchez pretty much at the primary peak, sitting a bit deeper, closer to Pompo. And just a few moments left. All it would take to turn the heat for our rider from Western Australia in the red jersey would be a 2.41. Of course, if Santiago Sanchez is able to get anything better than a 1.9, that'll increase the required score for Louis Finnegan. But Louis Finnegan, with just a few moments left, has got to be thinking that he needs to be on one of the next swells that rolls in. And here we do have something coming in. Louis paddling for it. This might come in under the buzzer. Louis Finnegan up and riding now. He's scooping up under, pulls in, gets spit out, and now he's going to roll the inside section. That might be enough, Steve.
Wow, that could very much change the situation as time expires. He only needed a 2.41. I would go out on a limb and say that barrel ride alone would probably be enough to get the score. You know, a very minimal score. So waiting for the final assessment, but here's a look at the replay.
Check it out. It was clean. He got substantial tube time and attempted to negotiate that roll. Yeah, I'll go out on a limb and say that that was at least a 3-point ride. And if it does come in as such, he's going to be moving on into round number 3. Either way, great battle between the Argentinian and the Australian. We will give you official results of this heat right after this commercial break and some highlights, so stay tuned.
Só você que é um net sabe o que é multitelar. Ter de tudo no seu tablet, TV e celular. Conteúdo pra caramba, o Now tá em todo lugar. Ter ultra velocidade, a banda larga é pra voar. Quem é net faz bonito, tá com tudo pra brilhar. Dá um show em toda a tela, isso é multitelar, multitele. É multitele.
right, welcome back to the 2017 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil. We've just wrapped up the first day of main event competition, running through round 1 and the first half of round 2. And we're going to throw into a quick highlights package for today and take a look at some of the best waves from today.
Yeah, we definitely had some awesome action. We definitely want to see a couple of these memorable moments just one last time before we finish out the broadcast. So when they're queued up, go ahead and roll them out for us.
Yeah, take it away, boys.
So here is, looks like Jared Houston pulling off a nice clean invert. This may have been one of his first inverts on his way to winning his round 1 heat. And I believe this is going to be his second invert of that heat, where he's able to boost just a bit higher. Nice clean bottom turn, makes it around. Very clean boost there. 2 inverts was what he needed to move into round 3. Does look like this is potentially Marcelo Fondes or Isaias, maybe. Rivik getting an ARS, incomplete though. All right.
Yeah, we saw a lot of waves today, guys, really going for it, really boosting, but having a little trouble sticking the landings in the heavy conditions. And here's another look, big flip on this wave. Nice wave riding attempt there. I believe this was Socrates Santana earlier in round 1 action. We'll see him coming up in the first heat of the day tomorrow in round 2 action, but nice cover up there.
Dino Carmo was able to find some nice maneuvers throughout his approach. Let's take a look at, this is the 10-point ride from Udi Valadao. Scoops in. Can't get enough of this one, Steve. Look at that barrel time.
I could watch this all night long. This was an epic barrel. Nice riding there from Ori. Good rail control driving through that barrel.
Epic exit, too. Let's take a look. I'm hoping... Oh, this is Dudu Pedra. Huge invert. Maybe the biggest maneuver of the day. Incomplete, but look at the height he gets off of that invert. Just massive.
Huge elevation on that.
And fully committed. Beautiful trajectory. And it just ends up swallowing him. You know what? Let's take a look at that one more time.
There you can see, drives off the bottom, eyeing up the section, and up and away.
Up and away, the local boy from Itacoatiara himself. And here's Louis Finnegan. Last-minute heroics, official results. Louis Finnegan does advance on to round number 3 on the strength of this wave. I believe it came in at a mid-range 6 points. So it was enough to take out Santiago Sanchez. Louis Finnegan moving on through to round number 3. And we still have the second half of round number 2 to go through. Hopefully going to start with that first thing tomorrow morning.
Yeah, first thing tomorrow morning we have ready to go Ian Campbell versus Socrates Santana. That's going to be an insane head-to-head battle. So stay tuned to apbtour.com as well as APB Tour on YouTube and Facebook. For tomorrow's start time, we'll be looking to get a bright and early beginning to our day tomorrow as we continue to work our way through the men's main event. And it should be another full day of action-packed excitement out in the water. Until tomorrow, I'm Steve Action Jackson.
David Hubbard, and we're hoping to see you again soon. Aloha from Brazil.